Yeah, we have the two important people right here.
Debbie and Nancy. Okay, we live?
There we go.
Hello, we were
We
worried
are
you were
live.
here.
What?
We were worried you were here.
Yeah.
Hi, Barbara.
Oh, no, you were.
Are we live?
You were hoping I would
Start
start.
with us.
Okay. Okay, so we're live, yeah?
Good to go.
Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna call the workshop of the Venetian Community Development District to order. It's 8:31 on Monday, June 23. In the room, we have Rich Goodman, we have Cindy Sneezak, we have Cheryl Harmon, we have Jill Pizarro, supervisors all. Let's go ahead and make a motion. You know, it's a workshop for Ken who's online to participate.
I'd like to make the motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so Ken Smaha, Supervisor Ken Smaha is now participating. We also have some audience members present and also two representatives from Hampton Golf. So why don't we go ahead and say the Pledge of Allegiance and then we'll go on from there.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thanks. So I don't know if anybody has public comment, but before we start public comment, I talked to Belinda. There were a couple things I wanted to add to the agenda, and she suggested we do it at the front end. The first is I wanted to talk about the current fiscal year budget, the fiscal year 2025 budget. And I also did want to add supervisor remarks because there's something I need to share with you, and it's just a logistical thing. So does anybody else have anything they feel they need to add on top of the amenities company's presentation? And we also have the discussion on the pool filter repairs and the budget.
Just a comment about the geothermal and then the comments about additional repairs to the building and how we're going.
Okay, so we can do that in supervisor
Yeah,
remarks?
yes.
Okay, cool. All right, so I guess with that, I'll just see if anybody has any public comment. Okay.
The building looks fantastic.
Yay!
The color is great.
Is it wow?
It is, it's
Is it
a
wow?
wow factor. Are you gonna paint the front entrance the same color?
Yes.
More wow.
Barbara's happy on that.
And we're gonna paint the roof to the guardhouse too. So it's a nice uniform, more solid, not sunburn color.
Dynamite, guys, wow
Yay.
factor.
And we're also talking about painting all the monuments.
Yeah, cool, all right, excellent. All right, we all set? So, with that, I'd like to move into the first presentation that we have from Hampton Golf. With us, we have Justin Kuhn from Hampton Golf and also Jamie Selby. So we'll look forward to hearing from you. And, you know, we figured we have, you know, roughly an hour to do both the presentation piece and the Q&A piece. And then we'd like to ask you if you can, we expect we may have some additional questions for you after we hear from a couple others. So if that's okay, we've got a room on the side here where you can camp out and we'll go from there. Excellent. So over to you.
Thank you. Get set up here. Let me just give you just a quick intro, and then we're going to go into the what I consider to be the important stuff. So, first, Jamie Selby, our regional director, been with the company, gosh, 12 years now, a little more. Is one of the more gifted operators I've had the opportunity to work with. Is out of Laurel Oak, if you know where that is, just up the road, and manages the West Florida, a little bit of the Central Florida region for my name is Justin Kuhn. I work with our marketing support team. I've been with the company 17 years, and I work more on the revenue generation side and work specifically with our clients, making sure that we have a smooth transition from discussion to execution. So that's a little bit about who we are. Now let's talk a little bit about who Hampton Golf is. So we are a modestly sized management company, and I'm going to bring this as a topic because you're going to hear this a couple of times today. Nobody will be closer to your business and to this amenity than Hampton Golf. And I say that both from an operations standpoint, and I mean that geographically. geography is a big deal. And when we have the assumption that all things are going to go right, that's when things don't. So when you can put your hands physically on the asset, work with your team members, making sure that they're going in the right direction, that means a lot to the execution practices that are necessary for really, really good value delivery to our residents. And that's an important piece. So in today's discussion, we're going to zoom in on, and because of our time, we're going to skip through a few things. By the way, my focus here is not to tell you about PowerPoint. So I just want to make sure that we touch on the important things and we zoom past the things that are going to be a little more micro or nuanced. So let me pause for a second. You're looking for a partner. And you're looking for a partner that can do a lot of really good things and have an ownership's mentality. And I bring that up because it's really, really important. If this is a vendor-customer relationship that doesn't have owner's mentality, a lot of things can get dropped. We are, again, modestly sized on purpose because you're working with the people that are going to work with this asset. I'm intimately involved. Sorry. But from a transition standpoint, from an execution standpoint, and from delivering value, my hands are in the dirt with you. Jamie is just up the road, and the reason he's here, not just because of his operational expertise, but because he knows assets to every detail. And when he begins to go through some of the details that he's gotten into, hold on tight. Second, we talked about size and geography. Third is a constant focus on real and perceived value. We're going to talk about how those relationships play into delivering the value that's specific to your homes and the experiences that you want to consume as a resident. And then the last one, we'll probably zip past this quickly, but special event sales. So you have a big opportunity here from a value standpoint. I think there's a few things that are getting missed that we'll zoom in on. This is not meant to be critical to anybody that's operating the facility. It's more so to show that there's opportunity for improvement going forward. So we don't have a business development team. We're not good at selling ourselves. I'll be the first to tell you. What we are good at is operating facilities for our partners. You're working with the people that are going to be involved with the actual management of the property. We think like an owner. We want to make sure we have resident value, and our relationships are focused on your problems or the solutions that we provide. So, but I'm a big believer that what comes out of here maybe might be a bit broadcast, and I really encourage the board to, one, go to our properties. They're up the road, down the road, right? River Hall's down the road, Veranda's down the road, Plantation's down the road, Laurel Oaks right up the street, and go see what these experiences are. It's one thing for me to tell you, it's another thing for you to actually experience them. And I encourage you to do that. And this is how we approach them. So you approach them from an owner's perspective. And your dollar is important to us. We don't spend it, flip it, we spend it with strategy. And there has to be data behind our decision making. And then discussed with the board to make sure that those things are going in the right direction. Our North Star is designed by you. We execute on how you tell us to make sure we're going in that direction. So before we get into a few items, I just want to point to how we support. And these things are going to come up again. But first off, we are going to work at the direction of the board. There's a term, it's not board, what's the term that you, for the CDD?
Oh, yes, sorry.
Yes. So we're gonna work in the direction of the CDD. And then we're gonna support you by this, right? So our accounting is done remotely. This reduces your overall expenses. You have a full marketing support team. And that's important because it's one thing to build a good concept, but you have to go sell it to the residents for people to come to the park. Right? You have basically an in-house advertising agency. We have HR team members that will support all the team. We have a legal affairs team member. We have 4 operations team members, 1 professional trainer And then your 24-hour service, 2 of them are in this room, and then Bill Rahanick, who is actually a property that we're transitioning up in New York. So we build a big support structure to support you. The reason I'm pointing this out is, without this, some of the things that we're going to concept and we're going to share with you don't get done. You need the bodies to go execute these important things. This is a relationship with our customer that is humans, managing humans, serving humans. That's a lot of stuff going on. And there's a lot of this and a lot of this. And because of that, we have to have really good humans to support, serve, and deliver to the team members that are serving you. So, what does it cost? I'm a big believer in telling you what the cost up front. And then I'll give you all the reasons why. So price is what you pay, value is what you get. You're going to hear that a few times today. This is the price, and I'm going to show you why this is underpriced from the value that we provide. So we have a management fee of $9,800 per month. That includes everything we do. We don't have bolt-ons. We don't have an accounting services fee. One fee, and that's it. Now, a couple things that are important that are going to be different than most of the management companies that you will discuss and see in our space. And these are important. First one, if we don't do what we say we're going to do, we eat it, right? So we reduce our fees $3,000 a month if we don't hit what we say we're going to do, budget-wise. We ask for a clawback at the quarter if we meet the quarter, but by month, we reduce our fees. So that keeps our hands in the dirt, keeps us focused on earning your business every month. And now here comes the one that's very, very important. We don't have a long-term agreement. If we don't do what we say we're going to do for the CDD, for the residents, you don't have anything that's holding you to us. And that's important because, again, these things fall in order. These are linear. We don't do what we say we're going to do, we're not profitable, number one. Number two is you can walk away. And that's a big deal. So that keeps our eye on what you need and what the residents need. And because of that, and here's where all this starts to meet in the middle, our clients stick around because we approach it from an owner's perspective. Does that make sense? Any questions on management compensation? I'm going to keep my eye on the calendar too, because I know there are a bunch of questions. All right, some overarching themes here. In this one, I think Jamie and I both probably go past the term obsessively, but we are focused on cleanliness to a place that is probably beyond measure in our industry. It has to be flawless. It has to be clean all the way through, from the parking lot to the restroom to the back bar. If it is not flawless, you're going to see a detraction in perceived value. We're going to talk about that in a second. Best-in-class experiences, we have to have a holistic approach. This is a 360 view on how we deliver to the resident the things that they consume. And the last is, and this is something that's extraordinarily important to both Jamie and I, you have to approach from a solutions perspective. Team members that come to us with this is our problem, and don't have a solution to back that up, begin to get trained around the corner on solution, autonomy, finding ways in which we can solve a problem for the resident that doesn't start to burden their experience. The Ritz-Carlton calls it 555. You can solve it first level $5, it gets the second level is $50, it gets the third level is $500. We take the same autonomy to our team members to make sure that we solve problems right up. Right? Your French fries aren't crispy enough? Great, we're gonna go solve it. And this starts to fall into value perception and then value. So, a couple things from operations perspective. I'm not reading this, by the way. It's in yours to consume. Yes. Operations to us is one, it has to be delivered from a professional that knows what flawless execution is. And then here's the thing, training by folklore is not a real thing in our world. Right? So Hampton Golf believes that training has to come from top down, served from bottom up. When I say that, I mean the philosophy of we did it really, really well a long time ago, and then we deliver this to the telephone game today. What we fail to deliver is really great sound experiences. So we train through Tidbits, through Eagle Mindset. Tidbits is a video product that we track training, track testing, and then produce to the board of wherever our client is on how our team members are executing. An Eagle Mindset is our next level training. We move people into that when they want to move their careers up and they want to continue to grow. Our Leader Up workshops are ways in which we take those that are next generation leaders. We put our arms around them, we mentor them through those next steps to bring their careers to another place. All this is done with the philosophy of you don't rise to the level of your expectations, you fall to the level of your training. You guys have probably heard that professionally many times. If we don't train our team members consistently and constantly, they will fall to a habit that delivers an experience far from what we want to deliver to our residents. So I'm going to get geeky here for a second. You guys all right with that?
Yeah, we love you.
All right. That's my friend Rebecca.
No.
So for those that went to business school or was at business school like me, Florida State, so we're going to say price. Is this line? This is a big deal. This is the philosophy we start to train on our team members. When we talk about price, I wouldn't hang stuff like this up. When we talk about price, remaining consistent. So let's just talk about, I don't know, pick a Snickers, right? $2 Snickers, right here, price remains consistent. When I add more nougat to the Snickers, the perceived value goes up, right? You agree with that? Price remains consistent, but man, it's a better Snickers, it's got more nougat, maybe it's got more peanuts, whatever it may be. Price remains consistent, perceived value goes up, right? What happens to perceived price? Converse, absolutely. And perceived price goes down. What happens to my usage? Goes up. Right? That's exactly what we're attempting to do here. We're not raising price. We're raising perceived value. From the moment you drive into the parking lot, to the moment that you walk in the main entrance, the little things have big impact, huge impact on how you perceive the value of your product. So, if my perceived value goes up, the corollary is my usage goes up, and then what I perceptually pay goes down. Here's what happens when it goes the wrong way, right? So I get to the parking lot, and there's a step-on silicone, and I walk in, and there's cobwebs in the ceiling. And then the greeting isn't pleasant at the front. What happens to my perceived value? What happens to my usage? Goes down. What happens to my pay? This is goes up. Yeah. When I go to the British Open Pub down the street, I spend my dollars there. Wrong direction. So if we're focusing on, and this is where we're going to get the nuances and details, if we're focusing a little bit too much on the little things, it has to all do with making sure that our perceived value is. This is a big deal when we talk about the connection, the 360, and all of the stuff that we do. From a product standpoint, and Jamie, I'd like for you to talk a little bit about in a moment ago some of the things that you saw at your operation and some improvements here. But from a marketing standpoint, because this perceived value thing connects all the way through on the road. And I bring that up because how we deliver from a marketing perspective has direct relationship to how we grow our perceived value. It also has to do with our marginal utility and the decreasing opportunity to that. We'll talk about that in a second. So when we talk about this property, we have to improve the member, resident, guest experience, re-image the entire thing. Your website, your point of sale, your app, your reservation system, your back bar, menu, all that sort of stuff. It might seem like little details, but those are a big deal in how we continue to stack value. And then, and this is the one I get a little, probably I'm not throwing a stone here at all, but your private event online inquiry form is broken.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Okay.
understood.
There's a big opportunity here, right? This is a beautiful, underutilized opportunity here, and there's a lot of revenue sitting there. So we would talk about how we could from a private event offerings standpoint, start to increase the marketing engagement sales actions. So I'll zip through some of these. This is going to be important from when we talk about marginal utility, but we use lifestyle programming, event programming, the things that you consume, the fun stuff, the funky stuff, the non-traditional stuff. That's a big deal to making sure that our value enhancement increases. Here's an important corollary to that is if you consume the same product over and over and over again, I'll use Snickers as an example. If you have the same Snickers over and over and over again, your utility with each consumption drops by a fixed number. Same thing here. If you're consuming your product the same way over and over and over again, your utility will decrease that level of satisfaction. And that's a big deal. So that's why we introduce at Oral Opens stuff, what you're delivering to members. Has a lot to do with what's here, right? So these are just a few examples of some of the properties that we have. They had the back to school pool party bash. This one I thought was really cool, bourbon, bacon, and cigars. They had a family cooking class. This is up in Northland. I thought that was really cool. Just a few examples of ways in which our residents and members consume our products that's different. Again, taking away from the law of diminishing marginal utility, which will certainly damage usage, which then damages perceived value, which then takes away from the perceived price of how we pay. How we do that, we make sure a couple things. Oops, here. We make sure that your digital assets are watertight. This is public, this is member. And when we talked about member and resident, this is your point of sale. This is your operating systems. These are the things that digitally connect you with how you consume your product. Often underlooked or not paid enough attention to, but a big deal. And without the right connectivity, a property can, from an operating perspective, start to burden the resident very quickly. From a reservation standpoint, how you get your bill, how you understand what's happening on the calendar, all that stuff plays into value. This is a repositioning of market. I won't spend too much time here, but I will spend a moment here. So we are a sales-focused organization, and I'd say that because it is hyper important from a sales perspective that we manage what matters, track what matters, and then celebrate what matters. And to do that, we have to understand what's happening from a pipeline perspective with those that are tasked with selling the products that we manage or that we operate for our clients. This is just an example of a pipeline that we use for special event sales, and how we manage that, how we operate that is really me putting my hands in the dirt with our salesperson. I was just 2 weeks ago, we were working through sales strategy per client to discuss what are the opportunities to weave that person through the sales journey to buy the products that we sell. We watch this stuff with extraordinary detail. I sometimes often joke that I have a window into the soul of every sales pro that we have in our club or our club portfolio. And it's true. I know exactly what their tasks are, how they communicated to and with somebody, and I make sure that that's a philosophy on how we train that person so their W-2 increases. That's my North Star. So if I can keep that as my number one priority for a long. With that, I'll jump in. How are we doing on time?
25 minutes in.
Okay, good. I'll be shutting up here in a second. We do focus on, this is, I'm spurring this one too much, but our G&A focus is all about making sure that our team members have the landscape and the platform and the foundation so they can improve their careers. This is kind of one of those, if anybody remembers Bill Walsh, Bill Walsh is a guy, right? His whole philosophy was if we do the right things at the right time in the process, the score takes care of itself. I'm a believer that if we do the right things for our team members that serve the customers that we have at our properties, the score will take care of itself. Meaning if we're keeping their careers as our number one, as our North Star, as our priority, a lot of the stuff just starts to fall into place, right? And that's why we make sure and we invest so much time, energy, and resources to make sure that they're trained, that they're coached on, that they are provided with opportunities for their careers. And we do that through all these different training solutions. Now mine. Please stay with me.
We love this.
Yes. So, you know what, let me show you. Chicky, you have great experiences with, you know, the finance and accounting side. So you want to touch on a little bit of these? Sure.
Well, this is actually the fun part for me. With Hampton Golf, of course, you've got resources that are beyond anything you can experience at the club level. We're fortunate at our club where we do have someone on site, but the person that we deal with at Hampton, Alyssa Polano, she's been managing clubs in my region and beyond for as long as I've been with the company. She is absolutely first class. And beyond that, there are so many layers that go into all facets of accounting, including what you need to track here from your reserve, your asset list, everything that you're doing there. But the accounting side is going to be way more granular to what you do here in your operations. This is like any other club, it just doesn't have golf. But in every other way, it is just like the country clubs that we deal with. So we have everything built through, I can't remember what the POS is. Perfect. Jonas segues beautifully into QuickBooks, but when it comes to financials, you're probably accustomed to having the Jonas Financial, which can all be produced here as well. But in whatever detail the systems allow. Obviously, the board would report with the general manager would go to accounting to make sure that everything is covered properly, coded properly. You know, sometimes the transition will take just a little while to get everything synced up to your books, but it is a seamless process once that team is in place. And then they're there for whatever you need. So anybody on site, anybody at the board level, whoever has that point of contact, you have a team in Hampton Golf and in Jacksonville that will address everything. And that's something that I think clubs don't and operators don't take enough advantage of. They don't use those resources like they really could. They wait for the rollout, they wait for the review, but really it's just like you had an accountant right next door. You just email them, call them, go through the books, do a Zoom, and everything is integrated and flows perfectly to you and to the membership. What all do you want me to cover on this piece?
Yeah.
So let's see, where are we at here? This is kind of what I'm speaking to from an aggregation transparency standpoint. Everything's going to be viewable to you, to your management team here. I mean, we've got clubs where the board is highly involved. In fact, there's one locally that I deal with where there are various committees that report up to the board. They are engaging in those emails with the accounting team, engaging with full-on detail of what needs to be reviewed, moved, or adjusted. And it's a constant back and forth, and it happens every month. And that is the openness and transparency that we would want, that you would want, to make sure that as we move this thing along, everything is as you expect it to be. From a security and internal controls, so there are things that we have in place that are, well, they're tremendous for the club, but everyone understands that when you change from one management team or management process to another, it's going to be difficult to accept by the team. One of those things that we have is digital invoice, and we run it through Automate right now. That is something that can be a little difficult for the team to grab onto, and I've transitioned a lot of clubs. I can tell you it's not process oriented. It is willingness and dedication. It takes about 30 minutes to learn this whole platform, but it gives you trackability, some degree of automation in the sense that vendors can go straight to Automate for the department head approvals. If it's done properly, it will speed up every part of that transaction so much faster, as opposed to paper coming through to somebody who eventually opens it, it sits on their desk, they sign code it, it goes to the next coder, it's signed off, and then it goes to wherever after that for the check. With what we do with Automate through Hampton Golf, there are multi-levels of security built into that automated process. So when that invoice comes in, it's assigned to a department head. That person has to code it before it goes to the next level. That next level would typically be the GM. Once that person codes it, then it goes to another administrative level at the corporate level. That is a corporate accountant who would then sign off on it, approve it at that level, and then it goes to one of the executives of Hampton Golf that ultimately digitally sign the check, so to speak. So you've got 4 layers of control. Not sure what you have here, but typically you've got, an accountant or controller stroking the check and a GM or someone signing, and that's it. So from an audit perspective, much, much better. In fact, whoever does your audit here will certainly like that process of additional controls in place. Let me jump into, you want me to jump into what I saw here? So I did a tour here a little while back. It was, yes, with Jill. It was wonderful. First time actually being out on property, and frankly, kind of blown away. It really is beautiful. We walked down the road corridor. So I am I'm a grass grower by trade, actually. I was a superintendent, went to college for that, degrees in various stuff, and then transitioned to being pro, GM, et cetera, et cetera. So I have a little different eye than most operators, and I see everything Justin talks about. I keenly see it as you come in. And let me state, this stuff is difficult to achieve. I've been at Laurel Oak for 6 years. Most of my team has been there with me that time or longer, only a handful that we've had to change out over the time there. And my team is phenomenal. We make mistakes every day. We have misses every single day. So it's going to happen, and anything that I'm going to review is certainly not a statement of anything we don't have at any other club. It's not as easy as snapping the fingers. What we do corporately is a huge part of getting the team just reinvigorated, re-energized, focused, trained, all of those things, and having the right management structure here is critically important. But pulling in, wasn't great, and we talked about whose responsibility that was. Ultimately, that's the person here. You need to have a mindset that when you pull through that faux gate, whatever that is. I mean, I do it at my club as soon as I turn in the back, and that's not even my ownership. That's community. But as soon as I turn in the back gate, I'm looking at everything. I'm sending photos and text messages, regardless of what it concerns, because that's just a representation of our club, and I want it to be perfect. Not because I'm incented for any reason, just because I care that much. And that's what you need as soon as you come in. In terms of how this is operating, there are just some little adjustments really that need to occur so it really thrives. Looking at the hours of operation, how we're rotating menus. I think in some days, hours, the pull it's kind of not served, and the menu out there is not served. And then there are days where you can sit in here and have lunch, but then there are days where you need to sit out there and have lunch. And that's just reprogramming. That's just coming up with menus that are focused either for outside and delivery outside, cater to that need, menus that are focused in here. But it really gets down to just where does each day and scheduled hours of operation, where is it maximized? I think we're missing it. This place, for it to be as vibrant as I think it could potentially be, it needs somebody that's out there really driving every aspect of it. Kind of a mixed use GM type person that could focus on the food and beverage piece of it, having a food and beverage background, but also managing all aspects. And then amenities and lifestyles. I can't remember the guy's name, but he was the most lively person here that day, out on the pool.
Oh, it was Keith.
Keith. He's just he's doing, setting, but that's what you want in your manager. You want that lifestyle person to be driving the fitness, to be driving pool, to be driving just goofy little things that give people a reason to come out. And what I say to my team all the time is it's not about volume of people or the money we make. If we bring 30 people out and they have an experience that they leave saying, wow, that was incredible, that's a home run for us. That's what we want. So all the little things that we try to do at our club, you saw the flyers, at any club, it's just about doing something new. And so many places, people, you get set on what's working and you just rinse and repeat it. I could go to any club and probably see the same kind of menu. It's going to have the same 8 entrees, and they're tweaked a little bit and thrown back out. And that's fine, but not when you're trying to be great and something new and something energizing to the membership and the residents. You have to constantly reprogram that, and you do it because you care. Again, you're not focused on driving the revenue or driving the money or driving the whatever. It's just doing something different because you should. That's what comes from the culture of Hampton. So what Justin hasn't touched on, I think yet at this point, is 15 years off and on. I did leave once to go to Houston, Texas, but I've been with the company for 15 years, and actually I knew Justin several years prior to that, and he was always hustling me to come work for Hampton, and then finally a club came up that was great for me. I can tell you I've worked for 3 different management companies. It's incredible. The team that we have, I mean, not just corporate team, but beyond. When we have our meetings, we're seeing the same group of people get together. And it's not because it's easy or they're complacent. It's just because they love the company, they love what they do. They've probably advanced into different clubs. But that culture that we have as a company is truly unique, and I've never experienced it. I've seen companies talk about it, but we actually have it. The intimacy of it, the company not being so big that you actually have a direct line to the CEO, president, and owner, things like that that typically don't occur. The other difference too that is truly unique is the autonomy to be you. So Laurel Oak is a private club, and I've run other private clubs, and when I took that place over, you know, we knew, all of us, that Laurel Oak needed to maintain its identity. And that is something that Hampton is literally the only company that does that I'm aware of and work with. Most companies will force feed you what they want your club to be. You will have to fall into certain marketing standards, certain purveyors, vendors, etc. We have all of that. We have a vendor program, and we want you to spend with these people because you get the best discounts and service. But we're not going to force that. We're going to manage that. What we will try to force, though, is if the chef is saying, oh, he gets a better price from this vendor on all these products, we're going to say, okay, let's prove it. And as long as that's the case and we're meeting our requirements to, you know, some of our vendors, then that's fine. And I'm a great example of that. My chef buys from all these various companies. For me, it's about quality. It's not so much about price. Obviously, we have to hit a certain cost percentage, but it's about what you experience at your table on your plate. And we have the autonomy to float with that. That's something very, very unique. So without getting too carried away and burning the rest of our time, should we move into your...
Yeah. We're gonna go, so these are the questions that you have provided. I think I did I'm gonna say a less than okay job answering, but.
We can talk about it.
Yeah, we'll see how we did, right? You can see a question and answer here below, and I'll just go through. The first one had to do with food and beverage tennis pools that we manage that are not just golf specific. We have 23 of those. We do manage private clubs that do not have a golf course component. We're actually building one right now in Naples, which will open in August. Average F&B, our low is 600, our high is 2.8 million.
Can I ask you a question
Sure.
about that one? So the 2.8 million, what are the member numbers? How many members in that club? Do you know?
Well, so that's probably mine. When you count in all the other F&B related revenues that don't hit the true F&B income line, it's actually 3.5. Our total membership is just shy of 1,000, which means 1,800 people-ish, you know, not counting kids. We're open 3 consistent nights a week, and then 4 throughout. Well, it might be throughout forever now, but Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night. And this is important. So we've made steps, right? So at that club, and this is what I would encourage you to look at, no matter which direction you take. We were previously open maybe 3 nights a week, and those nights were a disaster. We had to really analyze what we were doing wrong as a club and properly correct those. One of those things was we were not taking reservations. You cannot execute quality dinner experience if you're not taking reservations and managing the flow through of the night. The kitchen can't handle it, the staff can't handle it, et cetera, et cetera. We then opened on a Thursday night. Thought we had it programmed, thought it was going to be a home run. Flop. We tried it, then we started to cancel it. The board supported that. They understood the loss that was there if we continued to remain open and we did not have the revenue to flow through. We continued to do that until we got busier, and this is the first year now that we're open Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights. Lunch, we're open every day except Monday. We do brunch on Sunday. There's nothing spectacular happening there. The business comes from, 90, certainly a la carte side, 97% member. The rest is member guests. We do weddings and events there. That percentage has changed quite a bit over the past 5 years. It used to be 70% non-member. Now it's probably 40% non-member. And that is a goal we want to continue. Our board there is comfortable with doing a certain number of weddings and events.
You have a question from
Yeah.
Ken.
No, I'm just asking him, if he would mind holding the mic closer, I'm having a hard time
Oh,
hearing,
okay.
that's all.
Holding that too far away. Holding that down here. Yes, sir.
Need to be like Madonna.
Thank
So
you.
we do get, I would say now, probably 400,000 to 500,000 of the 3.5 comes from non-member related events, tournaments, banquets, things of that nature. Huge profit center, by the way, and that is why our board is agreeable to it. If we rent all of our spaces, the garden room, the lower room, and patio, we get 12.5 for just the rental fees alone, not counting the minimums that we establish for food and beverage. So the average big event is a $20,000-$30,000 event, if not more. And that is something that with the right eyes and the right programming, you can do some of that here, but only if you want it. And it has to be done the right way. And I know we talked about events. So we're not going to jam that down your throat. If you want a 20% mix of non-member events, or if you want 0% mix of non-member events, because that's what this is about here, then that's what will happen. But how do we program those events?
This question I didn't quite grasp. What is a typical FME loss ratio to FME revenue? Because that's
We're looking at the subsidy, I think. So in other words, on $1 million of business, we got a $500,000 subsidy.
yeah. So we don't have a typical because a good number of our properties run in one.
Okay.
So
So
is that because you charge a membership fee, obviously to be in it, or
no, this is just
it's
revenue.
just, okay.
Revenue
So
expenses. Yeah.
is that, how many of your clubs are bundled?
That's a good question. Without going to the details, let's just call it 200.
I'm sorry, what did you say, sir?
10-ish, somewhere in the neighborhood like that. I have to go through our
It's okay,
portfolio.
in those bundled communities, I'm interested in the bundled communities, because obviously you don't choose, you choose your house, right? And so in those communities, is there a subsidy, or do you also operate without a subsidy?
So I'll tell you, Del Webb, Naples, bundled, no subsidy. Stillwater, bundled, St. Johns County, Northeast Florida, no subsidy. At Terra, we're running a loss there.
A small one, yeah. And I think one of the big things to consider though is, at Terra, they're open 7 days a week, multi-outlets.
Or direct.
Or directed, and we even encourage them to re-examine that. You have $50 worth of sales at the snack bar on Mondays, it might be time to just take a look at adjusting that. But also, if that is what you want as your service level, as long as we're all agreeable to that, then that's how we'll function. But I think, please understand that the dynamic of what gets you to profit loss in food and beverage is hugely dependent on how you intend to operate it. The more you're open, the more you potentially lose. And also at clubs like this, at clubs like mine, we run about a negative 15%. But that's because of how we intend to operate. We willingly run certain events at a deficit, but not a huge profit. We're not trying to drive the bottom line. We're trying to drive the experience. So what we look at my club, and I look at for multiple of the clubs that fall in this dynamic, is the benchmarking of clubs like that. And so, having a deficit is actually a pretty standard thing. If you look at all the benchmarking data across the country, you can look at RSM, Ladry, CMAA, club benchmarking, you look at anyone you want, depending on where you fall in the tier of club and in the region you're in, most, if not all, operate at some deficit. And it also has to do with where you dump your dues. Like if I put my social dues to the F&B line, we'd be the best performing department at the club. But we don't do that, and you don't do that here. And there are mechanisms in GAAP accounting that can allocate a percentage of that, but you don't want to be caught up in that. You just want to make sure that you're operating properly. And most clubs, communities that I've been involved with, whether transition, due diligence, whatever it may be, have a difficult time pulling that Band-Aid off of closing down on the Monday, right? Or the Tuesday, because it's just a dead zone. Again, we could leave it that way, or we could, talk about changes, but that's where your bottom line really takes
That answer that.
It did answer my question, and I think that, at a different point, I might want to delve more granularly into your club performance based on bundled, non-bundled, dues level,
Yes.
that kind of thing. I mean, we'll need more information, but obviously that was very helpful. And Terra markets to the public as well, right?
They,
For dining.
they do,
And I'll-
but
I
for
mean,
limited
I'm
things.
familiar with them because my parents were screen.
Okay.
And so I actually went there a lot, and it was, they didn't live in Terra, but they lived near, and so that was kind of their go-to restaurant if they wanted. So it was a public, they definitely catered to more than their membership.
Yeah, they've changed their view on that, but they still remain open to the public, I think, on Sunday brunch, which is a little, I'm sure it's fine, but a little unusual, especially when you get into those busier brunch dates and holidays and things of that nature. But again, that's what they want to do there, and we support that.
Thank you.
Dropping down to one of these questions, what's the average high-low labor revenue? So again, even with everything I have going on, and of course we have to pay our team and our executive chef a lot, we still operate at a 47% labor cost. I know the labor here is very, very high, and that comes from two things, just high labor and big schedules, but also not enough program revenue to support the system. Average flow through, I'm another example, 6 and a half almost. Prior club I was at Hilton Head with Hampton, another private club and community, 7 or 8 years, maybe or so while I was there, but quite a bit of tenure, you'll see that. National accounts agreements, have you gone into that at all, or distributed that?
No.
Again, hugely beneficial from a superintendent standpoint. They're going to be the national vendors that are already using Harold's and a few others. And if they participate in those programs and hit certain spend levels, there are rebates, incentives, and better, I'll call it better customer service in terms of terms and other things. On the food side, it's going to be Cisco. It's going to be Southern Wine. You're probably already buying from them. Cheney, you're probably buying from. That used to be our partner. It's now Cisco. I do a product mix every month, maybe 2 months, of about 40 what we call market basket items. That would be what my chef and his team typically purchase most consistently. Every time we look at that run of Cheney pricing, our old Cheney pricing compared to Cisco Hampton pricing, it's been a 7% improvement in that market basket. Now, we still buy from Cheney, we still buy from Centerpoint, we still buy from Halpern's. We probably should be a higher threshold going to Cisco. We probably have a point savings or so if we did that. But we feel pretty strongly in some of the vendors that we partnered with that we are getting the best quality. But I would tell you, 9 times out of 10, that is what the chef will say. I'm buying from this vendor, not Cisco or not Cheney, because I get a better product and a better price. I can tell you, going back 14 years, Mr. Orender, when I was a GM, called me at my club and we started talking about our vendors. It was US Foods. No, it was Cisco. I was buying from US Foods, and my chef told me that exact same line. I'm getting a better price and a better quality, and I relayed that to MGM. Well, afterwards, I then dug into invoicing on my own. I looked at the comparisons. I looked at everything, and that was a flat-out lie. And I called MGM back and said, I lied to you unknowingly. And if I did that to you, then every chef and every GM in the company is doing that to you. And we started a more comprehensive vendor program at that point that extended way beyond just Cisco's our guy, buy from them. It then became a little more rigid, a little more tracked. I will not say forced. I have never been forced to use a vendor, but in participating with those vendors, even all the pro shop vendors, You get significant savings, that doesn't matter here, but it extends to every department, both admin, food and beverage, golf course maintenance, grounds that you might have here, all of those things will be impacted in a positive way. 10 more minutes. Any of these questions that we should go through here? So these were all simple.
Correct. Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Well, sure.
Thanks. So in your high-end food and beverage labor, the 85% level, what drives it to that?
So that would be Tara.
Yeah. So that one predominantly, it wasn't necessarily high end in club, just high end of the labor percentage. And that's going to come from clubs that operate with more open days, nights, and outlets of service than they probably should. And that's the dynamic at play here for sure, is really understanding where is the threshold of what your residents will be happy with and what operationally is most sound. And there probably is a way of getting there a little bit better than you are now without really changing much in the operation. You need to change the venues and some of the programming and just reinvigorate it to get people excited to come out to your business.
So how well our biggest issue here is, one of our issues here is that we have no idea of how much any event or location is costing us or generating profit or I mean, we know how much sales is generating, but nobody's ever done the analysis of how much labor is needed to set up, operate, close down the tiki bar or the salad bar or this room or any other room properly, or breakfast versus brunch. I've done some analysis, but nobody's really done that completely. How do you handle that?
Well, it's a tough one. So when there's an expectation of, let's say, being open every day, almost regardless of business and I'm not sure that's exactly what is expected here, but it might be how it feels here. The team might eventually no longer offer those ways of reducing or cutting hours. And what you end up finding is that for a standard day, you might have double the staff than you really need. It really boils down to the GM and maybe a strong accountant, maybe an F&B director that could really determine what those percentages are, what those profits are. We run that pretty regularly at my club. We do it at other clubs. It's just a profit analysis. It's just a basic P&L. And in that, we are taking the labor required for that specific event. Now, how did we get to spending the right amount of labor instead of excessive? Just paying attention, So that just comes from your GM or your next level, but it's also going to come from a corporate level. So this was one of the big sticking points at another club, let's say, where they were open a lot. And I'll never forget this, and you might recall too, Justin. There was a point in sort of the early days, and Justin had done an analysis on the snack bar. And I mean, it unequivocally said it should close on this particular day. We were going into the summer, and the board said, appreciate the analysis, but we're going to remain open. And I emailed him and one other person and said, this one's not going to go well, right? Because they see where they're spending. They were at 107% labor in food and beverage, but they were not willing to really make adjustments. You can't just create more revenue by opening. You have a limited audience and you have limited spend. So you might say, I'm going to come to dinner 3 nights a week. Well, if we think we need to open a 4th night, or if the board says we should be opening a 4th night, you're not coming. And so your limited income or your resident-based limited income participation has to be part of the equation of this, the proper nights of service, proper days of service. Is it in here versus out there? When is it best to program that one instead of this one? So it's complicated. But it is largely driven on the GM and the operator really analyzing what it should be. And that's just, it takes some time, unless you get the right person. It really does. I could say with my team right now, if I'm not around and it's a slow day or it's a rain day, we won't send them. So to be clear, servers don't cost a very good money unless they're at a locked wage of some kind. you never really want to cut that back if you don't have to. You want to cut support staff and kitchen staff as long as you're not compromising service. So if it rains today and I'm not on site, I'll do this because I'm neurotic. I'll send an email or a text to my team and say, make reductions, make cuts, but not if you have worthwhile work to perform, and do not compromise service. Of course, it's a Monday, so I'm not going to do that on Monday, but that's the message I always give my team. My team and most teams understand that we only need 3 today. Why do we have 5? Why do we have 6? If no one's watching, everybody wants 40 plus hours a week. And if no one's watching and no one cares, because the mindset is, well, they said they want to open every day, no matter what the business is. Then these schedules become redundant, and then you have people just open the clock, I mean, and it all can be corrected, but this is one of the reasons why management companies get a bad rap right out of the gate. Like, we won't even get our foot on the door to meet and greet and look like nice guys before people start to think that we're the bad guys, because in most cases, something's happening that probably shouldn't happen. So you just got to pay attention and make proper adjustments. That was a lengthy answer.
That's a good answer.
Are any of your other properties a CDD?
River Hall, Stillwater,
Two.
What?
Probably like 10 or 12, yeah, total, something.
Eagle Harbor. There's one area I'd like to point out too, this, how will we manage integration and training
Yes.
of current staff? So, this is constant and continuous, so let me just put that as the overarching theme here.
Yeah.
The integration piece is important, so, team members have this security feeling, right, or this preservation focus when there is management changes. We retain 97% of the people that when we make a transition. 3% are typically because accountability measures come into play and they put their hands up in the air and they say, I don't want to be accountable. That's okay, right? Some people break up, and that's true. But the fact is that 97% stay with us allows us to maintain some of the consistency, and then making sure that their careers are going in the right direction and their service levels start to increase. So we put our arms around our team members, knowing that, going back to the comment I made earlier, people serving people, being managed by people, right? So this is a people 360. We make sure that they're, and I use the term unrelenting focus here, is making sure that they're focused on that their careers are going in the right direction and the services that we provide. So our onboarding goes into great detail. I'm certainly not going to burden you with that today, but it is hyper specific on the things that we execute, and they have to be flawless, not just because of the things that we have to do from a legal standpoint and for them, but more so if we drop the ball from the start, if things feel a little diluted or we do something that's inaccurate from the start, we will not get their trust back. So it has to be flawless in how we digitally track this stuff, and there's breadcrumbs all the way through, and making sure that they're really understand.
I think that we're running out of time. Can I just backtrack to something? Management fees, expenses, employee burden. So you're getting $9,800 a month management fee. Is there a burden on top of the employee other than the actual FICA total pass-throughs? There is no, you said there's no accountant here any longer? All that's done and no, so that's included in your management fee?
Sure.
No, is there incentive percentage that you get if you do that? Or is it?
So we have two compensation structures, really, two management structures. We can certainly identify that. So you're operating at a effectively a loss when you take your dues, right? So we do not burden our clients that are operating a loss with an incentive. We have performance assurance and we have incentive. So if you're operating at a positive net NOI, then we can talk about incentive. We want to get you there, but because of your current financial modeling, I'd be doing you a disservice if I said, hey, we're going to bolt on an incentive, but you're operating at a negative NOI.
So basically, this give or take $120,000 a year. That's it. There's no other fee, no other charge, no other expense. The lawyers pass throughs, HR, any expenses.
The only small piece, if we're doing the same, would be the payroll processing, which does include some other benefits, but it's 1.7%.
Yeah, that's baked into the budget.
Yeah, so but as I understand, currently it's like 30% overhead markup on every employee, and well, that overhead really should be 12 to 15%. Yeah, that doesn't exist.
Well, please, so 12 to 15%, so let's backtrack that. FICA,
That's taxes.
okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying, it's, taxes are about 8%. So you said 10 to 12, so what's the other 2 points?
Just factors in all the tax elements, and then if you do get benefits, so it really just puts a dollar figure on the overhead burden that is truly
Oh,
related
the medical.
to the employee.
Got it.
No overhead burden attached to him.
Okay, got it, okay,
No, just standard overhead.
okay, got it, okay.
Yeah, we realize that there's a hole in the market. There's certainly some white space there, and it all has to do with full transparency on these bolt-ons. That we saw from our
Yes.
competitors in that competitive
Yes.
space, like, we just don't, this is one fee and that's it.
And the other question is, I like the concept of if you don't hit your margins, you suffer. How do we put in some protections that we're not suffering if you suffer? In other words, if you see you're gonna start missing all of these targets, that portions will get smaller, labor starts getting thin, service levels drop along the way.
You pick this up. Remember, we're not in a long-term agreement. So if we start missing on budget and then we start missing on execution, and like, there's a reason we have staged it this way. And we have to do what we say we're gonna do. And it's really gonna be incumbent on the board. If we start messing around, and we're not doing the right things. Now, mind you, go ask our clients. They're in the same space that this would be, the same structure. Pulte's been with us for almost 15 years now, right? Our clients, we're fortunate because we do what we say we're gonna do. That is truly, like, if you had to put a comment on our office window, that would be, do what we say. And it has to do with how we build our budgets, how we do our execution. If we don't, our clients have the ability and the autonomy to just say.
So
What staff is actually on site?
Which staff is actually on site is what, I think you were gonna ask the same question.
Well, I was gonna ask the same question, but in regard to the amenities portion, because we've been focusing on food and beverage, but go ahead, Ken.
So you mean
No,
staff on site from the
that's the
county
question.
can and non, yeah. Maybe we can answer both. What staff is on site across the board?
Well, it wouldn't be changing here outside of your accounting features.
Okay.
So
Can you hand him the mic, please?
Oh, yeah, hand it,
Yes.
yeah, sorry.
You have racket sports, you have racket sports professional now. I mean, all these would be evaluated, obviously, as we did budget. So, depending on what part of the year we started, let me kind of go out of bounds and come back and answer this question. Depending on what time of the year that we would start, we'd obviously identify whether it's fiscal or calendar, how do we budget properly, and then how do we identify what team members are essential and what team members will continue in these roles. Not saying that some are going to some not. Now, to get to your question, I can see where I'm wandering a little bit. All those that are on site currently would be evaluated. We'd say yes, obviously, keep your general manager, keep the food and beverage director, executive chef, sous chef, bar manager, all those things. What our concepts from a support perspective have a lot to do with is removing some of the burden, the labor burden that can be done remotely. You do not need an on-site accountant, on-site AR, AP. They're just not necessary. So we have scalability within inside our accounting team, and we've done all remotely. All that stuff is done digitally. There's no reason to stand up invoicing. So to answer your question, I think more directly would be whatever is currently on site serving, we would make suggestions to the board that would lead to the board's decision if that role needed to be enhanced. Do we need to add another body? Do we need to remove a body? Do we need to adjust responsibilities? I can't say on target, this is what would be my body, or a full-time person, or my role, but, so it would be evaluated. Does that make sense?
Well, what's typical in a club of our size for on-site staff?
Yeah, so 900 gross F&B ballpark. So.
Well, plus all the amenities.
Yeah, no, yeah, but just starting there. You certainly need racket sports, you need fitness director, general manager, executive chef, probably have a Sue, Jamie. Yeah, bar manager. Could be a front of house bar manager role. Then your servers, and then you're gonna have a maintenance person. Let me see.
So when you say fitness, does that include fitness as well as aquatics? Or would we need aquatics as well?
I think, so to answer the question a little bit differently, if this team is great right now, we retain pretty much the entire team,
Sure.
with the exception to changes that the board and everyone agrees to. So it will be your team, they will just be Hampton employees because Hampton takes on the burden.
Understood.
Now, to tell you how it normally goes, when I took over, even just regionally of Laurel Oak, I probably thought I would clear out half of my food and beverage staff. They've been there forever. They were taking certain liberties, yada, yada, yada. I didn't change any of them. You learn what a person's strengths are and their weaknesses. And I'll give you one example, Mario, phenomenal server, but he messes up more tickets than anybody on staff and other little things. But if you walk in and you see Mario, he's going to run to you and give you your thing. And if you have a kid with you or a grandkid, he's going to go get ice cream for that. So what he gives you from that level is irreplaceable on the operational level. That's the assessment that we have to make of the team. I'm going to tell you in advance. Usually if you think someone's phenomenal out there, they are, but there's a lot behind the scenes that is not. So my job is to make that assessment. We wouldn't make any changes in that regard until it was discussed and really planned through. But the goal would be to just bring everybody on board and make sure they're operating where they need to be in their bucket of strengths, not their weaknesses. So it'll change it. And whether it's fitness or aquatic, I think what this place needs, just in looking at the structure we have now versus what could be, a GM that's probably dual role, strong food and beverage background so they can help drive that thing. And then I'll call it a lifestyles, amenities, someone that then does all the other stuff. A little bit of fitness, a little bit of pool, driving, programming at the pool. Right now you've got a little too many layers and maybe no one strong enough to drive that department. So it's just staggered. And then you have a GM that can really bring it all together, it seems. So that's how it looks like a restructure would occur, but a long ways from that.
Got it.
Yeah. And to be clear, we have a new GM. He started that.
Oh, good,
Yeah.
good,
And he's phenomenal.
good,
Yes.
fantastic,
Absolutely phenomenal. So
fantastic.
I think unless, Ken, did you have something else? Because we're a little bit over, but we're gonna, is it okay if you hang out for a bit while we get through our other stuff? We've got
They're all
some
yours.
stuff set up and I think we'll probably, we'll organize it that way and have you back in. Are you all okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay,
sure.
good.
Absolutely.
Yes, yes.
Good, perfect.
Yes, ma'am.
We don't know what we're gonna have to ask.
Yeah. Well,
We need to
yeah.
make sure that we cover them.
Don't, yep, I see it. Thank you, my friend.
Whoa.
Shouldn't be the same
Wow.
Yeah,
Should be no. Let's put that under. Let's take this the other way with it. There we go.
Thank you.
We'll have Rich trip over us. There we go. Ah.
And it's not freezing in here. Yeah. Oh, I did. I had a Right, Ready here. Sorry about the delay.
We're back.
Yes, sir.
All right then. So, okay. Great.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Super. Oh, shoot. Big clogs
There
these
you go.
days. Thanks. Super.
Are these individuals joining us or?
I'm that
They're kind of
individual.
sitting here and one is online, so when you,
We're here.
I don't want to have my.
I'm sure.
and when you speak, just so you know, we have Supervisor Ken Smiles online, so when you speak, we're gonna need you to use the mic or he can't hear you, so.
Okay.
So we have Cindy, Joe,
Nice to meet you.
myself, and Cheryl, and Ken online.
Yes, 5 of us. 5 supervisors.
Working? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
There we go.
Yay.
Thank you. All right. Are we ready? Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
And who's on the line?
Ken.
Ken
Ken,
Smart.
can you hear us okay?
When you sit closer to the phone, yes,
Closer to the mic? How's that?
or the phone.
Well, we can't get closer to the phone.
Word?
He's-
So it's this phone.
Well, no, it should,
No, it
it should
should
be
be
this.
that.
Yeah, it should be a computer.
Is it that thing right there? Is that
Is
that?
it this?
No, because that was for the webcast.
Oh.
Let me try to move the iPad a little closer, Ken.
Yeah, I'd rather hear them than see them.
Okay, do you want to,
Well, I won't take that personally, Ken.
do you want,
No offense.
Ken, do you want me to call you on my iPhone and put the iPhone on? Can you hear
That's
him?
fine too.
Okay.
Either way,
Can you hear him on the mic?
Can you hear me, Ken?
yes.
Okay.
All right, we'll kick things off. Well, we certainly appreciate being here today. My name is Doug Hellman, I'm the Chief Development Officer with Bobby Jones Links. And in the back of the room is Ray Whitlock, he's our Director of Culinary. I have visited, believe it or not, Venetian River Club probably 4 times in the past 10 years. Looking at previous managements, I know the club pretty well. I especially want to thank Rich for all the information he shared, for being very thorough in going back and forth. Hopefully, we provided a level of detailed information for the board of supervisors who really get to know who we are. What we did today is have copies of our deck. We have a copy of our service standard card, which I'll touch on, and then some other information, as well as the questions that we submitted. I believe everyone has copies of those. I did provide copies of those as well. We'll talk a little bit about our company, key opportunities, relationship, benefits of a relationship. But first and foremost, what I'd really like to do is I'll walk very quickly through the presentation because the board has the presentation, and I'd really like to get into questions and answers. That's how you get to know us. We can get to know the board better. We can get to know, I don't know if questions of the residents or everybody has questions. We're open book. We'd love to hear questions and do our best to answer those. We were founded in 2000. We're a 25-year-old company. We're celebrating our 25th anniversary this year, in fact. We're based in Alpharetta, suburb of Atlanta, and we have an office in Naples, which I head up. So I'm only 186 miles down the road. We're small in nature. We manage only 39 clubs. I came from the big private equity world, and I realized in the private equity world, the big management companies, you couldn't be hands-on. You really weren't listening to your client. You were forced to grow to meet private equity demands versus really being solution-oriented. You're shaking your head. So you probably know that world.
Oh, yeah.
It's a tough world. All I did, I never paid attention to clients. All I did is run reports and try to grow top line revenue. So we're more of a boutique lifestyle management company. We have expertise, deep bench strength, expertise in all facets of club operations, lifestyle operations, amenity operations. Like I said, we have 39 clubs presently in 12 states, and we have two clients in Florida. Steve Willie, this is a little bit different. Steve Willie is one of our co-founders. Steve actually engages with clients. He rolls up his sleeves. He's part of our operations team, and he works hand in hand. He attends board meetings, and he makes sure that he's holding our teams accountable. Guys like Ray, who visits the clubs, very, very much into being very personalized, getting to know our clients, bringing solutions and getting to know them on a more personal basis. Like I said, we have deep expertise in all areas of club operations and many lifestyle operations. One of the biggest things, and I think this is sort of the secret sauce that we focus on, is staff training. Having a great team culture, a culture that's focused on stewardship, outreach, ambassadorship, and really understanding our members and our boards that we work with. We host a lot of focus groups, so we will invite members in to sit down with us. Our general managers are known and trained to manage by walking around, not sitting and being protected in an office somewhere. Actually walking the pool deck, getting to know the members, listening to them, inviting them in for monthly coffees. It's almost unheard of in the industry that if we can't keep our fingers on the pulse of what the members are thinking, we can't really serve them, right? We also do it with our staff. We do look at the business, we look at the club as a business. It's recreation, it's lifestyle, it's fun, but at the end of the day, it is a business. So we look at that, the standard operating procedures, best management practices, and putting accountability measures in place. And lastly, because of our size, we have the benefit of national accounts. So we'll leverage national accounts where it makes sense. And we get discounted pricing if the club will benefit. And a lot of times you don't change any of the suppliers, but the savings goes directly to the bottom line. I mentioned it, I touched on it, and I'll touch on it a little bit more here, is a real focus on hospitality. Everybody comes to the club to enjoy themselves, whether it's food and beverage, whether it's the aquatics, whether it's tennis, pickleball, fitness. Everybody comes to the club, but the common denominator is the experience, great experiences. Food and beverage is part of that. Everybody eats. Everybody in this room eats. We want to make this club the hub of the community. People want to come, socialize, build camaraderie. A culture of ambassadorship. We'll establish a member journey. A lot of clubs that we work with, the board has a different perspective of the member journey. And what I mean by that is when you arrive at the club, what should it feel like? What is your journey throughout your time at the club? And then when you leave the club, did you have a wow moment? Did you have an experience that says, wow, I love what I experienced today? Maybe it was a staff member doing something extra special. Maybe it was that new drink. Maybe it was a new food and beverage item that Ray helped introduce to the club that the staff is executing. Do we need to stop a second?
I
Is it-
think he's having a little trouble hearing. Can you hear okay?
Yeah, I just got a
Tim
text.
says the audio's off.
Yeah, I just got a text that says there's an issue with the sound. It's super hard to hear.
I think it's more the microphone system.
Okay.
Speak into it. If you speak into a little more like this.
Is that better?
There you go.
Yeah. Rather just use the phone.
Okay, Ken, why don't you hang up? I'll call you. From my iPhone.
There's no phone right now. There is no phone right now, so Joe's.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me give Ken a call.
That's for the feed for YouTube. So you're going national. We don't pay royalties. So
There we go. Is that any better?
No.
How can you hear me now? Is that better?
Is that any better, Ken?
Ken?
No.
What did you put your phone up by that mic?
Yeah.
The speaker right there.
We'll leave you there.
right now.
Ken, can you hear me?
Yes.
There you
Is
go.
does that work for you then?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay.
Perfect, thank you.
Sorry about that.
Sorry about that. Get back to you.
Are you able to see the screen?
He's got the deck.
Okay, all right. I was just touching on a slide that speaks to our focus on building culture and team culture and hospitality, and creating the member journey. And as I was saying, a lot of times we work with a club, the members have their idea of the member journey. The board has their idea of the member experience and journey, and then the staff has their idea. And very, very rarely do they all align? Very, very rarely. So Allison Caldarling, who's our Vice President of Experiences, would be at the club on a regular basis, working with the staff, working with focus group members, and working with the board to figure out what is it that this member journey is supposed to look like? Is it real tight and buttoned up? Is it more casual? Does it change throughout the day? And every club has their own DNA, and every club is unique, and that's why we really focus on creating a member journey for the club. That said, we do have 17 service standards, and the board members have a little card, and these are developed. And there's 17 different service standards that basically align with being the essence of hospitality, stewardship, caring for one another, and being an ambassador of that member journey. We want to make the club the employer of choice. We understand that, and most clubs today are having a hard time and struggling with retaining staff, hiring really good staff. We've developed this hospitality program and training program to make the clubs that we work in sort of the employer of choice. We attract A players and B players, and a lot of times we never have to terminate anybody because the C players, they figure, you know what, I don't fit here so well. I think I'm going to go somewhere else now. Our goal is to become the employer of choice in the market. Wow moments. We have this thing called the Freedom 15, and Ray can touch on it in a bit here. A department head can go up to a staff member and say, hey, Joey, Freedom 15. Joey now has 15 minutes to go anywhere on the property and create a wow moment for a member. That might be a cold drink. That might be a cold towel. That might be just asking them how their day's going. But to create a wow moment, and I always phrase it, doing the unexpected at the most opportune times. And those are creating that sense of, wow, we have a special place here. We're not just any club. We don't cookie cutter. It's for the Venetian River Club. What's that?
Barbara is always creating.
Good moments, I hope. So I'll talk about a few things, key opportunities. One is shifting the mindset. A lot of clubs we work with, the staff are more into operating the club. That's punching in, punching out. Managing the club is very different. Managing the club is changing the mindset of your department heads all the way to the lowest staff members, the hourly staff that are transit. They might be here for a year. They might only be here during the season. But it's all about changing the mindset to say, you know what are we going to do today better than we did yesterday? How are we going to improve on something? Some days it's small, some days it's big. But it's shifting the mindset from an operations mindset to a management, providing attention from our key department heads in our support center in Atlanta. That's the Steve Willies, that's the Rays, that's the Mike Nolans. We would dedicate a team of individuals, not just one, that would be dedicated to improving all facets of the operations here with a big focus on food and beverage. And that's why Ray's here today. And part of that is instilling a sense of ownership. It's not a job. There's a career path here. Wherever you want to take it. A lot of times we have younger people, even mid-career, where we develop them to the point where they go on and excel in other industries. Most stay in the hospitality industry because of the training we provide. Our goal isn't to just train people and have them leave, but we provide value and depth to what they do every single day. It's not just directing people. We really work with them on the why. Why are we doing this? Why are we so focused on member experiences? Improved communication. On the right, I don't know if you can see it. That's a weekly bulletin that goes out to the membership at Travis Point Country Club in Ann Arbor, Michigan. It talks about what is going on this week. You've got a beautiful new board from the last time I was here, right?
Yes.
Those are sort of the things, but unless you're coming to the club, you don't see it. So we try to figure out through focus groups, how does this membership like to be communicated to? Is it email? Is it through the website? We did an audit of your website. There's significant opportunity to improve it. The board has our thoughts in our question response. Is it text? Is it email? Is it at the website? Is it a printed? We still have clubs that like to have a printed newsletter. right?
Yeah.
So those are things that we work with and we work through, but we have to understand it's not just cookie cutter. You can't say, well, it worked at this club, so it's going to work there. We have to be open-minded, bring fresh ideas, but also listen to the membership. And then breathe new life. We were walking around, we've got a lot of great programs. We don't know how well they're executed. I can tell you from the food and beverage side, from a profitability standpoint, and I'll touch on that in just a second. We get a lot of events, but you really have to get your arms around these events in terms of how they're executed. We would leverage the business side in terms of best management practices, standard operating procedures, and then what we call, how many people are familiar with the entrepreneurial operating system? It's EOS. We've adopted it. It's third party, but it's a program that we use to basically run and manage meetings, but also to keep people engaged in those meetings. We have quarterly rock setting. Those are quarterly goals. It's not just an annual goal. So during the month of that quarter, we're working toward accomplishing those goals. All the department heads have quarterly rocks. It's what we're achieving as part of the business plan that the board would approve. Weekly L10 staff meetings. We call them L10s, but we have weekly department and staff meetings. So everybody knows what's going on. In addition to that, we have 555s. Those are impromptu. With a staff member, you can see a staff member is just kind of out of it, right? Having a bad time. There may be something going on in their personal life. They may have something going on, a staff member. There's something going on. So we have these 555s that we sit down with staff members versus waiting until the end of the year or until they're totally off the rails. And we sit down and say, hey, Mike, let's have a conversation. One-on-one, person to person, staff member, not employer to staff member, but really to understand, to care about them. And when we do those things, they step up. They respond in a very positive and proactive way. The other thing that we do at a shift change and on a daily basis, we start the day with a daily huddle. So the entire team gets together by department, and you start the day with a huddle. And you say, hey, what are we accomplishing today? Read a service standard. What are the specials in food and beverage? What are events coming up? A lot of clubs have silos, right? This group over here stays in their lane. You know, the rackets might stay in their lane. The aquatics and the pools stay in different pools. They're staying in their lane, and they don't talk, right? And the members, they may not be able to put their finger on it, but the members are saying, something's just not right, right? So we start the day, every single day with a daily huddle. I'm not in our home office. I call in every single day at 9:15, except today. So I'm missing the huddle. The other thing that I think is important to focus on is maximizing the revenue that's coming in, right? Maximizing, make sure that you can put away reserves. So when you have to paint the building, everything from the day it's built, from that day on, it starts going downhill, right? And if you don't have a reserve study, if you don't have reserves put in place from a business perspective, then you're kind of caught. Where's that bank account? Where are we going to get this money to pay for the HVAC system if it hasn't been maintained or when it breaks down? Because inevitably, our AC units here further on constantly, right? They put a lot of maintenance and upkeep. So one of the things that we work with is looking at the CapEx plan, looking further out, and setting up a reserve so you can have the money in the bank to pay for those sorts of things. This is a big area, food and beverage. We've looked at all the financials. We've kind of dug deep into them and saw some opportunities. What we could tell through February 25 is your cost of goods are about 57%. This is revised since that deck. What we did is we took this club, benchmarked it against similar club sizes and operations, right? So it's just not seated advance. This is a revised slide. I'll send you a revised deck.
Okay.
Right? So this is in our proposal.
Okay.
That you see.
Yes.
So we benchmarked it. So we're just not grasping at straws saying, hey, we think we can do this based on similar clubs, similar size operations, and so forth. We're achieving a cost of goods of about 45% with the a la carte mix and then the banquet and buffet. If we were able to achieve a 45% cost of goods, it's about a $75,000 bump to the bottom line. How do you do that? How would we do that? It's just not pricing. It's a combination of things. It's kind of like the candy store. It's nickels, dimes, and quarters. And at the end of the day, they all add up. So you're reducing shrinkage. Does anybody know what shrinkage is? So I don't have to go into it. Portion controls. What size are the portions? When you look at the portions, do a lot of members leave a lot of stuff on their plates? Should we have a small plates menu? Should we have something else, right? Inventory controls. How are we managing our inventories? Are we over ordering? Are we under ordering? We run into a bind where for certain things, we got to go off property,
Yes.
which is costly, right? You're paying retail. Cross utilization. This is where Ray really gets involved heavily at the property, working with the food and beverage team day in and day out to help figure these things out. Cross utilization. How many salads? How many different types of lettuce? How many different types of meat? How many different types of whatever it is? So cross utilization of menu items, costing out your menu items, and then obviously looking at pace reports. Using the technology that we have to look at where are we on pace with different menu. Ray, what's a pace report?
Or we can look back and see what we sold last year.
Yeah, that's okay, just for Ken, I want to make sure you can hear.
Can you hear me, Ken? Ken?
You might be on mute.
Oh, okay. A pace report,
Oh, great.
okay, a pace report is where we can look into last year's sales, and we can schedule labor, we can schedule ordering, all in what we did this time last year. So we're able to see what's coming up just based on what we've done in the past. For example, 4th of July is coming up. Did we do 500 people last year? So if we did, we need to schedule for that. So that's a pace report explanation.
It's a template.
Yeah, it's a template. Yeah.
It's a template that we have, and it's a tool that we bring to the property. On the backside of this deck, if we have time, I'll walk through some of the checklists, some of the tools, some of the resources that we bring. Now, a lot of times, it's just not handing something to the team, right? You have to show them how to use it,
Yeah.
and then show them how to use it again. And sometimes, show them again, and work with the team to make sure that they're using the tools properly. Because they can be confusing, especially when you're introducing new things. Labor controls. This was a big one. When we were looking at it, and I was working with Ray on this and Steve Willie on it, we looked at it and said, how could the labor, food and beverage labor as a percentage of revenue be 102%? So we're thinking that it's being allocated differently, or maybe it's put into food and beverage. That's what we're hoping.
No, it's really into food and beverage. It's too many front, it's a lot of front of house people.
So that's a big opportunity. And again, when we benchmarked it as a percentage of food and beverage revenue, what we saw across multiple properties, our food and beverage labor as a percentage of revenue runs about 41.25%. It's astronomical. Now, I'm not saying we're going to cut, right, wholesale, but it's a big area of opportunity. But again, one of the things we would do is sit down with the board, sit down with the focus group and say, hey, as part of that member journey, what's the expectation? Are you looking for 3 waiters and waitresses per table? Or what should the coverage be, right? But you have to be looking at it. And we're going to look at it, and Ray's going to look at it, and other teams are going to look at it. You look at labor analysis and scheduling, leveraging, Ray touched on it, looking at the POS to figure out what are the reports, using the technology. There's an amazing amount of data that we dive into to help us be better managers. You can't do it seat of the pants. When you're doing a seat of the pants, that's when you get those kind of numbers. I've not seen these numbers before. If it is correct, you're saying it's correct. Those are big numbers. Training and cross-training, right? So if somebody's working in food and beverage and they only work in the dining room, or they only work buffets, we're going to cross-train those individuals, right? Because a lot of them will work the hours. If they know why they're working the hours, if they enjoy working the hours, they'll work the hours. And then you don't have to have the overtime, which is a lot sometimes, and you can allocate your resources just using really solid labor scheduling tools. Those are fundamental. And then enhancing member engagement. Right now, you've got a lot of programs. We've got a great board out there. There's some posters outside. The average spend per month is about $55. That's the per member. Some are spending, I know what I spend in my club. It's a lot more than that, and I hate to admit it. But the average, if you took the total spend divided by the number of members, is about 55. If we can increase that, right? Again, benchmark, we're at about $156. If you were able to increase that, right, $30+ a month, it really is a big number. But it's not just about the number. Nobody likes to come to a club where there are people, right? Nobody wants to come to an event. Where's not fun? We don't have a great vibe, right? That's why the busy restaurants, the parking lot's full and you still pull in, right? And you wait, and there's a waiting list. It's crazy, but that's how we're programmed. On the flip side, you drive past a restaurant, nobody's in the parking lot. I know we can get seated right away, but we're not going to go there because nobody else is there, right? So part of it is the financial, but part of it is breathing new life, creating the vibe that everybody joined this community and lives in this community for. Our relationship, Steve Willie will be invested, working with the board, working with the members, a seamless transition. We don't have a school bus full of staff. Our goal is to retain the staff and retrain them. The board will receive weekly dashboards, PACE reports, detailed monthly client financials and scorecards, and then a business plan, as well as a CapEx improvement plan. We encourage feedback, as I mentioned. We'll be proactive, seeing around the corner, not reactive, and we're hands-on. Senior Vice President of Operations is here at least on a monthly basis. Revenue management, social media. Ray will be on site. Allison Cole Darling will be on site as well, working with the teams. We're very hands-on. Have a lot of touches to achieve the goals. These are the business terms that I added to the deck, and again, I'll send this to you. An initial term of 3 years, $114,000 annual fee, a transition fee of $5,000. That covers all the additional people that will be here. That first 30, 60, 90 days, we have to hit it. We cannot have any hiccups. It's got to be seamless for the staff and for the members. We have a financial performance incentive that we'd be able to earn. We'd be willing to work with that. Actually, in all of this, we're open-minded. We've never had an agreement, a contract, and/or fees get in the way of creating a relationship. I'd be happy to sit down with the board and talk about things if it makes sense to work things through, and if we're a good fit. The fees that we have provide for a very high level of involvement from different functional support experts. The benefits? Go ahead.
The fees, you have an incentive for performance. Do you also have a disincentive?
We can talk
in
about
other
that.
words- Okay,
We can talk about
not
Sure.
baked in.
Not baked in. The board would maintain control. It's your club, right? The board members have been elected to speak for the members, but at the same time, we have the focus groups who want to hear from the members what they want their club experience to be. We do not have an employee payroll burden. So we don't have a charge on top of benefits, on top of payroll. It's a direct pass-through expense. Is everybody familiar with the payroll burden and how it works? We don't charge one of those. Consistent execution, enhanced member programming, industry perspective. We hear this a lot. Clubs tend to operate sort of in a vacuum. So what we like to do is bring what's working at other clubs, what's going on in the industry. So 6 months from now, we're looking forward. Here's what's coming down the pipe. AI in the club business, in the club world, is changing every day. We are heavily invested in working through AI, embracing AI to make the club operations more efficient, communications more efficient, leveraging the data and the interpolation of that data through AI. We're actively investing a lot of money in that, and it's mind-blowing. Quite honestly, I'm glad on the age I am, because my head just spins when I start thinking about what we can do.
Join the club.
So, bench strength, cost efficiencies. The other thing that's important is there's a lot of movement in real estate right now, especially in Florida. one of the most important things is protecting your home values as homeowners. That's important to us too. And as the club goes, so do home values. So it's important to us. We keep that in mind, that it's not just this club in the footprint of the club that's impacted, it's also your home values. With that, I'd welcome questions.
Well, just for the audience and people at home listening, no, okay. So, just for the audience, whatever, Bobby Jones has given us a very detailed proposal and a very detailed answers to questions, which obviously we don't have. I don't know if we're going to make that available to the residents, but there's great specificity that I think people should be aware of. But one of the comments about the specificity is comes to your incentive bonus. I think we need to look at that or reimagine something different, because you get 10%. If we do 10% better on the operating revenue, you get $17,000. If we had a budget of $10, we go $11, that's 10%.
Yeah, we would be absolutely
we need
open
to-
looking at
yeah.
all of it.
Yes, I saw that in the documentation when I was reading through it, I know, but then on the flip side, there's an adjustment the other way as
Yeah.
well.
So the way
it works
that,
both ways.
the way that the
I
incentive
can see
works
that.
right now is if we achieve budget that the board adopts and approves, there's an incentive. If we exceeded it, then say it's exceeded by 10%, then it's not the 17, it's actually 10% of
Of that
the,
Of the
17,
delta? Of the
You
delta?
got
of
it.
the 17.
Of the 17.
So it becomes like 8 times 4 or
Right.
something,
Okay.
whatever that
Exactly.
number was,
Right.
yes, yeah.
and then,
Yes.
well, then it goes backwards from there.
Well, Ken, could you just repeat that?
Yeah, so if they miss the income target by 10%, they still get a bonus. It's just not 15%.
That's correct. But again, those are things that we'd certainly be open to talking through with the board. Nothing is fixed.
So you still get a bonus if we're budgeted at an operating loss and you operate at less of a loss, you get a bigger bonus.
Not a bigger bonus, but if we achieve the budget, right? A lot of times we come into clubs where they may be losing $1 million. We can't, to get it to a loss of 500, which is in 1 year is a lot of improvement, we still would be incentivized. That's correct. Because we're inheriting, a lot of times we're inheriting a lot of.
Yeah, and we have that.
Yeah.
So that was my issue. Like I said, are we going to make these things available to the residents, Jill? Because there is a lot of great detail here.
I mean, personally, I think we should because
Okay.
it's government. And if we have them and they are de
Okay.
facto public
All right.
documents, I recognize it says confidential, but I don't know if you.
What can we do to lead?
You know, what I need to do, because I got the full list of questions late before I had these all
Yes,
printed up.
understood,
I'll send you, because there's 3 questions
yes.
that are not in that packet.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll send you a
Sure.
revised deck,
Sure,
or whoever, I guess it'll be Rich.
yeah, sure,
I'll send Rich a revised
Sure.
deck and the revised questions.
okay. Do I just take the confidential watermark off?
I will.
Nothing secret
I
about
will.
it.
All right, because like I said, I was very impressed by a lot of what you said. And then my biggest question was the incentive bonuses and how that works. I'm more of a fan of if we make money or we do better, you do better. I have no problem with that. But there should be some disincentive if we don't do as well as expected. There should be some.
Yeah, we're open to discussions. You know, you mentioned incentives. We're also, in terms of key department heads, a lot of clubs don't do this, but we're proponents of having department heads incentive, not just a base salary, but incenting them some way based on firm key performance indicators, right? And that changes the mindset. I own this business, right? The better I perform, the more I do for this club, not just showing up, punching in, punching out, and leaving. that working with the board, we would propose different incentive programs and bonus programs for key department heads. If you're open to it.
One of the things that, as I was doing some of my own digging into your company, I was very impressed by. I actually took out I don't call it photo, but I signed up for Glassdoor, and you get very high marks from employees and former employees and prospective employees. Can you talk just a little bit about the programs that you have for bringing people up? Because the staff is so important. I think what I'm getting at is you talked a lot about staff at the beginning, and I think that's, we don't have a club if we don't have staff. So if you could talk a little bit about the programs.
Well, you have a club. You have a club now. The challenge with probably more so in the past 6 to 7 years, hospitality is hard.
It's very
When everybody's having fun on weekends and holidays, you're expected to work, right, in hospitality. It takes a special gene to love it. Ray has it. Ray's a chef by training. He works in our clubs. He works with everybody to make sure the experience is there. So we do a very thorough vetting process to make sure we're hiring the right people for the right seats on the bus, number one. And then the amount of time that we focus on their development, not just in their positions, but development, especially the younger people, and even, in their 30s and 40s, who are still trying to figure out their career path. We invest a lot of time in them as people and listening to them. And that is a lot of the staff training program we do with Allison does really specifically very well. And then we sit down with them. They're not just on a career path, because sometimes they get into a job and they go, this isn't really what I thought it was going to be. I want to go in this direction. So when we're looking at different individuals, we see the opportunity, maybe take them out of food and beverage, and now they're going to work in this aspect of the operation.Maybe they shouldn't be in the front of the house. Maybe they should be in the back of the house, right? They thought they liked people. But they're more suited for back of the house. They're either extroverted or introverted, right? So we really focus on the individual, not just the role they're playing, right, in the club. And we have a lot of people that grow through our organization, and we're proud of that. That we develop people so they can go on to excel in other positions in the club industry, and maybe not in the club industry. But again, we attract good players too. The bartenders here, the service staff, they know the other people that are working at restaurants. They know people that are working at other clubs. And when we can create the culture, the environment, and reward them for a job well done, they kind of speak with their friends. And then their friends want to come and work here. And it's not all about the pay. It's not all about the pay. Everybody thinks, well, we just got to pay them more. If you pay somebody 50 cents more, and then you 50 cents more somewhere else, if all they're thinking about is the pay, you have to be market. But overpaying is not the solution to retaining staff. Because that 50%, that $1 an hour jumper, they will jump to the next dollar, and then they'll jump to the next dollar. And you can't build cohesion amongst your team. You can't build a good team. And if we don't have good staff, we can't serve the members. You cannot. We start with the staff.
So, food and beverage, you're gonna bring up the amenity questions. Oh, okay, sure. We talked about food and beverage. I want to talk about the amenities a little bit. Can you share with us how many communities that you have that have hard, true tennis courts, and how those tennis courts are maintained, and how you handle the amenities, the pools, the fitness, and the lifestyle side of it?
I'm flipping through some operational audits that we do when I get to the end. I actually put it in the questions. I can't read it. We have 42 tennis courts, 34 pickle courts.
Okay.
8 fitness, 15 pools, indoor and outdoor.
Mm-hmm.
It's in the answer.
I see it.
The data was in the questions and answers.
So how many of those?
Most of those are hard true today.
Most of those are hard true, so you have that expertise.
Yeah. The hard true are not Because we have several bubbles,
Oh,
Okay.
tennis
Uh,
indoor bubbles.
Okay, okay,
What do you know
Just
about
playing
bubbles?
bubbles up there.
okay.
So they're
And
not, they're
how
not.
old are some of those tennis courts? Because I think about our
Vary.
watering float system and you're saying you got that
Some are
background.
new, absolutely,
Okay,
absolutely.
okay.
I mean, we have clubs that are some very old clubs.
Okay, thank you.
In terms of,
Yes, or on-site staff.
Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, what do you typically have for, or would you see for us for on-site staff?
I also have that, I don't know which question it was, but I gave a pretty detailed response in terms of the org structure. General manager, food and beverage, chef. One of the things we would likely not have, because as part of our fee, we provide full service accounting. So we internalize accounts payable, which most management companies do not. That way we can track it, we can see red flags in vendors. And it sounds I'm not casting dispersions anywhere, but a lot of times in the club business, with vendors, there's a lot of side deals that happen. It happens, it's just endemic in the club business. Food and beverage vendors, whatever it might be. So we handle all of the accounts payables. Somebody at the site would still have to basically code them and approve them, but then we're tracking against budget on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, so we're tracking all those things. So that's included in our fee. That's why, you may look fees, I don't know what the other fees are, but that's why that's included. That's why we may have a little bit higher fee, because we include that. But I gave a pretty thorough explanation in terms of we would look at key department heads, but as part of that 30, 60, 90 days, we would evaluate all of the staff. We would look at adjacencies, we'd look at what it takes to run the business, but also run the business in the day-to-day to the expectations of the members, as well as to the board. So to give you a hard and true, what does your staffing model look like? That's pretty cookie cutter, to be quite honest. We don't take a cookie cutter approach.
um,
When you transition a new account, what is your process for retention of current staff and evaluation and that kind of thing?
Our goal is to retain all of the staff. Our goal is to retain all of the staff with one caveat. Unless the board tells us beforehand, we don't think Doug is a very good general manager. We don't think Doug is a very good food and beverage manager. Then we would not retain that person. But during that first 30, 60, 90 days, we're very hands-on. That's when we are actively vetting all of the staff and then making a recommendation to the board. But again, we don't have boatloads of people. Now, if the decision is made that we need a key department head, we have the ability to bring someone in on an interim basis. A lot of times we'll have to bring in an interim general manager, right? And we have the ability to do that. They're not the permanent, but they're here on a daily basis. They're the acting general manager. We can do that.
One other question,
We can hear you. It's good.
good, then I'm done, which is, private events. Do you have non-member private events at any of your clubs?
We do.
And how do you evaluate whether or not you're gonna do that? Talk a little bit about the private events.
We have some private events, weddings, mitzvahs, but it's in balance. We never want to upset the balance between member usage and non-member usage. But it's a decision that ultimately we would work hand in hand with the board to figure out, should we have non-member events? They can be pretty profitable, right? They can test the staff. The other thing is they can expose the club, the community, to people that you may not even know, that might want to live in the community and bring fresh perspective. But ultimately, it's a business plan, it's conversations we would have with the board when they want to have outside events to maximize, revenue without upsetting the members.
so if we did outside events, if we did an event, you would actually have a full analysis after the fact of the entire profitability of the event, including all the labor involved in the kitchen, prepping for the 2 days prior to make sure, so we knew what that event actually cost and made.
Well, it's not only outside events, it's internal events. So this is something that Ray does very well and he works with the teams on in terms of cost. So you don't want to wait until the end of the event and say, I thought that was going to be, wow, we lost that much on that event. We don't do it that way. So I'll let Ray talk to how we look at events, how we price events, how we're pricing the menu items in the events, how we look at the labor that's required to service that event. So you don't have that surprise moment at the end. Man, we lost a lot of money in that event, right? That's not the goal at all. So I'll turn it over to Ray and he can speak to that.
We were just talking about that this morning. So it's kind of awesome you guys brought this up. So really you want to get ahead of this. So we want to develop menus, event menus that are already priced, right? So we can go ahead and sell these menus and not worry about if we lost money or if we might make money. We know that we're going to make money on these member event guides, correct? So as far as staffing goes, there's a schematic that we can use. So if we're doing a buffet, for 50 people, we need 1.5 staff. Essentially, that's all we need. If we're going to need more for, let's say we do an extra carving station, then we charge for that carving station. We'll charge an extra $100 to have, the person do a carving station. If we think we're losing money on any events, we'd reprice the menus. So it's really upfront having everything costed out properly. And then it's cross-utilizing your staff in the kitchen. So you're talking about, labor in the back of the house. You should be able to, in a place this size, we should be able to use the staff that's already in place in the kitchen to do these events.
Our biggest issue is, I think we're getting our food priced properly, but we're not properly pricing in the cost of the room, the setup of the room, our front of house staff, decorations, and everything else that goes into, and even private events.
Yeah.
So I think that's where we're having our bigger issues. It's not the cost of food, it's something else that's going into it that's not being accounted for.
Yeah, within these event guides, we'll have costs for the room rentals, costs for video, costs for everything that you have. There's going to be costs just laid out straight for everybody.
So you do pay for events.
We do.
Yes.
We do. It's part of just, when I was talking earlier about just good business and fundamental business practices, those are exactly what we do. So there's no surprises. So we'll know beforehand what the predicted is and then what it actually costs. Let me show you. Another thing too. Let's see if we find it. Even down to menu items to get to, and this goes across a la carte, it goes to buffets and events. And I think it's in the presentation, the costing out of what's a hamburger cost, right? We get down into the bun, the patty, the pickles, the cheese, the lettuce, every aspect that goes in, all the ingredients, we cost them out to come up with our true cost. And it's constantly updated because food prices they're all over the place, right? So we're constantly updating those things and looking forward. So we know what our cost is, and then we know what the margin is on what it costs to serve that, because we got labor costs, right? You have overhead. This electricity, it costs something. It's not free, right? So a lot of these costs that you kind of forget about, just your general administration, just your general business costs has to be weighed into these sorts of things. And then we look at all of it. And a lot of times the clubs they don't take that sophisticated of an approach.
I think also one of our challenges or maybe opportunities is we have a number of venues, right? It's a lot of steps to the pool with the kitchen here. And that's actually debatable when we're talking about, do we invest in, having those operations there, or do we put it somewhere else? But, it is clear that the center of gravity of this club in most ways is outside of tiki bars. That's why we all moved to Florida. But it has created a real, I think, labor challenge, because maybe you expect 75 people are gonna show up for karaoke at the pool. Maybe you get 125 and you can't get a big glass of wine, but maybe you only get 45. And that's one of the challenges that we do. So thoughts on that?
The beauty of it is you have data. You have data whether you're using it in the POS system. And that's the beauty of AI too. Looking back at, we can tell, we're starting to be able to tell on a certain day, a certain year, certain day of the week, how many members visited the club, how many came to that event. And unless you're using the data, it's kind of seat of the pants. Well, we think, right? But the beauty of trends is trends can be pretty consistent. 4th of July is coming up. How did the club predict how many members, unless there's an RSVP, how many, and then even when you have RSVP, right? There's a percentage that don't RSVP, right? How did the club predict the labor, food, how many people are coming, right? Is it guesswork? Is it, well, we think, right? We hope. Hope is not a strategy, especially when you're running a club. So those are sort of the things that the pre-planning, the removing the silos so everybody in the club has that pre-planning meeting. What are we doing for 4th of July? So it goes off like clockwork. That's just one example. We just have to take a different look at it. That's managing versus operating.
How many of your clubs have mandated minimum food minimum versus, because we don't have a food minimum there. We have a subsidy, but we don't have a minimum.
I would say a lot of times we come into clubs and they have a management minimum. We look at minimums as a negative in the food and beverage world, right? If you have to coerce members to come to the club to spend a minimum, there's something wrong. So a lot of times we have the minimum when we come in, and we're able to eliminate it by creating an environment where the members don't drive past the club entrance to go eat somewhere else, don't leave or don't attend events. So gradually we peel those minimums off. We want to give reasons for the members to come and enjoy the club and spend money. On top of that, increasing average member spend. I hate to say the word wallet share, but part of it is increasing wallet share. Willingly increase wallet share. So members want to come and enjoy themselves. They want to spend money. They want to partake in events. And even just coming to the club on a daily basis. So I would say today, about 40% of the clubs still have a mandatory minimum. But our goal is to eliminate those over time.
And you don't have bundle, right? Yours are all,
Hang on one second. Cheryl's asking a question. I've got the mic here for you. Sorry, Cheryl.
that's okay. So you don't have any bundled clubs though, correct?
No, we have several that are in communities like this.
Do you have any CDDs?
No.
By definition, you wouldn't because,
No.
okay.
Bundled clubs, and we work in 12 different states, and I've been in the club business for 36 years. Bundled clubs and CDDs are very, very Florida focused. They really are. The bundled for us, good management, whether it's in a CDD, whether it's in a bundled club, good professional management transcends the club. There's no different in terms of serving members, maintaining good business practices, delivering on your promises, staff training. That transcends clubs, big and small, if you're doing it correctly. Now, there's the nuances of the bundled clubs, obviously. That obviously we're I'm familiar with, our teams are familiar with.
Ken, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, thanks. So of your 39 clubs, what's the typical or average annual dues?
That's a good question. I think I answered it in the questions. I'd have to get back to you on that.
Is it 10,000, 25,000?
Okay.
Monthlies can go anywhere from 300 to
Okay.
$859 at the big clubs. But it depends on the type of membership too. But I can get back to you on that. The club operating budgets, which might be more indicative in certain terms of private clubs, you have about little over $900,000 in food and beverage, and then some other ancillary fees. But the dues is your major revenue driver. Yeah, 2/3, right? When you really look at it. We have operating budgets that range anywhere from $2.2 million to about $9 million, and everything in between. Majority are less than $4 million. And a lot of that is dues driven, supplemented by food and beverage for the very active clubs. And then there's fees for.
Are your F&B operations generally profitable, subsidized? How do you?
We strive, the club business is interesting. By and large, a lot of people have written off in the club industry that food and beverage can't be profitable, that it's an amenity, right? We tend to take a different approach. Depends on the club and the culture of the club, right? Let me give you an example. We have some clubs that will do a full beverage analysis, food analysis, and I'll use pours in the bar as a good example. We'll do the analysis and we'll present to the board, here's your average pour. It's not a single, it's about a double and a half. But you're only charging for a single, right? We point this out, we bring it to the attention of the board, and the board says, we're not changing that. We're not changing that at all. That's the culture of our club. Our members expect more than a club. Right? But that's part of the decision. A lot of what we'll do is we'll bring information, we'll bring good business practices for the board to make sound business decisions to execute on certain things. Our goal is to minimize the losses in food and beverage through just good business practices. A lot of the stuff we've already talked about. We have some clubs that it's okay. They look at the food and beverage the same way they look at it as a pool. It's an amenity. It depends on what the goals are, right?
I saw in a slide you had something about maintenance that was flipped by before.
So what you're looking at is an operational audit that our teams use at the properties that we manage. It's a series of, it's hard to see. This is proprietary, so I won't be able to provide that because it's confidential.
Sure.
But it goes through every department of a club. The general, administration, food service, food safety, maintenance, clubhouse grounds, pool, tennis. This is food and beverage reports. So on a quarterly basis, we use these audits to measure ourselves. Are we performing in this area? Are we up to speed? Where do we need improvement? So it's not subjective anymore. It's objective. How are we holding ourselves accountable? How are we holding our teams accountable? This is just one example of one checklist that we use, right? So we'll have a team, likely 2 people, that would secret shop. We secret shop ourselves, right?
So that's what you were referring to.
So it's an operational audit. So we audit ourselves to hold ourselves accountable to make sure we're achieving the goals. And obviously it's refined and tuned for each of the clubs. But that's basically an operational audit. This right here speaks to our staff training, different modules. There's 8 different modules in training session. It's done in a workshop format, role-playing format. There's videos as well that we use to engage and bring people out of their shells in terms of servicing the members. One of the opportunities may be, when you're at the pool, because I kind of secret shopped here too. We were at the pool, I didn't see anybody walking around, a lot of people sitting in the chair, but I didn't see anybody going up to them and saying, Barbara, would you like to have, we have this great drink special. And by the way, we have this fruit parfait, would you like to try it? Right, little suggestive upselling for the member experience. Those things can happen, but that's how it happens through the service training and the member journey. That's part of the member journey. So this part of the service training, I had this in the deck. That's not in your deck because that's just the toolbox. Did that answer your question, Ken?
Yes. I have a question related to reimbursable expenses. I know you did talk about, you don't use the term burden, but everything that's in a burden rate presumably gets passed on to us for our direct employees. So, for example, your general manager, food beverage manager, chef, if they're all on your health plan, I assume we pay the cost of that plan.
That's correct, but there's no markup on that plan. It's a direct pass-through. We don't charge a 10, a 20, 30% markup on payroll on those benefits. It's a direct pass-through. The easiest way to say it is if the club did not have a management company, you would have those same direct costs. You wouldn't have the over markup.
Right now are in our burden rate.
Reimbursable expenses are for travel. So the reimbursable expenses are very different than a payroll burden.
Okay, so forget the term reimbursable expense. I shouldn't use that term. I'm trying to understand what we are charged for all the employee-related costs. And I think your answer said anything that's an employee-related cost is passed on to us.
That's correct. Payroll, their direct pay, any taxes, those would be direct pass-through. The costs you would have that are generally run with the business.
Benefits, you said?
Yeah, if an employee has benefits, those are passed directly through to the club, as if the club was self-managed. A lot of management companies say it's $100,000 in direct payroll benefits. A lot of management companies will charge a percentage on top of that $100,000, right, as an administrative cost. And to cover those costs, we don't do that. They're 100% direct costs, no markup and no burden, which really does separate us apart again. It's very transparent.
So we've got about 8 minutes until we're supposed to start our next one. Do we want to ask Bobby Jones Lennox to hang a bit and we'll have our next presentation after the.
Can I ask Joe one more question?
Oh, yeah, fire away, Ken.
I might be out of answers, Ben.
How do residents that have questions about billing, about any activities or so on, how do they get all that information? Who can they call?
The accounts receivables are still handled at the club level. You would still have someone at the club that can answer questions about certain bills, certain charges. We've always felt that that's a personal, you want somebody at the club so they're not calling somebody an 800 number or whatever it is. It's a member service, right?
Okay, good.
Good question.
Yeah, so shall we ask you to have a copy of the English on that?
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, and we'll regroup.
Got to-
5 minutes.
So you're gonna send us updated versions of these so we can then get posted to
Make sure I don't miss my stacks. So my stacks of stuff here.
Feel like an audience member. I hope it's okay when I'm sitting here.
That's good. That's good. Okay.
Especially for the YouTube folks, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Well, and Ken,
And Ken, yeah, Ken's online, so we
Yes.
really,
Yes.
Yes.
yeah, and so, yeah.
Testing.
Ken, can you hear okay?
Testing.
Yeah. How are you? Great.
Do we have everyone?
I think we do.
Ready to start?
Thanks, yes. Yeah.
Well, good morning, still morning. Good morning, everyone. I'll introduce myself, my colleagues on our team at Vesta. We obviously are going to go through a presentation. At the end of it, we would be happy to hand out our slides, our deck. We would prefer to hold off on that so that we can move through everything and take your questions as long as you'd like to ask us questions at the end. So I'm Roy Geary. I'm the VP of Business Development at Vesta. I've been with the company 31 years. 28 of those years, I've been working closely with CDDs. My colleague Ginger Anzalone, you know already from Venetian, her role here as regional president. Kelso is our new general manager. And Melissa, accounting. Stephen, regional GM, or regional entity. And then Jennifer is working with me in business development out of the Tampa area as well. So just gave you first names aren't up on the slide. Two things I think we want to say real quickly at the outset before we start our deck. Our team envisioned this opportunity with you folks, and thank you everyone for being here, as an opportunity to reintroduce Vesta to folks here at Venetian. A lot of people here already know us. Some people may not know us. So there'll be a few slides that are a little bit high level. We won't spend a lot of time on that information. But we're also going to tell you a little bit about what we've done here at Venetian. We're definitely going to try to interact with questions from the board. The board has provided us, so we'll interact with those. And then at the end, we'll turn it over to Kelso and give him a chance to talk about where he wants to go going forward. So first slide, Jim. Who is Vesta? I want to say real quickly, when we get into this, you're going to see two things about us. Well, I'll hold off on that. This is our overview of our whole presentation. As I just said a minute ago, we're going to take the board's questions after we introduce Vesta. We'll talk a little bit about our history here at Venetian. We've been here a little over 4 years. Some operational milestones, in summary, some challenging solutions that Ginger's going to talk about, survey results, which you're already very familiar with. We're not going to belabor any of this. And as I said again, Kelsey's going to talk about the future. Two things I want to say, Jim, before you go to the next slide. For those of you that don't know this real well about Vesta, we are not a golf management company. Have all the respect in the world for people who are, like the folks you've already heard from today. That's not who we are. We are a community management company. We've been doing that for 31 years. And by community management, I mean planned communities, residential communities like Venetian. And the second thing that distinguishes us is we've been working closely with community development districts for 28 years. And so certainly not just here at Venetian for the last few years, but all across the state for 28 years. So in our minds, in the last 4 years here, those two things have made us a good fit here at Venetian. We're not interested in taking on the golf. We're not interested in doing other things. We try to stay in our lane, and our lane is absolutely Venetian. We love being here. Hopefully that'll come out as we go through our presentation. Okay, Jen, let's go through a little bit about who Vesta is. We've been around for over 50 years. We're celebrating our 30th anniversary, technically, because there's been some iterations, some evolutions from a legal standpoint of the company, but we're celebrating our 30th year. We run planned communities, but there's various types of planned communities. There's CDDs, there's POAs, HOAs, clubs. We do all that. We manage districts. We acquired a district management company a few years ago. So we have a varied suite of services, but they all are integrated under the concept of managing planned communities. Our mission is to provide communities with exceptional associates, some of whom are here today, delivering unparalleled management and lifestyle services. To that end, we ensure outstanding support for our clients and associates, and we'll try to illustrate what support looks like in a few minutes. Our 3 core values are be accountable, act respectfully, and serve honorably. And I can say based on my 31 years in the company that I feel like those are not just words up on a slide, that we've really tried to live that every day. Our founder was Frank Surface Sr. Some folks knew him here way back when. He was talking to the developer about things years ago. Passed away a couple years ago. His son David Surface is our CEO. It was a seamless transition. Frank selected our leadership team over 12 years ago. All but one is still with the company. That gentleman retired a couple years ago. Ginger and I are part of that team all these years, and we're very proud of everything our company's accomplished, and that's why we're here today. And then, the third bullet point, the other thing that distinguishes us is that the leadership team tries to work closely with the people in the field. Regional managers, regional vice presidents, our club managers. There's a lot of close interaction between all of us, and that's the only way we're able to be successful. Okay, next slide. We are a statewide company. We do have a deep pool of resources. Our parent company, that last bullet point up there, the parent company that acquired us is named PMG Holding Companies, otherwise known as Associa. They're the largest privately held property management company in North America. So we now have some additional resources from them. We're happy about that. But yet we still maintain the family culture. They've left us alone, as Ginger and I would be happy to attest to you and give you example after example. They've left us alone. So it's a great balance for us that we have their resources and their insights available to us, but yet we are still Vesta, still that leadership team I've talked about already. We're still headquartered in Jacksonville, and we still try to stay very close to our customers. We do have a 501c3 that does community service and financial assistance for communities. We actually provided some money for some relief for Irma a few years ago, so we're proud of that part as well. We do have 15 offices staffed all across the state, including in Venetian and Fort Myers. Here you guys. Next slide. We have what we call centralized or corporate oversight and support, regional support, and local support. And so you guys can read all the bullet points. I won't bore you with all that, but you're pretty familiar with a lot of those things. We're going to flesh some of those things out in a few slides. But we do understand that support for the board, for our team, is very, very important to our clientele and to our team. We understand that. We're probably never satisfied with the level of support we provide. We're always trying to do it better and get better at it. But we're going to try to give you some examples of what we've been doing at other places, very briefly, but also here at Venetian. Next one, please. Now, we're going to talk a little bit about our time here at Venetian. We've been here since March of 21, and we're just going to point out some of the things that have happened. Good, bad, and different. We're just trying to be open, honest, and acknowledge all that with you folks. There's definitely been general manager turnover, as I think everyone knows. Yet we've managed to maintain by and large, a lot of continuity with the operation as a whole. We've tried diligently to keep the train running that time. And so you can obviously ask us questions about any of this as we go through everything at the end. Our CFO, who you've met and talked to, we have a senior accountant sitting right here, our HR rep. When there's been some of the GM turnover, and part of why you contract things out to a management company is so that, in our view, you don't get involved in some of the HR issues that are part and parcel of every management contract in reality. And that the GM turnover, our HR VP, Catherine White, was here in town at a hotel for 2 nights trying to track down one of those GMs to do the exit interview face-to-face, and it wasn't able to happen. Not that she wasn't making the effort. I'm just sharing that with you as an example that even though she lives and is based in Jacksonville, it was important to her to make sure that was done as well as she could possibly do it face-to-face with one of her GMs here who was working for Vesta at the time. So I just use that example as how we do try to provide support regardless of where we're located in Florida. Software support, web support, food and beverage manager, placement. We've tried to make sure the train's running on time regardless of the turnover. That's kind of one of the key takeaways. All right, next one, please, Jen. Overall, we've tried to summarize our value proposition for you folks with these 5 bullet points. I'll just read it real quickly. We want to enable a flexible client-tailored partnership. The word partnership is very important to us. And in our minds, a partnership has to be built on trust, and it needs to be mutual trust. Secondly, we want to align our model for operating the club and our priorities for operating the club with your vision and goals. And Jill, you were here a few years ago when I stood up here and said, we really need to try to understand what the vision, what the priorities of the board is. And the reason I say that, not to go backwards, we always want to try to go forward, but the reason I say that is whoever your management company is, it's very, very helpful if they understand, for the most part, the board's speaking with one voice. Not to say every decision has to be unanimous, not to say every directive has to be, all 5 board members are completely bought in. But overall, there should be a consensus for your decisions, a consensus for your directives to us, and ideally, there would be, by and large, you speaking with one voice. You want to call that vision, goals, priorities, whatever you want to call that, you just need to make sure your management company's aligned with you on that, and we absolutely want to be. Number 3, we've already touched on support, that's very important. That's number 4. We use the term lifestyle programming, there could be different names for it. We want people to be engaged here, have a great time, form social connections, as you'll hear later, and just enjoy everything this club has to offer. We've learned over the years, everyone sitting here right now and listening online, the old adage from Field of Dreams, if you build it, they will come, doesn't necessarily apply to amenities and clubs. You have to program it to an extent, you have to curate what you want to offer, make sure it's appropriate and that they're interested in it, and we try to stay in tune with that. So that's very important to us. And then the last thing, as we've already touched on, as you guys are certainly feel is a very high priority, we want to make sure there's transparent timely reporting for you folks as a board. Okay, thank you. A little bit more detail on this slide, and I apologize, there is a lot on here, but now we're starting to, the second half of the slide starts to interact with some of your questions. But just overall, as an overview about our club, about what we do as a management company, the type of clubs we serve. We have about 50 club amenity operations in Florida. Almost all are full service. 8 have food and beverage operations of varying degrees. 1 is a Vesta operated golf club, and Kings Point Golf and Country Club in Delray Beach is our very first client. We've been at our very first client for 31 years. We're proud of that. I want to take a moment to say that. But it's a very varied operation. We operate the golf club there. We operate transportation services there, food and beverage. And we've been there for 31 years. We're very proud of that relationship. Third bullet point, we have been managing a wide range of resort style amenities, as I've already said today in my comments. 30 years, 28 with CDDs. Okay, so one of the questions we got for the board is, what is the average, what is the high, and what is the low revenue of F&B per club? The average is about $1 million. Out of those 8 operations, we range from a high of $2.7 million, not too far from here, at Kings Point Sun City Center, as low as $200,000 at more of a poolside cafe up in St. Augustine. We do not have the figure for per member. So I put your question up on the screen. I do not have the answer for that one up on the screen because we've never tracked. We track door count. Just to be clear, I met the lady handling the POA, right? You're in charge of the POA. We responded to the RFP for the POA a couple of years ago. We manage POAs and HOAs all across the state. We have over 500 POAs, HOAs across the state we manage. So we track door count for all those POAs. We track head count for all employees. We have about 1,000 employees. For some reason, we just have never tracked the revenue per member, but it's not that complicated. At least you've got a range in terms of our F&B revenue and our average of $1 million. Second question, what is a typical loss ratio? All of them are great questions. We know where this question's coming from because there is an operating loss here at Venetian. And so it's a great question because it wants to analyze the loss as a percentage of revenue, or otherwise known as a loss ratio. Typically for those 8 accounts, it's about 35 to 45%. And in the industry survey that it's my understanding we've already put in your hands, I don't know how recently, March, we put that club industry survey. According to them, it's more like a 45 to 55% loss ratio for clubs. So I would say one of the things that pulls ours down a little bit better than the 45 to 55% is the fact that not every one of our 8 accounts are clubs like Venetian. As I've already said, one might be a poolside cafe operation, one might be a bistro at Kings Point Delray. Kings Point Sun City Center has a couple of different F&B venues. So we've got a range of F&B operations. They're not all cookie-cutter clubs like Venetian. So that helps us be more adaptable when new opportunities arise. But it also can skew our figures related to the club industry as a whole. But at least you have that information. Third question, what is the average high, low percentage of F&B labor, just the labor part, excluding the food, the cost of goods sold part to revenue? The average for our company is about 70%. Venetian is the highest one out of all those accounts at 85.6%. Our lowest is over in Palm Coast, near St. Augustine and Daytona, called Grand Haven. It is a CDD account. You'll see a little bit more information about several of these accounts in a moment. So I'll flesh out some of these examples in a moment and show those slides. And again, that very last bullet point is from that survey for non-golf F&B club operations. According to that data, the most recent year, obviously last year it was available, was 91.2%. So you're going to see us come back to that once or twice, but in our view, even though we're always striving to do better, we want Venetian to be close to our overall average. At least it's a little bit better than the club industry in this area. So that's good news. Okay. A little bit more about our F&B operation, kind of high level. As I've said, we have a variety of venues and types of operations. Full service, casual dining, cafes, bistros, snack bars. Overall combined, it's 10 million hours annually. I'm sure the other folks you talk to with their golf club industry experience, it's a higher figure, but for us, it's the 10 million. I told you about Grand Haven a little bit. I've been very, very involved with that for 17 years. It is a CDD, and I'm going to go ahead and say this publicly on the record. To my knowledge, it's our one account where we're actually profitable. We're not actually losing money at that account. And you're probably wondering how that could be. And by the way, we're doing that with a private club right across the street inside the community competing with us. So there's some competition for the residents' dollars in that community. We're doing sales volume about 1.1 million. Our COGS is on the low end. The cost of goods sold is just under 40%, which is good. It's run really, really lean. It's a restaurant bar. We've got the labor well controlled. We've got the cost of goods sold well controlled. But the one thing that skews the fact that we're profitable there, I'm not going to get into the weeds with you guys unless you really want to explore into this a little further during Q&A. The occupancy, what some people call occupancy on the P&L for rent, utilities, mechanical equipment, none of that's attached to our P&L at Grand Haven. The CDD just considers all that, the cost of doing business, the cost of offering that amenity to the residents. So it skews those results. And here you've got $267,000 that I saw on your P&L, our P&L here for occupancy or the things I just rattled off. So we're comparing a little bit apples and oranges. I don't want to get too bogged down in that, but we've been there for 17 years. It is a CDD, and we're very proud of that relationship. Next one. Joint Degree Plantation is that one on the low end at $200,000. Not a lot to say there, but the COGS is 42%, which is great. And they just redesigned that little facility you see in the photo. They just put $150,000 into renovating it about 5 years ago. It's a community with 5,800 homes, and that's the only F&B operation in the whole community. And we only do 200,000. It's very seasonal, so just some unique dynamics there. Next one. In Rivertown, 4,000 homes. They're probably close to being built out. That's the only F&B operation in a 4,000 home community. And we're doing close to 850, between 800 and 850 there. So you would think that would be a lot more than 4,000 homes. It may be just a limitation of the size, and it's a little bit grab and go, but they do have a bar. It's poolside. It's on the St. Johns River. It's a beautiful, beautiful operation. All right, next one. Ginger knows this intimately well. Like I said, only about an hour and a half from here. It's our largest volume account, 2.7 million. COGS are slightly higher than our average of 48%. A very well-rounded scope of service there. Transportation system, 300 clubs, about 100 employees, right, Ginger? 200 employees, I've lost count. But she could go on and on, but we're very proud of that relationship as well. Kings Point Golf and Country Club, I've already told you a little bit about. It's our very first client for 31 years, a little over 800,000 for the value. And COGS is right at 50%. Okay. Venetian, just to compare all that, some of you are taking notes, so you have this in your head. Year to date through 8 months, the sales volume is a little over 800,000. We think we're on track for very close to 1 million, maybe 965. So close to that number for Grand Haven. As I said, Grand Haven was 1.1 million. You guys already know everything about Venetian. We're just trying to throw some information up there to be consistent with what we've shown with the other accounts. All right. This may be helpful to you. This is kind of a step back and look at the big picture, some metrics. We kind of call these benchmarks. So the three keys here are salaries, wages. Second is cost of goods sold, and third is the subsidy, the operating loss. So Florida statewide, according to Club Management Association of America, the report that we provided in March, statewide salaries is 92% of revenue, net of gratuities. In the local area, it's 91%, pretty close to the state average. And here at Venetian, it's been a little bit better than that, 85.6%. This is for this current year. It's October 1 through year to date, which should be May, April? Through May. Cost of goods sold, similar good news, 49% for the whole state, 44% for the local area, and we're right at 44 now. So pretty in line with everything. Subsidy of operations may be the best thing up on that screen. Statewide, clubs are having subsidized 63%. So in other words, the way to look at that is subsidy means that's the operating loss. It's a negative NOI, for lack of a better word, negative operating income, and it's 63% statewide, 56% in the area, and we're at 46% here in Venetian. We just put this slide together to show you folks, we are familiar with different operating models for F&B contracts. There's not a one-size-fits-all approach for CDDs. We are open to other ways to operate and partner with you guys. I think ultimately, and you're not going to see it on the screen, so I'll say it now. I don't think that yellow box and the term profit share makes sense, because if we're at a $400,000 loss here, and clubs are used to operating at a several $100,000 loss, you know, if we ever see a profit here, hallelujah. I think what may make more sense for your operator is to have some of the metrics that we've shown up on the screen, incentivize your operator to hit certain goals and targets on those metrics. And we would embrace that approach with you guys, absolutely. A little bit more about us as a company besides F&B. Facilities and maintenance is a big deal. Facilities tend to age just like the rest of us. So when they age, they've got to deal with those things. We do have great relationships with various vendors across the state. So to answer one of the board's questions, do you have in-house or contract relationships with, say, tennis hard true experts, HVAC specialists, pool maintenance? The answer is yes and no. Yeah, we've been managing pools close, in-house for 30 years. That's very common and normal for us. Pickleball maintenance is easy. We do have a couple of accounts where we're doing the tennis court maintenance in-house, including clay courts. But in other accounts, it just makes sense to contract that out. When it's contracted out, it's not usually a subcontractor of ours. It's more efficient for it to be a contract directly with the CDD. We'll manage that vendor for the board, obviously. We'll interact, communicate, we'll do all the things so that the board doesn't have to get involved in that. But it just usually makes most sense that if it's not going to be either our employee, then it needs to be a contract directly with the district. Operating procedures was another question, or SOPs, and yes, it varies by community, and we've got a couple slides that will illustrate some of that, but the examples listed in the bullet points, almost too numerous to mention. We have site audit checklists. We have a landscape maintenance matrix that we're going to show you a picture of. We're not responsible for managing your landscape vendor here, even around the club, right? I don't think we manage the.
That's correct.
Yeah. So, but we do that in some other places. If you ever decide you want that to be part of the scope of work in our contract, we'd be happy to talk to you about it. But if it's not broken, you don't need to fix it. Just wanted you to be aware that we can do that. We've done it in other places. So that illustrates, some tablet resources we use or tools we use where we can be mobile, we can walk around, we have checklists. We're not using clipboard technology wherever we can help it. That lower right-hand corner is the landscape maintenance checklist. And just real quickly for your benefit, it's not rocket science and it's not complicated. You take the vendor scope of work, take the landscape company's scope of work, and you turn it into that matrix. And then the rest of it's all about keeping short accounts and communicating regularly with them. And then ultimately, we grade them on how they're doing at fulfilling their scope of work. And we turn that report into the board. And then the board can decide what they want to do with that report. And some boards can decide they actually want to withhold that month's payment to the vendor because they haven't met the standard in the contract. They are not fulfilling the contract scope of work. So we feel it's appropriate for us to be your eyes and ears to have that level of communication with your vendors. And we just want to illustrate a couple of those tools for you on that slide. But these come right out of Venetian. These are some checklists and some SOPs we use here at Venetian. A little hard to read that, but it may be better when we give you the whole packet as a handout. And the next slide also has some examples of what we do here at Venetian. Front desk duties. So we do have a good bit of it. I know Kelso brings a wealth of experience to him, and he's probably going to amplify or tweak or modify some of these as needed. But we just want to touch on answering that question for you and illustrate some of that. Another great question you asked was, do you have national account agreements? And here's our answer, straightforward, no, because we're not a national management company. We're owned by a national management company, but we do not have national account agreements. However, we do leverage professional relationships and statewide vendor special pricing programs all across the state. And I think, as you folks know, there's probably only 4 or 5 at most food vendors, food suppliers in Florida at most, maybe more like 3. So they will offer specials, they will work closely with us. We pass those specials on to the residents. It helps our bottom line. It keeps the menu varied. So those types of partnerships are very common for us. We don't have to have national accounts to have those types of relationships with our vendors. That's the key takeaway there. And Kelsey's going to bring a wine program here that would fit under that question and our approach to answering that. Other key vendor relationships, we do have relationships with pool maintenance vendors, pool maintenance contractors. So we run the gamut because we've been in business for 30 years and we're all across the state of Florida. That's a simple takeaway. Okay. Jonas, I think you're very familiar with the fact that there's been an integration of a new website lately. So website management has been part of the answer to your question there. At the bottom of the screen, this is kind of our quick summary of where we are with all that. We partnered with Jonas to enhance and improve the residents' interface or the residents' utilization of the website. Our team focused on creating a more user-friendly experience, optimizing the performance of the site, and updating the overall design to better reflect your brand and your goals. And the result, in our view, is a faster, cleaner, more engaging website that delivers better value for you. Quick summation of where we are with all that. HR, this kind of touches on HR. Every company you're going to talk to and consider is going to have a robust HR team. We're no exception. I've already illustrated how our VP of HR has been down here on numerous occasions involved with things. So we do have local, regional HR support for our teams. We definitely do not want our management team flying by the seat of their pants when it comes to HR. So milestones here at Venetian. This is just kind of a quick review of what are some things that have happened here. And our heading for this overall slide, in this section of slides, is we feel like there's been, in the midst of a very dynamic setting, some of which just directly involving turnover, but COVID, all these other challenges, the team has been very adaptable, and overall, we would say we've been successful. Are we as successful as we want to be or can be? No, I'm never satisfied, our team's never satisfied, but overall, the message of our presentation is we have been successful, and we'd like to illustrate that with a few of these bullet points. So at the very beginning of the relationship in March of 21, Jill probably remembers quite well, we were required for our new contract starting here in Venetian to keep the existing staff. We did, we onboarded them, transitioned them, tried to work closely with them, support them. First GM separated, within 10 months of us starting here. And then, like I said, there's been 4 other GM turnovers after that first one. So that's definitely been part of our challenges here. COVID was certainly another challenge. I don't want to belabor the point, but I do think it's relevant that the hospitality industry and the food and beverage industry has probably been impacted as much as any other industry after COVID. Quick illustration. So I said we have about 500 HOA, POA management contracts across the state. 2022-ish, right after all that started to happen, we saw our property manager salaries go from an average of the mid-40s to the mid-60s within 3 or 4 months. Within 6 months at most, they saw 50% increases in their salaries. So part of the overall challenge here is that in order to keep up with what's happening in the industry and what's happening in many industries, wages need to go up. But for most businesses, in my opinion, why so many restaurants are still closing to this day is that sales haven't kept pace with some of those increasing costs. It's not a whole lot more complicated than that. Either food costs or labor costs, but in our opinion, labor costs have been the biggest challenge. Okay, so a little quick snapshot on revenue. The overall increase for the last 3 years has been 35%. And if you want to say, well, Roy, you're starting with a post-COVID year, it's pretty low, and COVID should be over 35%. I would say that you're right. But we are showing growth each year for the last 3 years, not just that first year after we more or less reopened after COVID. And so we show you what the annual actuals is on the left versus what was budgeted on the right for each of those last couple of years. And then lastly, about the loss. Let's come back to the issue of the loss again. Just the last bullet point compares 2023-24 versus the current year, which is not a full 12 months yet. It will be September 30th. But for the full year prior to this year compared to this year's operating loss is 25% better as a percentage of revenue than it was the full year before. So that's part of the good news story, is that the percentage of revenue in terms of the operating loss has gotten 25% better this year compared to last year. A couple other quick milestones. You guys know about what's going on here with Lifestyle. Just put a little slide together just to remind you some of the things. We love doing the events. We've got a great team here that's passionate about doing the events. We do that all across our company. I think you guys already understand that. Next one. A lot on here, but just underline a couple of the key things. Just friendly little reminders. The tennis model here has changed multiple times. Most of this is due to a board request, which we were happy to accommodate. We changed the approach with non-member events, and then brought it back. Now we've eliminated it again. So that's part of this dynamic setting. We call this heading upon board request. We took on some project management responsibilities for the completion of Tiki Bar, the pizza service, the Jonas software we've already touched on, the website we've already touched on, accounting presence. Melissa personifies that. Dan Armstrong's been involved out of Jacksonville. Tech Wave we've assisted with, and then, as I said, the growth in annual revenue. So those are some probably 8 or 9 milestones just to sort of refresh everybody's memory. Next one, operational hurdles. I'm going to turn this over to Gina because she's certainly been much closer with this, but we're just going to try to frame some of the challenges we've had a little more specifically and some of our solutions or approaches to them.
Only so he can draw breath. He's pretty good at speaking. So, well, we all know the Venetian operations have not been without challenges for the last 4 years. A lot of faces in the room with those. As Roy mentioned, this is not a common occurrence with Vesta, but in 4+ years, 5 GMs. That's brutal. Myself, I was a GM for 18 years at one club. We've had very long tenures, so this has been quite a challenge. If you want to look at a challenge versus a solution, our solution was to bring in an executive with food and beverage, kitchen, an executive chef, lifestyle experience committee, experience, resident satisfaction. Perfect? No, but always in between those GM transitions, there was somebody to keep the operation running seamlessly. As far as the labor market, Roy mentioned that post-COVID industry, the hospitality industry has reported the highest turnover rate in the hospitality industry. You all lived through it like we did, was at 86.3%. Venetian turnover over the last 3 years has been 90%. So really a challenge in a demographic market where we're not drawing a lot of qualified candidates. And of course, some of those are like, say, F&B positions that turn over frequently. We just talked about 5 GMs in 4 years. That's over 100%. So what resulted from that? Constant recruiting efforts, need for continually startup training. So whoever the GM was at the time has to start from scratch, start focusing on getting everybody up to speed on the operations and how to do things. Also, Roy mentioned this, the need for higher wages to attract and retain the staff. Over the past number of years with the board, we've talked about being competitive and not being able to draw people down, especially from the larger metropolitan areas coming up to Venice and work here. Some board members would say, why can't you do like, is it Sharky's? Is that the one on the beach, Sharky's? They've got a robust staff over there. They also get heavily compensated with tips. It's a bar on the beach, so they get a lot more tip service in there. And then finally, a continual shift in workplace culture. Every time you keep turning over different cast of characters, it's difficult in continuing services. So the solution in those early years, we're using temp agencies because they could fill staff and have a more seamless. We had parties going on and different functions that we had the staff. So without people on the ground here, we had to use some temp agencies. And that's when the full-time and the part-time staffing model began to evolve. It was originally a lot more part-time. And then we had to get the full-time so we can fill those shifts for a more cohesive workforce. And then the Vesta likes to believe that we have a culture of resiliencies. These factors are not tangible, but it is part of what we preach as a culture, as a company. We have a can-do attitude, proactive communication, over-communicate when possible. Cross coverages, we have multiple team members that did more than one thing. You would have a maintenance guy that would hop in as a server and, various things like that, because it creates a stronger workforce. And then finally, just an ultimate dedication in serving the residents here. Many of the staff feel the residents are family to them, and that's always been, I think, one of our strengths. As far as the burden rate, you all have been through this. You know these discussions in depth. The contracted rates were 30 on full-time, 18% on part-time. Tip burdens were included for that contract, as all of other wages. Late in 2023, as the full-time equivalents went up as a percentage of the whole, Vesta realized we were benefiting without the extra cost. Dan Armstrong made the decision of his own accord to lower that down to the part-time tip percentage of 18. And then recent discussions with the board in the May payroll now have requested us to reduce that tip rate down to 10% to cover the minimum taxes and the workers' comp fees associated with those. Future contract amendments, I believe I've got these correctly confirmed with Melissa that this was in your approved, or I don't think your budget's completely approved yet, but what's in your assumptions? 26% on full-time, 16 on part-time, and then tips remaining at that 10. Alternatively, if the board was interested, even though I know we need numbers for budget purposes, we have models out there in the world where Venetian pays the direct cost of employee health care, because all we can do is estimate what that's going to be going forward. We don't know what employees actually are going to opt for that, where Venetian actually pays the direct cost of that, then the burdens can be lowered down to 16, because only full-timers can take health care, so it would be equal to the part-time. And then the 10% on tips. With regard, and here's just a little chart, the point here is it's improved slightly, but you can see if we average and we pull these turnover reports, 2.5 characters per month. That's why you end up with 90% turnover in the year as people come and go. It also makes it real tough on a GM, like Kelso, who's constantly having to search out and train these folks, as I mentioned. On the maintenance side, one of the things that I have been concerned about, and this goes back to, Pat, when was that? Pat still in here? Where we did the pool, the tennis courts. That was a major renovation project. When you have an on-site maintenance guy, not necessarily, I mean, no disrespect, but at some point, some folks just aren't necessarily trained or skilled to take on larger oversight of contractors. In that case, the tennis vendor at the time was very savvy and skilled, and that project was initiated and followed through. Eventually, the Tiki Bar had been under planning for, I think, a number of years, I believe, with the committee. And the very end of that, I believe, GM Jeff Thomas kind of finalize that a little bit. So the whole point is here to make sure that we have the resources on site to take on some of these larger projects, besides what happens in some clubs, which is just the normal routine maintenance of the property. Solution here is Kelso has some construction experience and potentially able to provide better oversight of those capital projects. Also, vetting the vendors as well as the bidding process, so we think that will bring some beneficial help to these projects. And in summary, continued commitment to Venetian with a strong mutually beneficial partnership. Roy started off saying we've always tried to determine what the board's looking for and provide that. We've got a new complement on the board today that we did 4 years ago. And we'll continue to work closely with the board to provide that continued transparency, try to increase the lifestyle programming and events for the residents, potentially who aren't utilizing the club, and seek to generate new sources of revenue for the district.
Thank you, Ginger. We are probably 75% through our presentation. Never intended for anyone in the room to read this slide. This came out of that report that we've referenced a couple of times and provided you in March. Just a couple of very key takeaways. I do think it's just part of the overall context for what any operator in the club industry is going to have in terms of challenges, especially if people are really looking at it from a financial standpoint, expecting them to be break even or profitable. I don't want to beat that to death, but the board will be able to read that on your own, but there are fixed revenue dollars. There's only so much people are willing to spend, and I don't want to say you've got a captive audience here, because anybody in this room, anybody who lives in this community can go eat anywhere they want. They can come here, they can leave here. If they're members of the club, they can go to the club. Who's captive here? It's your operators captive here. The residents aren't captive here. The operator can't bring in people from outside the community to boost the bottom line, boost the revenue figures. So your operators always understand that. We don't complain about that. It's the nature of the beast. It's the situation. As far as the mix goes, you guys again can read all that on your own. The overall takeaway on the lower right hand, I'm not telling you anything you guys don't already know. In our view, we agree with this information that food and beverage operations, whether it's a club, whether it's a CDD that's not a club, they're considered amenities. They're not expected to be break even or profitable any more than a pool, tennis operation, or pickleball is. But obviously, you guys can read that on your own. All right, lastly, we're going to switch to survey results, and then we'll talk about what's the future hold for Vesta at Venetian. You've already been given the survey results. We're just summarizing, reminding you of a couple of the highlights. The positive trends that came out of the most recent survey: overall satisfaction is up 5%, dinner satisfaction is up 7%, dining and value are considered up 7% by the residents here who responded to the survey. Menu satisfaction was positive, up 6%. Bar was up 14%. I'm not sure what that says about Venetian. All right. The bar's up 14%. The negative trends: landscaping around the clubhouse, that's not part of our contract, but down 12%. Resort pool seating, we don't have to, Vesta can't really fix that, down 7%. Pickleball court availability, boy, a few years ago when I was hearing a lot about pickleball. Thank you that you got it going in. Down 10%. The social value events, that's the one thing on the negatives that we would, embrace, trying to improve, trying to drive up. I know Kelso is passionate about that, as you'll hear in a moment. Last slide about results of the survey. They strongly agree with confidence in club management, 11%, 29.5% agree. The largest percentage is neutral, and my guess is that it's just people aren't able to make a judgment call one way or the other. The majority of people here, or not the majority, but from a plurality standpoint, the largest percentage, they're just not able to offer a strong opinion. Question regarding being proud to bring guests and comfortable to recommend it. Top two boxes were both over 66%. So that's good news for everyone here. Club provides good value for the money. 50% agree. We'd love to see that better. Like I said, we're never satisfied. All ratings are up from last year. The dining scores overall are up 6 to 14%, with bar being 14%. Revenue results, I think you're familiar with a lot of that, but I think it's just helpful just to stand back and look at the big picture. We've got 10 years of revenue figures up there, but the first 5 years are budget figures just because we don't have access to the actuals. It would take a little bit more digging in our part to find that out. But at least it gives you a little bit of perspective what's happened with revenue, especially after we actually started in 21. We had that hit from COVID, big drop off, and then it's been coming back up ever since. Like I said, this year we're on pace to probably be pretty close to it. The last thing I think we have is just to help you have a little bit of perspective where we are with these ratios. We've already touched on the fact that labor as an industry, it's about 91% of revenue. That really contributes to a losing operation. You guys know in the restaurant industry, Applebee's and everything outside a normal restaurant, their labor is around 30%, cost of goods sold, they're anywhere from around 25 to 30%. And so in the club industry, for the reasons we've already touched on, the reasons you're already familiar with, none of the club operators come anywhere near 25, 30% on labor or cost of goods sold. So we're at 85.6%. And over on the lower right-hand corner, we're slightly above budget on labor year to date. Average full-time equivalent per person working here, the budget for labor was about $4,900. We're about $5,100. And it's my understanding the simple reason for why we're slightly over budget on that lower right-hand corner is because our budget assumed or envisioned having more part-time than we've actually been able to have. It's very tough to recruit part-time in any industry, in any place. So that was a flaw in our budget. We're never going to repeat that mistake again. That's why we're slightly over budget on the labor piece. The organization chart, I'm going to turn it over to Kelsa, and you can talk about that and everything else that is in line for leadership.
Thank you for your time. So I've had an opportunity to really get to know the board over the past couple of weeks. Just getting in the door, it's going to take me some time to really kind of absorb a lot of the information. We spent a fair amount of time with Jill and Rich working with the projects and getting a lot of the funding transferred over to the correct accounts and getting the contracts executed. So that's kind of taken some of the time instead of looking at programming and new things on the horizon. But in a short period of time, working with Chef as well, there's been a lot of minor changes, some structural changes. The organization chart, Cindy was nice enough to give me a suggestion in the very beginning as far as what that would look like. We did lose someone that was part of the management team. And in turn, I have been looking at the structure currently, working with the people that I do have, giving them an opportunity with Josh and Maddie. The potential is going to be to delineate their responsibilities to break out the banquet and F&B operations, to give them an opportunity to raise to the occasion or interview someone at that point. So I'm going to give them a period of time to see what that looks like and give them an opportunity to really excel. They have recently been on vacation. In turn, I've been working with Anthony, and he has given an opportunity to be a lead server. So that's going to be part of the structure as well. Is I'm going to put that lead server option in there so that we have a better balance with just decisive management and direction on a daily basis. And so, again, working closely with Brian, the chef, I believe as of recent, there's been some unforeseen circumstances that have led us to a backup plan as far as what's going to go on in the kitchen. We had originally planned, the new wine program along with the new menu rollout at the beginning of the month. I really have to spend the next couple of days and see kind of where we are as far as that's concerned. And with the sous chef, I have come up with a series of expectations, specifically time-based, for them to see what they can accomplish over this week. In addition to that, Ramondo, being a single person with the amount of construction that we have going on around here and repairs, been keeping him fairly busy. But again, with the experience I have, I'm pretty versed in what's going on, and I'm getting him the help that he needs. Nick's been kind to be a duality role with being on the tennis. And as you noticed out there, there's been a lot of action that's been happening out there. He's been very busy discovering drains and just exploring the clay courts themselves. And so that has also been a project that I've been learning a lot about in a short period of time. Mark Pfeffer's been really exceptional in helping. And everyone's very passionate about what they do around here, and I really appreciate that. And they've been very open, and I am solution based. And so I truly believe that in the big picture, that our success is going to be to just accountability and giving people time-based specific tasks that need to get done. And if they don't, we'll have different conversations. But truly, the programming is one thing that I need to spend more time on. And in turn, I've just seen a few of the bigger operations, like I just was part of a cooking class that was a brand new program that Chef and I kind of talked about. And so those are kind of the direction that I see growing the interest with members that aren't here on a regular basis. In my previous life with other country club, I came in at a downturn in 2008, and after meeting with the board on several occasions, my goal was to increase programming, which wasn't the best received right away, but soon, within the 4 or 5 months, they saw big growth and interest in the things around the club. Because once you provide different things, perspective, then it grows interest. And one of the first things that we talked about with the board was the wine program, and a lot of people don't come here because they don't feel that it's, kind of the level they would like with the food that we serve. Yeah, sure. And so in turn, that is the goal over the next few months. I was looking at our year to date as far as, our profit and loss, and labor is a big part of that. And so I think that our success is going to be in growing the revenue part of it and keeping labor down with, providing the level of service that we expect, but also scheduling appropriately on the business that we want. And so with the member spending, I think that from what I've seen over the last couple weeks, it's a core group of people that come and spend a fair amount of money. And they enjoy the atmosphere, and they're very complimentary, but also they have expectations. And so I believe with the action that I've seen, that is where our success is going to be, is in those events. Absolutely.
This is the only data we have to be able to track usage. If somebody just walks in the pool and, we don't necessarily have the ability to quantify the folks who are coming but don't want to spend money. So part of what's not represented here is how to engage members with non-dollar amount, events, say concerts in the park, or vendors in the back, and people can come up and use the clubhouse, but not necessarily coming to come and spend money. So I just wanted to point that out because that's the only data we have to go by. There's keys in there, but that's one of his passions is to be able to find who's out there in the community that's not coming up here, and what do they want to use?
So,
Fitness and then.
Council, sorry.
No, it's
you can, that 6165,
Hold on.
excuse me. That 6160. It's on, it's just like that. This one's- there it is, got it. That 6165, is that just the number of residents coming in and spending money, or is that the entire pool of residents that we have available, the number of households?
That's the number of residents that are spending money.
Okay, so it's not,
Just a dollar spent, so, the report that I can run out of Jonas is just based on members and spending and then their activities.
gotcha, versus the entire head count of the community.
Yeah,
No, it's not. It's
Yeah.
missing numbers. That's not 1377. That's.
No, it's the people actually spending money.
It's the people actually spending
Got
the
it.
money, not the number of households and the number of
Yeah,
residents. That's what I
it's
just
not-
wanted to make
it's
sure I
not a-
understood that.
It's not a household.
That's
Right.
not a total revenue divided by 1377.
That's
This is
member ID
This
and their
is,
chits.
yes, the member account and the.
Okay.
So
Great, thank you.
if you look at this, then would it be like the four categories, the 212, 219, 77, and 364?
Yeah.
All of those, so it's like 850
People actually spending money.
residents.
That's what I wanted to
So
get at.
it's less than
Yes,
half.
thank you.
It's less than half. So the average spend per resident is under $30.
There's a couple other categories that are not
If you include all
on
1377.
on the slide, but basically you've got a quarter of your residents that aren't coming to the club.
Gotcha, about 25%. Okay, thank you.
Well, we have about 2,000 residents here. We have 1,300 residents of the members. We have 2,000 residents.
Or more.
2,000 residents? That's
Well,
what, there's 2,000 registered.
Is this Bruce?
This is, yeah,
That's not
this
groups.
is based on
That's not
membership. So for instance, if you have husband and wife, those numbers are gonna be added together as one.
Okay,
Reflected.
so it's 850 members.
I'm sorry.
So it's 850 members.
Yes.
Okay, out of 1377. Yeah. Okay, so the average spend is about $35.
Per month.
And the point is, there's a large contingency who aren't using the club. Or some, and they might walk in the pool, but you don't know that because it's not affiliated.
I mean, I do kind of respectfully disagree that they're not going to come in. I do feel that there are some probably that if they have a good experience, because in my history, it takes 3 good experiences to create a loyal, following, and truly that's where we're going to excel, and the creating culture, especially with the staff, is what I'm going to work on in the immediate future. And so I believe that the number was 965,000. I believe if we can get a 10% increase in members that don't necessarily come to the club, but they have a couple of really good experiences, whether it be a special event or they come out for a dinner and they experience the new menu, and just to create a little more fervor and interest in the programming that we're going to provide with them, that will provide that extra, revenue to grow and create a more positive cash flow projection. So, the vision, I think the vision I have and experience I have is I'm going to emphasize, again, growing the residents that don't come as often, and getting to know the team to be more just empathetic and understanding. Post-COVID has changed the way that food and beverage operates on places. And so there's some that don't come based upon previous bad experiences, whether it be in this club or whether it be somewhere else. I don't know what that looks like quite yet, but that's the goal, is to just create that welcoming environment. And so in addition to that, there's some programming that I have previously done that, it's really about not just food and beverage, not just emphasizing the experience based upon breaking bread, but actually getting them in a community where I'm a big proponent of working out and being healthy, a healthy lifestyle. And so that is something that we can bring into not only recreational opportunities, but just wellness in general. So we can do some, I've worked with the fitness instructors, and we can come up with some different programs that are a little more accessible, not just in the fitness center, but that are a little more publicly visible. And so create more of a fun environment. And then, of course, with Chef, he's very talented, and I think we have a great opportunity. I've shared some ideas that I have with him that I've instilled in the previous club. Some of those are, growing our own herbs and doing more of a food-friendly environment that we see and we have a part of, and making the members be involved with that. Again, more involvement with, sort of the end result, and so you feel like you have your hands involved in it, and it's fun. And it's not just coming in here for a formal dinner or going to the pool and relaxing and having drinks, because some people don't drink. So I want to be able to provide that interest without having the expectation of them coming in and make a reservation. So they come in at their own, they can come in and work in a garden. And they have to kind of figure out what happened, how this is all going to play out. But that's the goal of the next 2 to 3 months, while we're a little bit slower, is to get these kind of ideas kind of rolling in addition to all the construction projects, and just to find that balance. So with the experience and the feedback I got from the cooking class, that's something that we're going to continue to work in a positive momentum, and the new menus are working. So that's going to be, I think, something that's going to see a movement in the next 2 to 3 months. Especially with it being out of season, it's just our objective is just to achieve a growth, a spark in interest in the club, but also a better overall satisfaction with the members.
One of the things in my interview with Kelso that really he was excited about, which got me excited, is understanding there's an evolving demographic. I talked to some board members, the days of when this club started to wanting the formal dinners has evolved to sports nights and more happy hours and casual stuff and fitness options. So I was actually, we spent a lot of time talking about bringing wellness initiatives, anything from lecture series, concerts, things that necessarily haven't been the norm for education. Because that's what the evolving demographics are of each community.
So previously I was involved in the CMA, the Club Manager Association of America, and some of those seminars that we had, really you see the cusp of what the culture is like and growing in a different direction. So that is something that I plan on being involved with and really kind of delving into. I have some previous club managers that run much larger clubs, and so I've reached out and we will send some conference calls. There's going to be some additions with communication on a regular basis, a weekly, just more in-depth communication with the members and letting them know specifically what's going on, but also giving them an opportunity to attach QR codes to menus so you can see those menus prior to. And so, yeah, bringing us out to the 21st century. So it's just getting some opportunity to really kind of have that focus. And as you guys pretty intimately, I've been very involved with the projects that they've been working on over the past year and a half or longer. And so, executing those has been a learning procedure, and they've been very kind with letting me know how to do those things. And so we are getting them underway, and in turn it will take a little more of a burden off the
Can I just say on that, since you brought it up, I think you have done an unbelievable job. And the time that you've been here, I know you've been dealing with a number of us on the things going on around here and the confluence of big things that are happening, mostly repairs to the club. I think you've been drinking from not just one fire hose, but 5 or 6. And I've appreciated not only your calmness about it, but I think the way you've handled it all I'm extremely grateful for how you've done that. So I want to say personally, thank you very much. You've been great. For sure.
We're going to continue on that road too. We are in a meeting soon. Maybe we get out of this meeting.
Don't be late.
But it's a work in progress, and so it's we are going to grow together, and that's really what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I second all of Jill's comments.
And I said
Very
the same to Kelso on Friday. Yeah, I told Kelso, so I think we'll agree on that.
Yeah.
So I have a question about, question and answer.
Oh, thank you.
So quick question
Turn it on so I can.
about the model to pay direct costs of employee health care.
Right.
So are you saying then that you would change the burden to 16, 16, and 10, or are you saying you would just do a direct pass?
We're saying,
16, 16, and 10, and then how many people took healthcare?
would be a direct pass year. Healthcare would be a direct pass.
So the 16, 16, and 10 would be just taxes?
Tied to payroll.
Well, it's tied to payroll, but it's high. There's still about 8 to 10 points in there.
Yeah.
That are in addition to actual employee tax payroll cover costs. So I guess it's HR, you're adding the HR and other.
We're comp insurance.
So your administrative fee is not just your administrative fee. You're getting extra money to do administrative fee on top of through the burden. So if that payroll doubles, you get more administrative fees. I think we need to have a model that's going to tie us into a profitability model. If we make money, you make money. If we lose money, you lose money. Should that be based upon how many employees you put up? Because over the years, that has killed us. You talked about how our revenue has gone up. Our payroll has gone up 65 to 70% since 2022. Our subsidy has increased by $350,000 since 2022. So that's up by 60%. So I like the way that you show us the revenue, but all the things that have killed us, you ignored. And we brought these up to you in meetings, it's been ignored. It's in your contract, it's been ignored. And I find it insulting, and I said this recently, that all of a sudden now you keep on mentioning these CERA numbers. Our contract does not mention CERA. Our contract mentions meeting our budget figures, which you presented to us, which the board adopted, and then you failed to follow. And it's cost this community dearly, dearly. And there's been no repercussions and not even an answer. And Ginger, on the expense side, I sent you emails, they do not like being ignored.
No one ever tried to insult the board by offering the CERA.
I know, but I find it insulting that you don't mention anywhere that you're missing budget. You highlight the CERA numbers to show how great you're doing, but you don't mention that you're continually missing budget. You're $80,000 right now this year past over budget. I'm just an F&B. It's horrible.
So you started off saying if there was a model where you were benefited or detrimented by performance, that's something that Roy, it's in the four models, and it's something that we do in other clubs. And he can speak to the different models if the time comes for that far better than I set of factors plans, but that is something that we do.
Yeah, I had just wanted to add, it's a frustration of mine. I appreciate that the revenues have gone up, and I appreciate everything Kelso is planning, and I think there's a huge amount of opportunity here, but at the end of the day, if you don't make the bottom line budget, setting the subsidy aside, if you don't make budget, we pay for that. We had a restatement of our 22-23 budget of $135,000 that came out of our pocket, and the current deficit for the current fiscal year is $140,000, which again, we are looking at potentially taking out of our pocket. Put those two together, that's $300,000 at a minimum out of our pocket. And I think my frustration is that there has been no acknowledgement at a management level or planning. How are we going to address that? And I think my biggest frustration is the reactive nature of how the club is being managed. I shouldn't be getting, a call from, somebody else saying, what the heck is happening with the budget? You guys are over. How are you going to manage it? So the good news is Kelso and I have talked about some opportunities, and we're going to talk about it later. But, I think that's my single biggest frustration I have to share with you.
I'll just say real quickly, because Ginger alluded to it, and Mr. Goodman, you alluded to it with the idea of, I'll use the term skin in the game, that essentially monetizes the idea of partnership. We can talk about it being tied to the budget figures, bottom line numbers, or total aggregate labor dollars and all that. But I also think ultimately, and I would certainly defer to Kelso because he's here every day, the ratios that came out of some of your questions for all three companies that we put up in here, when we hit or exceed those ratios, we impact obviously those aggregate dollar improvements, right? If our labor percentage is getting better, if our cost of goods sold is getting better, we're going to improve the financial results here. So our thought is that we would absolutely embrace any number of concepts, but one of which we probably should include there, where you end up contracting with, for us, is that let's tie some specific ratios, and chances are there might be 5 different categories, and we would be comfortable with that.
When you talk,
Sorry, I didn't. Well, I don't want to wait and waste the battery.
when you talk ratios, are you talking the ratio as compared to revenue?
Yes.
Because here's my issue with that. You threw up a 25% number on there of a ratio that was an improvement.
Yeah, the operating, the F&B loss.
Well, okay, so in hard whole numbers, that number is actually higher, like Jill referred to, because our revenue is higher.
Right.
So theoretically, in whole numbers, we're not any better off. As a percentage of the total, we are. Yeah, that's great. As a percentage of revenue, because our revenue is higher, but our whole numbers are still then theoretically worse. So.
Well, I tried to say in my comment, we're open to a concept of both. I alluded to the aggregate dollars and said we'll be willing to partner with you guys on that. But to get to improvement with the aggregate dollars, we've got to manage the ratios too.
Oh, yeah,
But my biggest question is, why have we gone 3 years with ever increasing losses and subsidies and over budget year after year after year without any recognition from Vesta looking to help us and straighten out and right the ship? It's never happened. I mentioned that when I first came on board with you, Ginger and Dan, that labor's excessive and we're over budget. What happens this year? Labor's even worse, and we're even more over budget. It's only gotten better the last month or two because I've been screaming and complaining and gotten payroll records and showed how we have 9 people with brunch or 9 people for breakfast for 80 people for 80 covers. It's only gotten better recently because I'm pushing that issue. I should not have to be doing that. That's not my job. My job is supervisor. My job is not operating Vesta. Why is Vesta's management operating this club?
Rich, when you say there's been no acknowledgement, over the past Well, the past 3 years serving a different board, a couple folks have changed and overlapped. Conversations, you've been to the board meetings, conversations were had, there were, whether it was an acknowledgement of whatever the financial picture was in that month or that quarter, or it talked about forward budgeting for labor. So when you say there was never an acknowledgement, conversations were had perhaps in a different tone, perhaps with a different focus. We had different backgrounds on prior boards, some financial folks, some not. And as when we spoke in January, you and I, with the whole board, and also in February, we made an acknowledgement then that there is a much more intense focus on the bottom line dollars. Right or wrong for prior boards or this board, I'm just saying that was noted in our conversations. Now, by the time you're in their month, January and February, and then you began, a lot of the hyper scrutiny on various things, we were responding as quickly as we could. Not fast enough for you, I understand that. You want answers, post haste as soon as you put them out.
A lot of times you just sit and respond, but that's besides the point. You have access to payroll. We don't have access to how you might operate payroll. Expenses, budgets, all operational expenses, everything across the board here is over budget. We don't have control over that. Vesta has control over that. That should have been maintained and looked at and verified by Vesta and say, wait a minute, we have operating budgets over this, and that's well over budget. We need to look at why that is. As far as I can tell, nobody's ever looked at that. That's decorations, office supplies, maintenance, repairs and maintenance, every budget line item. It's just, if you're going to come back here, we need to understand how that's not going to happen again, because we have lost way too much money by people just not watching it. And if Council wins the lottery, and I hope and wish you all the best. If you do, he's not staying here, and we can't be put back in the same situation of relying solely on one person who's doing his job, and he's doing his job well, that there's nobody back in Vesta making sure that this does not happen again. Because we can't rely on one person, because right now, if we have, with Chef being out, we have issues. If any one person here is, we're pretty lean, so we have to rely on other people, and this can't happen again. This is just inexcusable.
And the answer is pivoting faster, recognizing it and having the right team in place to make those decisions faster, whether it's cost of goods. I know you have had a interest in how many people are on the floor at any one time. We didn't sell enough to have that pool of labor resources. And the answer is to get a GM. Of course, nobody could see the future. We've all talked about that, how it took 5 months to get somebody who we think has the qualifications that you all are looking for to do these types of tighter controls, seeing what's coming up next, where we can cut, not lose somebody, because if you cut back salaries, obviously people have to feed their families and lose those kind of people. So it is a definitely a delicate balance. You could probably speak to that better than I, and how do you balance what your financials are required to be on the budget versus trying to still serve the customer. Who's used to that?
We need to,
Yeah.
please.
Hang on one second. Let Ken go. Jill, let Ken go.
Oh, Ken, Cheryl said go, and then I got one.
Okay, so, why do we have to have a burden rate at all? Why can't we just deal with direct expenses on a pass-through basis?
So, this is Roy. Who would pay the burden expenses? If I'm not understanding your question correctly.
No,
we're saying we'll pass through. We would pass that.
Yeah, I think that's probably a solution that's waiting to be implemented, which is, we don't need to make money on burden. We don't want to make money on burden. Let's pass that stuff through. Is that part of what you're looking for, Ken?
That's what you're asking, right? Came straight past you.
So if I can interject, that's actually what I was asking when I said, you talked
Yes.
about a new burden rate, but what we're looking for is a direct, just pass it through.
Makes sense?
Whatever your costs are on labor,
Right.
pass them through.
Exactly, makes sense.
Because the burden, regardless of what is anticipated or what the plan was, it looks like there's an extra fee in there.
Okay, can I say real quickly?
But HR and stuff is not included in that pass-through, we're talking tax,
Yeah,
tax and payroll expense.
All right, so let me answer, and I think in a way it'll satisfy you folks, real quick. Our original proposal and our original contract here, the RFP that went out asked for a management fee and it asked for burden rates. I'm not sure we would have submitted a proposal to you that showed burden rates, but your RFP asked us to. You remember that? So we answered 28% full-time and 18 or 20% part-time. That was our answer. We never thought we were gonna make money on it. We never thought it should be, we just said, that's our answer to your question. It's become a huge bonus. It needs to go away. We need to move past this issue and make it as pass-through as possible. That's the simple answer.
So you pass through actual expenses.
Labor
Just
costs.
actual.
Labor costs, right.
And
by the way,
payroll
and
processing.
sir, you keep referencing, I'm gonna nod my head with you. When you talk about where we make money,
No, payroll processing is fine.
right, our administration, should, in my opinion, where we make money is our management fee. We don't need to try to make money on burden or labor costs. We're trying to make money on our management fee.
That's.
We're on the same page with you.
Yeah,
On the
we're on
same-
this one.
Yeah.
All right.
Great, okay, so
I have one other
Oh,
question,
yeah, go ahead.
and that is P and L.
Yes.
We have had difficulty in the past getting P and L on specific issues, even on private events, which is why we have difficulty determining how to price them. How do we get to a point where we can get,
Show it, use
my
the
mic
mic.
dead.
Here.
again.
There you go. That's the exact question.
Yeah, so the question is P and L. How do we get to a point where we can actually get a P and L quickly, timely, so we know what's going on with events and we know how to price events? That's been kind of a thorn the whole time I've been on the board, is we can't get a P and L. How do we do
A
that?
simple answer is these two gotta work hand in hand, hand in glove, because they're closest to those numbers.
That's why last fall, we kind of pushed our way to insist the board understand we need an on-site county presence. It was the wrong candidate, it didn't work out, but that was the whole idea, is to provide the general manager with that, up to the minute information on how to price those events. And that the board could see whether there was a profit or loss. And then our controller, Roy refers to her as our senior accountant, she's a regional controller, ended up cleaning all that up. And that's the whole plan, is to give Kelso the benefit of those numbers. And of those costs.
We also, there's also a lot of setup that has to be done in Jonas that has not been done yet, with regards to events. The basic event module was set up, but there's a lot of, individual setup that will have to be done for each individual, event, as far as resources and actual food costing and all that stuff that, up to this time, we just have not had the resources to put those in, because once Jonas really got going, it started getting into season, and it just, so that was one of my summer projects that I just haven't gotten to yet, to be honest with you.
The prior software.
What?
You understand that?
Yes.
Ken is asking, is it costing out each video?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what we're gonna have to do.
Yes.
I mean, as far as
Doesn't ask
putting
for
it
that
into the
for
system, run the report.
So that's actually what I was gonna comment on, was the webmaster and the Jonas setup in regard to that. I think there was a major drop the ball, in that regard. Roy, you mentioned the webmaster here, and I'm not gonna belabor it, but there's a lot of behind the scenes activities that need to take place in order to get that granular information on the P and L. I worked a little bit with Stephanie on that, but Melissa, we probably should talk at some point. But I just wanted to say that we were missing that webmaster piece on this Jonas rollout altogether, in my opinion, having stepped into that.
Was Mark working on that?
Mark Suter? Yeah, for like a couple of hours. We did not get what we needed out of all of that. Yes,
Yeah, the website's hard.
yeah.
The website's absolutely awesome.
You told me that a number of times.
So,
I think we're gonna.
yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to belabor that, I just wanted to point out the text, Jonas needs
Yeah.
some more. Yes, the back.
Can you guys hang around for a little bit?
Thank you very much for your time. We're happy to hear it. Now, what's the protocol? Because your agenda said maybe all three.
Well,
people can
yeah,
hang
I think, the five of us, including Ken, just have to figure out.
What do you wanna do next?
Questions and whatever else, and then,
out. Okay, so we'll hang out.
yeah, that'd be awesome. We'll come find you in 2 or 3 minutes. We'll just figure that out. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you for your time, guys.
Keep,
All right.
keep her in the mic.
Sit back in my seat now.
We never met.
Yeah, go sit back in your seat. I'm gonna leave it here, it's just easier.
I'm
Yeah.
I'm just gonna stay here
I'm
because
gonna
it's easy.
Swing back over.
Pick Ken up and move it over here.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm tired.
So, oops, okay.
Hang on a second.
Okay, so,
Hey, Keith, can you close the doors, please? Thank you.
Ken, are you still, I wanna make sure you're still there.
I am.
Okay, good. So we still got, the management companies are still here kindly hanging out. I've got a couple more I'd like to ask Hampton. I think the reason we asked folks to stay is that we might have additional questions for them after talking to other companies. I hate to just, Cheryl and I were chatting just before as we were reconvening, I hate to just go in and say, oops, sorry, we don't have anything more for you, so.
Right.
We may want to consolidate quickly the
Yeah,
list
I have a
of,
few questions that I asked them.
great,
So,
okay.
Yeah.
I mean, one would be, do they use the Club Management Association percentages? And what do you think
Yes.
about those? And how do their bundled communities work within those percentages?
Yes,
I also would like to know the personnel turnover rates in the bundled communities. And then, I'm unclear on this oversight of capital projects. Everybody says yes. I don't know what that means. Does that mean you're project managing it? Does that mean you're just watching
I
it?
think,
Well, we can
Yeah,
ask them.
yeah.
let's ask.
yeah,
Let's ask.
a large
Let's
capital project, they can't,
They
project
can't handle a
manager,
large one, but what
but-
about the small ones?
in terms of coordination and stuff, obviously they have to be involved. The council's got to be involved with scheduling the painters.
Right.
He's got to be coordinating, scheduling the parking lot paving. You can't project manage that away. It's got to still be done
There has to
with.
be a component. I think
I
we
mean,
should bring
even
that up.
something as small as the aerobic studio. How
They
do
should
you
be doing
project
it.
manage that, right? They should be
Who
doing
is
that.
project managing that?
It's a good question.
Nancy.
Yeah.
There's
Nancy.
Nancy's
That's a really important
Right.
question.
Well,
And
it is.
when they say, yes, we'll have oversight, I would like a little more definition
Why
on
don't-
what exactly that
Let
means.
me, why don't I
So
go,
those would be the three things that I would like to ask.
yeah,
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's,
If you guys have more.
thank you, Keith.
no, those are great questions.
They're super questions, thank you. Because I will tell you that they did not GC the Tiki Bar. Steve Cornglass did, former
Yeah.
Oh,
supervisor.
absolutely.
Yes,
Yeah.
100%, I agree with that. So
And-
yes.
And I was the chair of facilities
And,
at the time, so I know.
the project that they showed up, the checklist for that, for the Venetian, facilities created that.
That was
our
familiar. I thought I
checklist.
saw that
That
from
was
Tim.
our
Yeah,
checklist.
we created, so they did not have a
Tim
checklist.
Carr created that.
We did not have a checklist, so facilities started when Joe was the liaison and then finished with,
Liaison, yeah.
and then I was on the committee and then whatever. We had to create, because Vesta did not have a checklist of how to,
It's a good question.
how often do you clean the bathrooms, how often do you wash the windows, how often do you check check the light fixture, all the light bulbs are working? How often do you check the AEDs? I go, the what?
Yeah,
That was, so if you don't know what they are, you know where they are and you know how to use them. So, those are the types, so we created, so.
the AEDs are actually a liability issue.
Yeah.
If you don't,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah. Thank you for
Thank you
waiting.
for
But we have more
doing that.
questions
Appreciate
for
it.
you.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
Big chunk of your day. No, just ask my.
Here, yeah, you know what, I'm gonna give you a, yeah, you got one?
Just wait,
Oh,
wait for Cindy to come back. I don't know where she went to.
Okay,
She went to the restroom? Okay.
okay,
that's okay.
okay. Here, you know what, we'll probably have extra. Is there still one over there? Yeah, okay,
Yes.
good, just in case you both want to chime in at once. Okay. you wanna just go down something?
The battery.
It's a long day for you.
No, this is
Yeah.
actually a short day. This is, yeah. So at 2:00, I have a meeting, I have a conference call to discuss the geothermal, and at 2:00 we're taping, and at 2:30 I have a conference call to discuss the geothermal, and then at 4:00 I have an HRT meeting.
Yeah, well, I have to ask you if any of your clubs use geothermal units for your pools.
We
You're
do.
gonna say yes, yeah, you do. Yeah, that's
Problematic. I mean, hey,
it's such an arcane thing, like who knows about geothermal?
I know, well, and then once the members get used to it being a certain temperature, if it deviates a
Oh,
couple
you have
degrees,
no idea.
it's like
You
life-
have
it's like life and
no
death.
idea.
Life and death.
I think Cheryl was the most eloquent with our questions.
Yes.
Do you mind if I turn it over?
No, that's fine. I just, a couple of questions. One, Club Management Association. The numbers that they publish and the percentages they publish, do you use that? And do you compare your clubs to those numbers?
I'll speak for myself. So yeah, I do use those numbers at my club. Share them regionally or corporately as well, especially when we're looking at recruiting. But as it pertains to my team in particular, at Laurel Oak, it is my benchmark, for our numbers, our performance, but also their incomes and salaries and how we look at raises.
Well, I think she meant for
For food and beverage?
F&B side.
Yeah, so like Florida State average is 92% salaries, wages, benefits as a percent of revenue, according to the Club Management Association.
Mhm.
How would your numbers compare to
You
that?
have to be careful of the broadcaster. So CMAA's information, they receive from CMAA, general managers, right? Those that are approved by CMAA. And typically those numbers are going to be skewed to the high end because that's essentially what they're going to benchmark off of. I will tell you that number in no way has a relationship to how we manage our facilities.
Right.
That's what I was looking for.
Yes,
Okay.
okay.
All right, thank you for that.
And I would just, you gotta be really careful of the broadcaster in that circumstance.
Secondly, personnel turnover rates in your clubs, especially your bundled clubs. What kind of numbers do you see?
I have to pull
Do you
that
have
data.
that?
Yeah, I
Okay.
have to pull that data for you. Would be an HR specific deal. I mean, I don't have any necessary, I would say the objective. I could give you a feel, but I'm more on the real side.
It's very objective. I've even looked at my own club and seen the percentages or rates higher than I would think they are, but sometimes you don't factor how much seasonal turnover and just general turnover that you have. We do track a net promoter score. We've been doing that for about the past year just to see overall satisfaction of the employee with Hampton or at that respective club. Our benchmark, I believe, is to achieve 40% or greater of that NPS. And most of our clubs are at that, but that's also a bit subjective. You got to get the employee to take the survey and make sure you've got the right percentage of completion to then correlate to the proper NPS score. But again, even in my club, it seemed higher than I thought because of how those statistics are tracked.
What
But
was it?
we do track it. I think it was in the 40%. My NPS score is in the 80% range, but my turnover rate for one period we were looking at, it might have been a year-over-year period, was upper 40%, which sounds absurd, but the way that it's calculated, it was actually appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
My last question is, did we talk about oversight of capital projects with you, and did you talk about that specifically?
No.
And so a GM on site here, what do you see as their oversight of capital projects? Let me use a very specific one. We're redoing the fitness, the exercise room. Studio. So, sanding floors, redoing walls, that kind of thing. What would the GM's role in your world be in that kind of project?
Funny, well, we were on break, Jamie and I were reviewing many of his capital projects at Laurel Oak, so I'm gonna turn this is real, right? This is what he's going for.
Typically, it would at least be management of the vendors and general contractor if you have one. And if you are going general contractor route, that person's gonna have their own set of
Mhm.
requirements and things they're gonna be held up to, permitting and all of those things, of course, being one of them. Regular weekly or maybe bi-weekly construction meetings, updates, et cetera. So that person is the driver of the project, because the GC still doesn't, they just need to push them along as well. And they're the liaison, they're the in-between from all of the vendors, the contractors, to the board or ownership group of the club. And that is who you communicate to, who then communicates to the rest of the group. That's how, at least how that's how I run it.
Is there a project manager in the middle?
Usually it depends on the scale of the project. So, at my club, most of the projects, I am the project manager. So I arrange the subs, I track the budget, I track the performance, I pick the countertops and the carpet. But on a bigger scale project, we would have an architect and then a general contractor. That general contractor, in their general conditions, is going to have a project manager and super. But general contractors these days, they're not even really general contractors. They're just the person with the license who coordinates all the people, so you don't have to do it. And then you get hit double. You get hit on the general conditions because they're paying their project manager maybe $100,000 a year, but they're going to charge you a rate that's 3 times that. And then you're going to pay their admin costs and their insurance costs, and then down at the very bottom, you're going to pay 8% on all of that. So general contractors have a pretty good game right now, and whenever you can avoid using one of those, and have a GM that can manage the project, that's what you should do. That's what we do at my club.
So you basically, the GM steps up and fills that.
Correct, but I can tell you, not everyone can do that. This is a consuming job.
Yes.
And so if the expectation is for that person to take on that role and that capacity, then that person needs to not only be strong, but have a number 2 at least that can kind of hold things down. They do have consultants now that you can find that become that person, kind of, but no one will do it, known it like your GM will, if he or she really cares about this place in the project. So,
But you'll definitely be involved in the coordination process and oversight and making sure people check in, check out, conditions are not left.
100%. In fact, even up to, for me, we just did a golf maintenance renovation. We're about finished with it. We spent just shy of $1 million. 400 of that is under the general contractor's contract and scope. The rest of that is under my scope.
Oh.
And I did that. So, for example, we repaved the whole parking lot, which was $127,000. I'm not going to pay 8% on a contract that I negotiate, and I find the vendor and then just fold it under your scope so you collect your fee. So I've carved all those things out. Creates a lot more work for me, but it saves the club a lot of money.
So you've actually gone out to, you found your own vendors for parking lot paving and things like that yourself?
All kinds, yes, all kinds.
So there goes Rick.
And I think, and let me give you some more real here, because I think what you're asking is, 1, how is the general manager going to work through the project? Number 2, how are they support?
Exactly.
And from a support perspective, and I'll give you the real. So if you don't know, so who had relationships with Tara at Tara Golf and Country Club? There you go. So Tara is in the process of, and we've been working them through and shepherding them through a clubhouse renovation. Jamie's been hands-on involved, I've been hands-on involved, our COO's been hands-on involved, and we're getting close to that shovel going in the ground, metaphorically speaking. And to that, Jamie has been supporting David, our general manager, and working through the steps with the board, our marketing team, and then our corporate support team have been working through those little things, right? The devil's in the details with this stuff. Those little things that potentially, where do the drops go for point of sale? Where do the electric outlets go? Like, how do we make sure that the bars, spigots are properly run? All that little stuff.
Yeah.
When you're a general manager and you're managing people and you're managing operations and you're managing the day-to-day details, that stuff can get lost. And that's where the support structure and really, I hate to say this, but where we've failed in the past, we get to tell those stories and making sure that our general manager is supported. And that's where Jamie and his support structure goes a long way.
Yeah.
Thank you.
2 questions. What do you think a reasonable salary is for a general manager of that magnitude? I want to make sure that we have one that will stay here with going forward. And the other question I have is, what percentage of your clubs have a food and beverage minimum?
I'll start with the salary by
Can we
saying.
talk about bundle clubs?
Yeah, I thought we missed that, because I had that on my list.
Bundle clubs.
Yeah, so salary, depending a lot on their experience, number one, but number two, show me the incentive, I'll show you the results. So we must have a compensation structure that points to both where the experience needs to go and financials need to go. And if we do not incentivize properly and we just establish what I would consider to be a flatline salary structure, we're doing the board a disservice. So you're looking for a real number, I'm gonna say it needs to be one, market aligned, and number two, give them the opportunity to make more money than they really would feel. Well, they'd feel as if they were advantaged to get that. Does that make sense?
Sure, yeah, skin in the game.
And then second, from a bundle perspective, the second part of the question.
How many clubs have minimums?
Split down the middle, I'm thinking. I can get you this number
It's,
real.
I don't need to know the exact
I
number.
wanna say it's gonna be somewhere in the neighborhood of 15, I can get you the real number on that, 15 of our 32.
Is it something that you like, don't like? Is it board management? Why, you know?
I don't know, what do you think?
I would say I like it at the right level. So minimums are usually established at a club, from foundation, from start, or as a savior, almost forcing you to spend money at the club. Wherever you are, you just need to be at the right level. We recently did this at my own club where we examined the market to look at, should we be increasing our F&B minimum? I argued to the board, let's just leave it alone because we don't want force situations, force expectations. So then you've got people who really aren't using the club much because they can't. And now you force them to use it a little bit more, and then their expectations go to here. And then sometimes those expectations tied to the minimum don't match what your operation needs to be. That is sometimes how you end up being open 7 days a week because you feel like you have to be.
That's a spiral.
So I think it should be enough to encourage the participation, and that's it. Not a driver of revenue or anything beyond that.
Yeah, and I would take the opposite. This is where, like, the joy of having a company that encourages independent thinking. I personally don't agree with them, but I'm also a believer that the experience has to be aligned with, and it's incumbent on us to deliver an experience that makes people want to be there, not have to be there.
That's it.
Yep, that's right.
So
Yeah.
if we build the right operational structure and we deliver programming that's fun, funky, cool, as I was saying earlier, then that would be that gravitational pull to come to the experience rather than say, I have to, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, agree.
but remember, our feelings are muted because we work at the direction of the board and of the residents. So how we feel, although we might try to nudge you in a certain direction, it's gonna be ultimately your decision.
Well, interestingly, we asked that question on a survey, and it was about 60, if I recall, about 55 or 60% who answered the survey, which is not 100% of the homes, answered they didn't want a minimum. So.
But then this is a CDD where they already pay a subsidy.
Well, yeah, exactly.
And so if they
Although
choose
they
not
actually-
to use it, they're making a very conscious decision. They're
Yes.
paying a
Right.
subsidy and they're still not using it.
Right, yeah,
Then I think it's a service, I'm with you. that
Yeah.
this
Well, if
is
you
a
think about it,
service.
as consumers, we are going to spend this amount of money on entertainment.
right.
It might vary a few points by month, by quarter, by year, but we know where our wallet is gonna allow us to go.
Right.
And if we, and this is the term that we certainly embrace, is we want our unfair share. How do we get our unfair share? We do things that
Club
are,
poor.
yes, right? We're just gonna do things differently, and we're gonna deliver better experiences than down the street. And
Yeah.
and we know that consumers have that choice, so
Yeah.
we just have to be better than those places.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes. Ken, do you have anything else?
Well, keep in mind, we're not a private club, so membership here is not voluntary. Every resident is a member by living in here.
But it's
So
fun.
Yeah,
another reason not to have minimums.
Yeah, good, okay. Are we good? Okay. Well, listen, I also want to thank Justin, who was originally not going to be here today, because he had a vacation scheduled and rearranged.
Oh, yeah.
No,
He's
but you
okay.
were telling me where you were going, I was like, yeah.
Well.
I appreciate it.
Yes, pleasure to be here. I wouldn't miss this, and it's been wonderful, by the way, working with Ms. Pizarnik and the board. I'll comment by saying there are very few positions professionally or by voluntary role that are selfless, and it's about as close as it gets what you do. So I applaud you. We work with a lot of boards, and every time I get a chance to sit with them, and I say thank you from a member of a club that has a board that runs them. So thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, guys.
Appreciate
Thank you
that.
very
Thanks for
much.
coming.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Much appreciated.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, my friend.
All right,
Good
be
to see
well.
you. Yeah, you too.
Best
Hey,
of luck.
buddy.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Yeah, good to see you
Good
again.
to see you again.
Be well.
Appreciate it.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Be well. Thanks for your time.
Nice to meet you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
It is. Oh, and I've always, don't know they pay a subsidy. 90% probably don't.
We're going.
I've looked at our subsidies.
Yeah, I don't want to minimum.
Yeah, I would work.
Oh, I don't
That
want to
would be
minimum.
so hard to me, I would have to like.
I was just asking the revenue. Byron had a good point, because I just asked a question. Is the revenue being dictated by forced minimums
Right.
versus?
Plus, if you
Right,
really
they will
consider
come.
our force minimums, decrease your subsidy.
Probably
No,
not.
And actually, it's gonna
So
make,
where's that break
it'll
even?
actually increase your expense, because if you take $100 here, it only generates a $50 profit. So and the $50, and then this money you pay here, so if you fund off the taxes, the $100 you spend is after taxes, so it costs even more.
Hello.
Hi,
Hello, gentlemen.
welcome back.
Ken, are you with us?
Ken is back.
He's back
he had a
online.
hiatus,
Yes, he
but he's
is.
returned.
Okay,
Do you
Cheryl?
want me,
Yeah,
I'm
go
gonna
ahead.
start with just a few questions that we have, follow-up. Do you guys use Club Management Association percentages when you manage your clubs?
The CMAA?
Yeah.
We use many different industry benchmarks.
Okay.
We also work with a company called Club Benchmarking, which is far and ahead in terms of their data and the research they do. Much, in my opinion, much further advanced than CMAA, who uses a very, very, if you're not a member of CMAA, it's a very small data set that they're looking at. Club Benchmarking is in the business of benchmarking clubs. So we look at various amounts of data from different sources.
Great.
Interesting.
So Florida State for Club Management Association is 92% SWB as a percent of revenue? Does that sound high to you? Is that something you look at?
Say that again?
92% is the average for Florida for salaries, wages, and benefits as a percent of revenue.
For F&B.
So it's very high.
Right,
Yeah.
F&B.
Yeah,
It does
very
sound
high.
high.
You don't know what their data set is.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Club benchmark.
You don't know what they're pulling from. The other thing with the CMAA,
I've got some club edge on it, yeah.
Okay.
the CMA traditionally pulls from the very top tier clubs, which might have very,
That they can, interesting.
So it's like clubs with a $100,000 membership fee.
or higher.
Or
Or higher.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nice.
the ones that don't mind.
See, it's a
The
Florida
ones that
State, though.
want that white glove
Big state of
experience.
Florida,
Oh, state of
Gold
Florida.
State, sorry.
It's the ones
Okay.
that want the white glove experience, is basically. what you're saying.
Interesting.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Fascinating. Okay.
Okay, next question, personnel turnover. What are your turnover rates in your clubs for personnel?
We touched on that in the questions and answers, very low.
Yes.
And as a result, initially, I would say it's higher, much higher than the industry average because of the investment making the people. Over time, we retain a higher percentage than I would say the industry by far because of the investment in people that we make. It's a great place to work.
So
And we strive.
overall, what would you think?
I would say it's in the
average
90s.
For turnover?
No, for retention.
No, that's what I'm talking about, turnover. So, so your turnover percentage you think is under 20%?
Absolutely. Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
And is that, you said that occurs after people have decided to whether they want to stay or not?
Yeah, by and large, we do not have to terminate people.
Okay,
and it's sort of a blessing. We create an environment where people want to work. And for, I hate to say it this way, but for the C players, they kind of figure out, I don't fit here anymore. I'm being held accountable, right? It's a different environment, different culture, and their peers are the ones that are holding them accountable now. And they're not as comfortable working in that environment, so they kind of figure, you know what,
Okay,
this isn't the place for me, and they find new jobs. We rarely ever have to terminate people. But we give them a chance during that first 30, 60, 90 days, and even after that. We give them a chance in terms of putting, department heads on PIPs, performance improvement
Yes.
plans, with measurables and setting expectations. But everybody going in has those expectations, so they're not just kind of wavering, figuring out what is my job, how do I do it, when do I do it? It's very clear, because you can't really measure people on expectations unless they know what the expectations are, right? It's not fair. And a lot of the younger people coming into the business.
Right.
Give you an example in food and beverage. What we see a lot is Mary has been at a club for 15 years. The new people get hired, you're just gonna shadow Mary. Well, Mary has 15 years of experience of doing the wrong thing, right? She just keeps repeating it. So now you've got somebody coming in.
But we love her.
But we love her. So you got somebody coming in that may have come from Chili's, right? And now they're coming into the environment that you're trying to create the culture, but all they know is Chili's, right? They haven't been onboarded properly. They don't know what the expectations are. So that's why we invest so much in training.
I want to ask maybe a related question to this, which is because you're newer in Florida, I guess is what I would say. Does that create a challenge for you recruiting when you do need to recruit? Is that a challenge at all?
No, not at all. We're in 12 different states.
Okay.
So Florida for us, it's local. You're really bringing in people, especially in leadership positions. You're bringing in people that are local to the community because we think you have an obligation to be part of the bigger community in terms of your hiring practices. It's just making sure that you do a thorough vetting process. There are qualified people in this market like there are qualified people in every market. It's just the finding them, vetting them, and developing them and coaching them and providing the tools for them to be successful so they don't feel like they're out on an island, right? They're not forgotten. And they've got a backstop. They've got resources that care about their development and care about their success.
Because that's what I would say. I wanted to say to my fellow supervisors, I think it's on your website, there's a YouTube video, am I right? About associates, it's like an 8-minute
Yes.
video explaining your process. And I have to say, it was on the Bobby Jones Linked website. I found it, just so you know, y'all, I found it extremely helpful to understand your culture, maybe.
And those are just people.
Yes.
Right? Those are just
Yeah.
normal, everyday people, right? I mean, it wasn't scripted. They were just speaking from the heart. So if you haven't had a chance, I would encourage you to.
It's a good video.
Yeah.
Yeah. What else?
My last question was for oversight of capital projects. To what extent do you see a GM here overseeing capital projects? And, as an example, the exercise studio right now is being revamped, floors refinished, walls redone. To what extent would that person participate in that and monitor?
They have to be involved, but it's not just the GM, right? It's either depending upon what's being revamped, say it's the kitchen, say it's the tennis, say it's the pools, whatever it is. The GM is not the only person that's involved in that, even the pre-planning, the planning, overseeing the execution, but they've got to be involved, right? And other people from our company have to be involved depending upon what it is. So they're involved. Are they, we would help, number one, evaluate getting bids, looking at the bids, looking at the scope of work and figuring out what's the ROI on this? Should we look at maybe doing something a little bit differently? You talked about the tiki bar and the food runners back and forth.
Yes.
Rather than just say, yeah, we should expand the kitchen, we should invest in whatever it is out there, a unit so we can prepare food out there, we do a cost benefit analysis, do an ROI on that investment.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. Before just saying, yeah, we're going to enhance the food prep out there.
Yeah.
Because it may not make sense.
Yeah.
So That's the same way we would look, but yeah, the GM's gotta be involved with support from our home office.
To the project management level, or?
Project management is a funny word. Depends on what level of project management, but they've got to be involved. Small projects, like the painting,
Mhm.
the GM would be involved in that, but I don't know about overseeing the day-to-day. Certainly working with scheduling, making sure that it's not interrupting the daily flows. Reviewing invoices that come in, making sure the quality of work, right?
Yes.
I hate to say it, but especially in Florida.
Yeah,
Um,
we know.
So you have to be careful, right? So there's checks and balances. You're meeting with whoever the job superintendent is to make sure it's on schedule, on budget, and certain quality controls are in place. That's, I don't call that project management, that's just.
Managing.
Doing your job.
That's managing, yeah.
Doing your job, yeah, okay, thank you.
Just so,
Yeah, make sure kinky.
so what do you,
Oh, hang on one second, we'll get to you in 1 sec.
yeah, we have a new GM here. We think we like, actually, we do
We
like,
do
we hope he stays,
like him
we
a
hope he
lot.
stays. What do you
Like
see as a reasonable general manager's salary and or compensation package? How do we make sure that if we find somebody, he's the right person, he stays here, and he's incentivized to stay here?
It's another good question. You know, you have to look at market, but you're also looking at the skills and qualifications of the individual. So we would benchmark and show you data, what the industry is, and then obviously incentivize that person. If you've got a rock star GM or a rock star, whatever it is, department head, sometimes you have to pay up a little bit, but you'll get that back. You get it back in dividends, right? Their engagement, their leadership. And we would sit down, obviously, if this person is somebody you want to retain, we want to sit down with them and get to know them and understand from your chairs, what makes them that rock star, right? What are you seeing in them that makes them the best GM you've had in, X number of years, right? But then on the other side, what we find a lot is in building the other team members, you might find somebody that's really strong in these skills. And then before you know it, you hire another person as a department head with that same skill set, but you might be having a big gap in financials. GM might be very food and beverage oriented, front of the house oriented, not real good at the back of the house. So we would then look and say, okay, how do we complement the GM's qualifications or the food and beverage manager's qualifications and skill set, so you have a team, right? The GM is leading the day-to-day, but you have to have a team that's working together and all of their skill sets are complementary. So it's a 2 + 2 = 5 versus 4.
That's a great point. Hey, Ken, you're up, Ken.
Yeah.
Yep, you're up.
Okay, so working with a CDD, I don't think you've had much experience in that. It's a very different animal. And in addition to the board, we have a half a dozen very active committees, which tend to get involved operationally at times, along with a lot of meetings that some of your staff would be expected to attend on a regular basis. Is that something you're used to? And how would you respond to that environment?
Very, very accustomed to it. At the majority of clubs that we have, there are multiple committees. And we're very much engaged with those committees. So we have a lot of we obviously work with boards, but then you have what I would call the committees that are developing initiatives, thinking through things, solving and making recommendations to the bigger board or this board, right? And we're working with them to develop the solutions. So we're very accustomed to that. That's pretty standard.
Okay,
Thank you.
good. I think I'm good.
I think I'm good too. Yes, thank you very
Yeah,
much.
it's really appreciate it. It's
Yes.
been a pleasure.
It's our
and a-
pleasure.
Yes,
Pleasure
it
and
has
a-
been absolutely fabulous. Thank you.
Yeah, it really has been. So,
May I ask you a question?
yes, please.
What is this group's next steps?
Well, it's a good question. Here's the problem with
We have to talk
CDD,
about
what
that.
you need to know. We cannot speak to each other at all in any fashion under Florida Sunshine Law. So, we're gonna be discussing that. You know, so I don't want to get ahead of any of my colleagues, but, I think suffice to say, at least from my perspective, everything we've heard is compelling and interesting. So, you know, I think whatever it is, you'll get next steps from us soon. I don't know, would anybody else add anything to that?
No, I think we have to be careful because we have to
Yeah.
figure this out.
Yeah, we do, and it's terrible that we can't talk to each other, but.
I mean.
Yeah.
That's Florida Sunshine Law.
Yes.
In my mind, I'm envisioning that obviously we're gonna have to sit back and talk.
Digest.
Probably have to be sending out some follow-up questions that we may think about tonight as we start or tomorrow in the shower, that will have to be thrown back out there. We then have a meeting again in 2 weeks, so we can probably talk more then, maybe reach out to you between then and now, or now and then. I would love to see us possibly getting an answer by our July 28th meeting, I believe it is, the end of the month
The
meeting.
end of the month meeting?
This way gives you, if we can then make a decision at that date, we have to give Vesta notice also, so then you can start, give or take, September 1, and then with an October 1 official start date, with the start of the fiscal year.
Preliminary, I think.
Those are
That's what I said. That's what I said. In my mind, and that's aggressive.
Well, and I think it's important to know too that, every discussion we have is on the record.
Yes.
So, and it's on YouTube, if you
Yeah.
search Venetian River Club CDD,
Yeah.
everything is thanks
Yeah.
to Keith,
So
is
if you come,
YouTube.
so you can come back and watch this you can come back and watch this tomorrow and see
Keith
what
loves
the
to
people
See what the
said.
other people said.
Yeah.
Now you did.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything's out in the open.
Screen, so you're good.
So, which is why I said what I said, because you're gonna hear,
You're gonna hear it anyway.
I'm gonna say it after you leave, so I might as well say it when you're here. That's what I said, in my mind, that's what
My
I'm.
only concern is the dates, Rich.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just the
We
timeline.
have to be very careful about the timeline.
No, it's aggressive, it's
You will
aggressive.
hear, it's just.
You,
I
aggressive.
can't tell you today.
Oh, wait,
So
Ken, I hear Ken.
Did the other guys leave this
There's a voice
for?
from-
Yes.
I guess.
Bring it
Yeah,
up.
thank you.
My cabinet's full.
But Ken,
It was nice to meet you. Thank you for your
Before
time.
you go,
Thank you.
Dan and,
Thank you for your time. It was very nice to meet you.
a final chat here. What were you gonna say, Ken?
Well, I wanted to know, a couple of quick questions. Are you locked into your compensation scheme?
No, we're open to discussions, Ken.
Okay, and you asked for a 3-year contract. Is that fixed for 3 years, or is there a cancellation by either party at will clause?
Typically, because of the initial investment, we don't have at will. But what I'd like to do is discuss term, incentive, fee, all in one time, because it is all part of the same package.
Yep.
That's understandable.
Cool.
That is very understandable.
Okey dokey.
Thank you.
Great.
Thanks, Ken.
Thanks again.
Thank you so much, appreciate it. Thanks,
Enjoy the rest
thank
of your
you
day.
so much.
Thanks again.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank
Very,
you.
very
Thank you.
helpful, thank you so much.
Bye.
Yeah, now you got the 3 and 15.
It's supposed to be all golf talk, what's that? Or do we?
We can ask them the same question.
Yeah, okay, yep.
Sure. Let's
We're
ask
gonna
them
do
the same
that.
questions.
Safe home,
Well, except
take
for
care,
first
drive
one.
carefully on 75. Oh.
Yeah, they kind of answered that. I find that very intriguing.
Actually, the capital part is the only thing I really have to ask.
That would be the only one that I would
Yes,
have a
I'm
follow-up
up
on.
on, yeah, that works for me.
Which
Yeah.
is also why I didn't like that. I mean, I've seen the benchmark Associates data. I have it on my
CMA.
computer.
Yeah,
It's very different.
it sounds to me like it's a very exclusive club.
Yeah.
And,
Oh, I
and,
had
and,
no idea.
And that's why,
people that do it can afford it.
and that's why if you read every other article, it always has F&B labor in the 40s,
Yeah.
Just for one or two questions.
not the 90s or 110s.
Right,
It's always in the 40s. So
That's why I
it's-
wanted to specifically ask the question, so I'm glad you brought up that.
Yeah. Interesting.
Anyway.
And then we just have a couple of things after this. We'll be.
Okay, yes. No, I'm good.
Well, actually, after this, I've got to take a little bio break.
Okay, all right, yeah, we can be fast. We're used to it.
Oh my God, it's 1:00.
Yep.
I said to Tom, oh,
I've
yeah,
got-
I'll be home by one.
I've got a 2:00 call to discuss paint, discuss the paint contractor.
By the way, random comments I've gotten from people, they're like, oh my God, it's so
Right.
nice.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
as much as we were afraid of people saying, why are you painting? Absolutely not what I'm.
Even though he likes it.
And
Nothing but great feedback.
because when you go to Keith's office and you stand there and you look down through the portico at the new
Yes.
colors,
Yeah,
It looks good.
and then the
It looks
green is
Yeah.
like
Fabulous.
Yeah.
It is fabulous.
yeah.
It is, isn't it? It's wow, Barbara. It's
It's
wow.
It's
It's contemporary.
It's
and it's-
contemporary,
But
it's-
it's contemporary, but
But classic.
It's classic
Yes.
contemporary, yes.
Yeah.
let's make sure we have everybody's.
Oh.
I don't want to stop
I know,
without.
she's retreating.
Okay. I just didn't want to.
Ginger's the only one we're missing.
All right, well, we'll wait. It's all right.
She was on the phone call.
Okay.
Well, the first question is the capital projects.
Yeah, that's
question, So
true.
we can.
Yeah, we can.
Council?
Yeah, I just have a question about, we talked about capital projects oversight. How do you see, differentiate for me project management versus capital project oversight in your involvement? And use maybe as an example, the exercise studio renovation.
Again, it's a learning process for me. The previous environment that I was in with the other country club, it was more talking to the board, getting approval and getting it taken care of. CDD is a little bit different. And so I'm still in the process of learning that difference, but project management is really meeting with the individual, contractors, the vendors, and having a timeline involved. But, we are learning as we go along as far as the well drilling is concerned, and we're gonna have a meeting this afternoon because, again, I don't know what I don't know if I don't know it yet. And so learning that is a process and asking questions, paying attention. I do have a lot of support, and so in turn, there's questions that I would never have thought of answering, so I'm learning that as I go along. And so that's a big learning curve, but project management definitely is just holding accountability and paying attention to those contracts and making sure that they do the work that they're supposed to, but also looking into previous exposure to them and what they've done. And kind of, I've looked into their reputations and made some phone calls as to, are they a reputable business? Because you guys have already reached out and have a relationship with them. So I'm coming in and just asking rudimentary questions, making sure that I believe that that's a potential, timeline that's realistic. Don't really know the pricing yet as far as those things are concerned. So again, it's a learning curve that I'm absorbing and doing my best to be speaking from knowledge. If I don't have the answer, I'm asking the questions.
My supervisor, can I say, I'm concerned, if that's not too strong of a word, that he would be tasked with evaluating quality of work by other companies. And when that may be more appropriate for an engineer or an architect to look at some of those things. So it may just depend on the project, how complicated the project is.
So Roy, do you have, I'm sorry.
No.
Okay, do you have somebody within the Vesta organization that Kelso would be able?
So Ken can hear you.
Sorry, Ken. Do you have somebody within the Vesta organization that Kelso could use as a resource for these types of projects, should he have questions and things like that?
Hypothetically, yes. I'm hesitant to speak for at least one individual who comes to mind. He's had a license, contractor's license. I don't know if it's still valid or not, but we've had a major project engagement up in Pinellas County, a property called Five Towns, for probably the last 3 or 4 years. And he's been involved with that, but he lives in South Florida. So coming over here isn't any harder than for him to come over to go up to Pinellas County. So I'm just hesitant to sit here on the record and say, oh yeah, he'll be happy to help you out, when I can't speak for it. But we do have somebody, at least one person in the company that.
One person
At least
in-house should Kelso need some additional information.
Yeah.
And learn some
Yeah.
stuff.
So hypothetically or conceptually, this can all work. And especially since he has some background. I keep saying for the second time, there's been some projects where we've bitten off more than we could chew. And I don't want to have a company go through that. I don't want you guys to go through that. So it may just depend on the project.
Can I say something?
She's been involved with some big
Board,
projects herself.
I was a project management professional. I've since let that certification go because that was a lot of pain and agony in another chapter of my life. But in the community we were in, we did millions of dollars every year. We have a supervisor of maintenance and a very robust team, much larger community. It depends if, like to your question, if we literally redid an entire pool deck, we would hire a GC who had the qualifications to oversee that. And then the director of maintenance was the liaison that ensured, the stakeholders' point of view on what was supposed to be happening out there, held them to the scope of work, made sure the draws were, but they had a GC because that was how big some of those were.
Okay.
In a smaller one, like you said, if we've bitten off, shame on us for saying, yeah, sure, we'll do it because we want to be all things to all people. But that's why I said I got concerned on some of the scope, whether I think you were talking about roofing and some other things. So to Roy's point, we have some resources, but they are affiliated at some point with other clubs.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to name anybody name, but Five Towns has been a major project, as you well know, for a couple of years now.
Yes.
Gentleman lives over in South Florida. He could probably be involved, but I can't commit him without him at least hearing about what the project is. To support Kelso, not to oversee projects.
All right.
Yeah, I'm looking for support
Support
for
for him.
Kelso as he needs assistance, and I
Yeah.
just was curious to know if you had that resource within Vesta. Okay, thank you.
Okay. I think I'm good. I think I'm good, yeah. So, maybe I'll just say, oh, do you have a thing? So I think Ken can hear me, but just for the sake of the webcast. So, we have been asked, well, what's the next step in the process? I think we're all just still digesting. As you know, this wasn't a formalized RFP process. It was just, it's been 4 years, we decided to undertake this. So, we have to digest and discuss, and that's we probably won't do too much of that today. It's gonna take place over the next, however many board meetings. So, just so you know, we've been asked that, and that's the answer. It's generalized.
Yeah, we understand how CDD
Appreciate
work.
it. I totally understand.
Yeah. Well, it's just sunshine law makes it difficult, but anyway, listen, thank you.
Can I say-
I appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna reiterate real
Yeah.
quickly, which is,
Yeah.
anytime your management company can help you guys make better decisions.
Yep.
That's part of why we're here.
Sure, absolutely.
So any resources, any information, we huddled with Dan during the break a little bit to try to fix, based on some of the conversation with you,
The
so.
question about pass-through, what that looked
Okay.
like, how much that would be.
Oh, okay, good.
So
He's hiking
Good.
somewhere.
I was gonna say, I think he said I'm trundling down a road in some canyon.
I don't want to speak too much for them, because they're of all the operation, I'm not, but I
Yeah.
think in the likelihood is they can come back to you with something more concrete, specific, without
Sure.
waiting for your RFP process to play
Yeah.
itself out.
And yeah, we welcome that, absolutely, because we've
Yeah.
talked about
And
that.
I don't want to call him out on, he's hiking, and he's giving me off the top of his head. I know he's
Sure.
kind of whittled through some
Totally
of the
understand.
workman's comp, the food and SUDA. You don't have a high exposure on your workman's comp here because it's generally with the maintenance. and
Mostly
the other
admin
one,
positions,
like the-
they're classified mostly as
They're
admin.
the 2.7%, whereas most of the others are the 1.1. So he was just trying to do his math while he was walking.
Yeah, and there's no pressure on that. Like I said, we're still in the digesting digesting
It's a
and
good
thinking about it. So we're gonna keep you posted and let you know what we're doing. So,
And just one final thing, we were also speaking to Kelso about, where we are year to date. The summer months have, Melissa tells us, losses built into them because it's very quiet now, and pulling back, and we're going to be working to see where he can forecast what he thinks he can come in at the end of the year with some positions changing.
Well, and you can't, but you can't cut bone. And Kelso and I had a great meeting yesterday, on the subject. So,
You'll be able to lose
I
one.
follow up on that as well.
Yeah, it's all good.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you for
great,
the
thank you.
opportunity.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks,
Everybody
Pete.
just
Thanks for everything.
also
My
say a
pleasure.
prayer for
Oh.
Brian and his family.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah.
I've got to go run to the.
Okay, yeah,
so
me
we
too,
can
actually.
finish. Oh, okay, you too.
Yeah, I just put my head in
Yeah.
I'm
my,
gonna let you mess
Oh,
with
yeah.
that. There we go. I think
Yeah.
there's a button there.
Excuse me.
yeah, poor Brian, I just want.
So, a couple of weeks ago,
One of his two sisters got cancer. The one where he young kid. He found out yesterday when he got here for work.
Yeah.
He's like, what's going on? He's like, I know. My guts fell out when Kelso, I sat with Kelso at 11, he told me, I was like, I'm gonna run to the girls' room. Hey, boy, you are a girl.
I'm gonna mute this and then we'll go back on.
Thank you, sir. All right, so I'm thinking, you guys chime in though, please. So in terms of next steps, with this, I think I need to digest first.
Absolutely. I do too.
Shall I put it on the agenda for the 14th?
Yes.
I think we
Or
should.
the 7th or the 14th? 14th, okay.
Okay,
Yes,
Now,
perfect,
do
thank
we
you.
create questions beforehand, so we know what we're talking about on this 14th? I mean, what,
I think we come back on the 14th ready to discuss,
Mm-hmm,
Yeah,
right?
so-
I agree.
But like, there's nothing to share before the 14th,
No.
otherwise that gets so complicated.
Well, do we
Because
want to?
you can't send it to us, we can't
Right.
send it.
No, I'm saying, if we all send questions to Belinda, so, and then if we compile questions to then go back out to these people to maybe get some answers back, if there's other things that we have not thought of. So when we talk on the 14th, we have better understanding.
My preference is to do that on the 14th when we can actually in the workshop talk about why we have that question and do we want to include that question to the companies and just.
So you want, on the 14th, you want to filter through the questions that we could possibly have that we bring to the three
But then we
companies?
have to first send them out, get answers back, digest them, and I'd rather have a little bit more time for us to keep talking and have better understandings. Because we also, if we do make this change, we're also gonna sit down with them and negotiate final terms, contracts, and things like that. So it's gonna be time consuming
Oh,
to
absolutely.
get this done.
I guess I don't understand what you would want to do between now and the
Well,
next
just in
meeting.
case we have any more questions, between, let's say today and today and Friday, if there's any more questions that we think we should have.
well, why don't we say to Belinda, could we just send our questions to Laura? Laura can just literally bang them into one document and then
And then send it out
send it out.
to all three.
I don't see any harm in that. I think for me personally, I would love to see us spend time discussing, the process, how do we assess, how do we make the assessment other than just, finger in the air, how do we decide what, if anything, we're going to do?
Like, how do we come into the conclusion that we're coming to?
Because we do
Exactly,
have
because I think we asked a lot of questions today. We have a lot of information. I don't know that any more detailed question is going to help me make a decision about
That's-
where we go from here.
And that's where I was going, Cheryl. I don't know if there's any other questions other than contractually
Correct.
where I think I would gain any insight into any of the three of them at this point.
Which is the next step, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is why I kind of want to come back on the 14th and just say, okay, where do we go from here? And what do we think about what we heard? And, yeah.
I'm more comfortable with that approach because I think we can analyze it and question it to death. But I know I got a very good sense with the questions that we asked
Yep.
and the answers
You're
that we
back, yay.
received, that the only thing would be from there is contractually, what benefits do we have? Where do we gain the most?
Yeah.
What are the right things to do at that point?
Right.
From a contract perspective. That's mine. That's just my opinion, Rich.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how I feel, and I just don't want to do that today because I do need to digest a
Me
little.
too.
And I don't
Me
want
too.
to alert and then go, oh yeah, I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, me too.
but are you okay if I, say if you've got something you want us all to see before the 14th, send it to Laura?
Absolutely,
Mhm.
absolutely, yes.
Ken, are you okay with
Yes.
that?
I mean, not that I can think of anything.
Oh, you'll think of something.
I probably will, like I said, in the
Say,
shower.
Rich, come on.
But right now, I can't, I could not think of a question if you came,
No, I thought
Yeah.
the presentations were
And like I said, Barbie Jones's responses to the questions and the proposal. I mean, there was
Very
some
thorough,
pretty
very
deep
thorough.
specificity to a lot of their
My
stuff.
major concern about Bobby Jones is they have no experience with bundled clubs or CDDs. And, as much as you can say, yeah, it's a different animal.
It is a different
It's
beast.
a very
I totally
different
agree,
Yeah.
yeah.
And I will tell you with Hampton because, I'm sure at least I'm fairly sure I told you guys, he had come, it was in April, so I was loopy, but, well, I'm still loopy, but maybe less loopy. But he spent about 2.5 hours here and I didn't have to explain any of it
They have a clear, once I realized who they were with, and
Right.
that they had Tara, I was like,
Oh, yeah.
interesting, and the fact that they have plantation, and I know there are issues with all of
There's
them.
not
issues with all of
that
them,
But you know,
yes,
and people
yes.
have said to me, you know, their food is bad, and I'm like, well, we're not talking about food because we happen to have a chef.
We have chef.
Yeah.
That, you know, and
It's
my
operation,
other
we need
concern.
operations.
Hmm?
We need operations.
Yes,
We
yes.
do.
So
So,
I just,
Yeah, yeah, okay.
so I'm gonna let Laura know. Were you gonna say something, Ken?
I was just gonna suggest we come to the next meeting with a list of pros and cons for each of the three of them.
right.
Okay,
I think that's part of our own internal
Yeah.
process
Mhm.
of, yeah,
For sure.
exactly.
okay, that's, okay, perfect. So can we, if there's nothing else on that, I had just added, well, we have a couple things on the agenda, right? We've got the pool filter repair thing, which I'd mentioned, to you that, you know, this, even though the document that I sent to you was from April, this came from Signature Blue, who's a regular pool vendor. This has been dinging around for a while with Vesta. And the vendor feels this is urgent, and my concern is we're going into really hot weather, and David Vanasco, the vendor, said, look, you guys really need to move on it. So Linda said, you know, you could ask for ratification by the board on the 14th of July. I wouldn't have wanted to do that without letting you know that that was the process in case anybody didn't like the process. I'm just worried about letting these filters go for another 3 weeks.
I don't know if I want to let the filters go for another 3 weeks, because talking to Dave, because I see him out at the pool all the time, and he's mentioned it to me almost every single time I talk to him.
Yeah, because the filters have not been properly maintained. Because
Maintained,
apparently,
yes.
according to what I'm told, these filters actually can last essentially forever if they're maintained properly. So my only assumption would be, because we're already woefully behind budget, or over budget on the River Club side, is that we would, I think that we could justify it. This would be a reserve expense, even though I'm sure they're not in the reserve study.
Well, this is a replacement of pool equipment, so.
It is, it's 5
so it
filters, but
should
it's,
be.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That should be a
Yes.
reserve.
Okay,
Yes,
fair enough.
yes.
Okay, so you guys are okay with the
Yes,
process?
Yes,
absolutely.
absolutely.
Wait, whoa,
Whoa.
Can I,
Yes,
can I,
please.
I have one interjection. and
Yes, sure.
I'm not opposed to it.
Okay,
However, I'm trying to get copies of the invoices that we paid in January. We spent about $16,000 in January on replacing pool parts, including filters.
I think
And I
it was
just
the
wanted-
filter motor, yeah.
And filters. So I just want to make sure that it's not any of these same filters.
Yes,
And I'm trying to
okay,
get a copy of those invoices, to confirm that.
okay.
But I think we should, I mean,
Well,
we should,
So we can conditionally approve it, maybe.
Well, yeah,
do we wait? I mean, I don't
well-
know how long it's gonna take.
well,
for
we
it to get-
can't approve it today.
We
What-
cannot
the
approve it today.
process, but I think, you know, Ken, is there any way I can help in that process of getting invoices? Do you need me to?
Well, Becky should have
Becky
that.
should have it.
That invoice was paid here. That was paid, that was a local invoice, so that should be sitting in her
I'll talk to
office.
Becky before I leave the building, just to make sure it's in the hopper to, I'm sure it is, she's really good. So, so the process would be, you know, let's make sure that there's nothing overlapping on those invoices. And then approving, and assuming that's the case, then I would approve it, but it would need to be ratified by the board. So I would need to put it on the agenda for the July 14th.
That's
And you
absolutely
don't
fine.
want to wait till July 14th to get all this.
No, that was my
information.
fear. That was my fear. So, okay, I'll just stop in with Becky, Ken, and just make sure she's responding to you, then I'll step out of that loop so I don't violate.
I sent the request to Vanessa first and also Melissa, so.
Okay, all right, well, I'll check with them then. And then I'll step out of the loop. So, okay, good. So that's the pool filter thing. So I have some to-dos and then we'll make sure that gets done. I had put on 4C, which is discussion regarding River Club expense audit. I don't think there's anything to discuss unless any of you have heard anything from Belinda. I think she and Vanessa are still talking to.
Yeah, I remember.
We're trying our audit company, right? The one we've used
Yeah.
for our general.
Yes, and just so you know, for full transparency, I got an email from a woman named Stonebreaker at, I think it's Melissa Stonebreaker at Berger, saying, for fiscal year ended September 30th, are you aware of any fraud? And I said, well, it sent it to me as chair. And I asked Belinda and Andy, and Belinda said, standard, they just do that. And I consulted with Belinda and Andy on the reply, because I know we're doing the audit. I'm not implying that there's any fraud, but because we are looking back, we may be looking back. We're only looking at February, March, but it may result in us looking back. I didn't want to close the door. So Belinda suggested I let her know. We're looking at some current year expenses, and we cannot rule out that it may go back to a prior year, just so I'm not averring that, you know, because I said as a supervisor, I'm not aware of anything, but I wasn't the chair. So anyway, I just want you all to be aware of that for transparency's sake.
Okay.
So I guess we just wait and see what Belinda can tell us in terms of the next steps for the audit.
And is Vesta responding to the audit findings so far, to your findings?
No.
But I mean, do they plan to? I got the impression from Ginger that they plan to.
They have, okay, so I sent Belinda, okay, so at the meeting 2 weeks ago, I said, I want the receipts. I said, I don't care, I want the receipts. Heard nothing.
Oh, gosh.
So then last Tuesday, I sent an email. I said, I don't care what anybody said. I said, contract says you have to provide information. I want the receipts by Wednesday noon. I said, I want a schedule of what you're proposing to give, you know, when you can give us the receipts going backward that I had asked for, which they said they would do by Friday. And I said, I also, by Friday, I want to have the May receipts, which you promised us as well in my conversations. Crickets, zero, not even a response. No response whatsoever. So they are not only they're not providing us the receipts, they're not even responding to the request for it for the previous, backwards, or the current.
And my question was really, have they responded to your initial findings?
No.
Okay.
None. Nope.
Well, that's not true. His initial findings, they did respond to.
They did, you're right, but I mean the ones from the last meeting, which
Haven't heard anything since the last meeting. It's been zero
I was under the
contact.
impression from Ginger that they were going to respond, and I would like to know what that response is.
Yes.
They've had no response. They've had no contact with me whatsoever since that meeting. I asked Melissa. She goes, I don't think you're going. You know, I don't think you're going to be getting anything else. That was my only response. Was I reached out to her separately, but nothing from anybody, and everybody was copied.
Okay.
I didn't copy Kelso on it because I didn't think it was appropriate. It had nothing to do with him, so I did not copy him on it. But I copied Ginger, Julie, Ginger, Julie, Dan, and Julie, Ginger, Dan, and Melissa.
I did tell, because I had a conversation with Ginger about a couple things. I wanted to let her know I thought Kelso was doing great, and a couple of other things. And I did want her to know that we would be doing an audit as a courtesy to let her know. And she was aware of it. Some folks had told her, but there was really nothing more said about it beyond that.
And if they're going to respond to a forensic accountant, they have to come up with the receipts regardless. So
Yes.
why not do, you know?
Why not do it now?
Why not do it now? Because if I find out that, gee, those things really aren't as bad as we think they are, because the obscuring of the receipts wasn't meant to deceive, then maybe we don't have to go to the trouble of a forensic accountant.
And I talked to her as well and said, listen, I'm just talking to you as a prior CFO. If this is your control process, I have huge concerns. You better look at your internal control process. And I would love to know what you're doing to if this is, that's why I got to the point of, are you going to respond? Because I don't even know at this point what their answer is to what your initial findings were. And I said, regardless of your response, I will tell you that audit or no audit, you have an internal control problem.
Yeah.
So you have to fix that.
Can I ask, this is just a silly question because I just don't have the knowledge on it. Each one of those receipts, CDD is tax exempt. Is that correct?
Mhm.
Yes.
So each one of those receipts had tax on them when those charges were made. So what are the implications of that, even if they're legitimate, what is the implication of that? Do we then ask our auditor to file something and get the money? How does, I guess
That's a really good
Yeah.
question, because anytime we use our credit card for anything, you're not getting tax exempt, right?
right,
Even when
exactly.
Stephanie uses the card for stuff
Yes.
we
Exactly.
actually need.
Even the Amazon stuff that we charge. And so I look at that, right? I mean,
Well-
I look at that and I say to myself, and it's probably not a lot of
I
money,
don't
but
know
it's,
that there's
but,
any.
but,
Yeah.
I mean, should we have a separate
By
credit?
paying the sales tax, you could be losing your tax exempt status.
In other words, it's like not defending your trademark.
It's not, oh,
Belinda's listening, so, she said by paying sales
I was gonna
tax,
say, how did
they
you
could
know that?
lose their,
Is he
exemption,
lying?
they could lose their exemption status. Then you might wanna tell them, I'm listening and told it.
So then we need
Hi,
to get
Belinda.
different credit cards.
And a different Amazon account
And a
with,
different
with,
Amazon
with all
account.
the stuff filed with our governmental tax,
Well,
whatever resale certificate.
Correct.
Hi, everyone.
Well, and let me just add,
Hi.
there was something in the Amazon account that Julie charged that was personal, and I was told, well, she paid with her personal card, and I said, yes, and she didn't pay tax on it as a result, because it was on our tax
But she
exempt
must have been.
Amazon account.
Belinda said all
Those are
accounts need to be exempt.
So that means when they do their purchases, the credit card that Vesta uses with their pass-through needs to be specific to the CDD, so they know, well, they shouldn't be doing it because everything needs to be a,
But,
If it's a-
but if, but if you, but if
a
you,
lot
but
of
if you
it
go
is they
to, but
run
if,
to Publix.
but if you go to
and buy
Publix, you have to pay sales tax
You
unless you're working with the governmental tax certificate.
They need to stop running to
We
Publix.
do.
That will be.
You
do? You do.
That'll be-
Rosetta does,
I'll
Okay.
walk in with the tax
with the
exempt form.
tax
Okay.
ID.
Not that I
So,
bought anything at Publix, but
But point,
But we
point
need
well
to do the
taken.
same
Well,
thing with
Sue-
the credit card then.
What's going on with that?
Yeah, I think he needs to mute.
Oh, yeah, can you go on mute, Ken?
okay, so we need to get this
Okay.
addressed.
Well, so
Okay.
let me,
So so this has uncovered multiple issues. And just to let you know, also, I was looking at the Amazon account. We bought 3 fans.
No, two.
Yes, we bought 3 fans.
according to Amazon, we
According to
bought
Amazon, we
three.
bought 3.
There are still only two in
Yeah,
that.
but I
Well,
looked, I also looked at the, not that he
but 2
might
days
talk about
later,
it.
we bought another one. We bought those 2, and 2 days later, we bought 1 more.
Was it the same exact model?
Absolutely.
It was the same model, but it was a different invoice number. I happen to,
It was purchased 2 days later.
Where's the third one then?
Thank you. That's why none of this
Controls.
makes any sense.
Their
And,
control
and which is
process
why I am so PO'd about not getting copies of the receipts.
they can set up an Amazon account to be tax exempt.
Yeah.
That
Yes.
they did.
Yeah.
They
okay,
did that.
They-
Along with
Credit
everybody
cards,
else, we do the same.
I'll have to
Yeah.
talk
But,
to.
I mean, but
somebody.
when you
Which means then no
but when you-
personal credit cards on that account.
Well, so what
specifically.
then, one of the things we need to find out is that was there a different credit card used? Because if it wasn't exact tax exempt credit card and it was her personal card, then she's also getting miles, which, right?
Mhm, mhm.
So-
well, Sam's Club gives bonus points, so if she's buying purchases at Sam's Club, she's getting
I need to
bonus
get an
points from
answer on all
Sam's
the
Club.
credit cards on.
I mean, it's all kinds of,
Okay.
but that's small potatoes compared to the
Well,
big picture.
No, I know, but
Yeah.
tax exempt
No,
status is,
no, taxes are, this is extremely important.
yes.
Well, not only that, that's why my undies were so in a bundle over the 2 things at Welland Park. Because before I knew about alcohol, why I went right to Andy is I said, those dollars were generated off district property. Does that put our bonds at risk? And Andy's response was, if you saw this in the documents I gave you, Andy's response was,
I
it
should
very
see
well
that.
might.
Yeah, yeah.
So, this is, maybe it's a question we need to, make sure, if it isn't Vesta and it's somebody else, they need to understand that the intricacies of the tax exempt status, it's complicated and why we need some oversight.
Here's an
And then-
interesting question for a follow-up question. I swear to God, for,
All of them.
what is this, HG?
Oh,
Yeah.
Homegrown. I keep thinking homegrown.
Hampton Golf.
Hampton and Bobby Jones, that would be a good question, is how do you deal with organizations
that are tax exempt.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
So then I think the question, and I can reach out to Andy, for this is, do we need to somehow recoup that tax from Vesta so it doesn't look like we paid it in order to keep our, because if we're paying, is that something I should reach out to Andy and ask the question on?
And copy Belinda.
And copy Belinda?
Yeah.
I mean,
I never
because,
thought of that.
because we have to recoup that so it doesn't look like.
Yeah,
She says yes.
Okay, thank you.
Because
I love
because, because Vesta
All right,
can't,
then I will
Vesta
reach out
can't,
to
Vesta
Andy.
can't pass through tax to us
Correct,
because we're tax exempt.
correct.
So Vesta owns the tax.
Exactly, exactly. So Vesta owns the tax, so I
Because we're
will
tax
ask Andy
exempt.
how we go about
As
it.
well
that
as
works for
anything
you.
else that they can't justify, which is why I'm continuing to look for the
Right,
justification.
right.
That's why when I saw those receipts and I saw where they were coming from and I saw how they were manipulated and obscured and cut and this and that and the extent of all of the things that we do not purchase and we do not utilize
Like quota
and-
boxes.
and Boda boxes and Red Bull and
Shaving
everything
cream,
else and
shampoo.
shampoo and conditioner
Food
after the
salad.
16 gallons we bought here. I read the litany. There is a major explanation that needs to be had.
Yeah.
We're not getting one. And like I said, not only are we not getting an explanation, they are now refusing to even answer me. So, I mean, so in my mind, they don't have that option. Their contract says they have to provide that if requested. That's their contract. So not only are they, not responding to a supervisor, they're in breach of contract.
So can I throw one more thing out, and Ken might want to take himself off of mute. I requested to meet with Byron Matson after he sent his email.
Yes.
And
I met
I had a
with him
great,
too.
I had a great,
I responded to it.
I had a great meeting with him.
I responded to
and
him.
Anyway, one of the questions I asked him was, if we were gonna, obviously the company has to have controls, but we need to have some kind of controls. My question for Ken is, do you think your committee has the bandwidth, maybe not to look at every single credit card receipt, but does your committee have the bandwidth to do some kind of oversight for us?
Ken?
Yeah, he's the.
I'm thinking whether that's part of their role or not.
Well, and
but
I don't have to have an
think-
answer right now, but because the first thing I thought was, well, is that something we could ask Rosetta to do? Could we have somebody who gives us, 10 hours or 15 hours a month somewhere in their accounting organization, or is it better done, in-house here? I just want to throw that out there.
It's not that complicated. I mean,
I think that that's part of why you need the audit to be done.
Yeah,
And
I
I
think we need to
suspect
know
that
what we're
part of-
dealing with first.
Okay, okay.
I think the scope is a big problem here because I don't know if it's this big or
well,
this
well,
big.
that's
well,
the
there's two
problem.
questions. There's the go forward and there's the back. Now, like I said, the back only occurred when Andrew was here, there was not an issue. When Bernard was here, there was not an issue.
Right.
When Julie was here, there
But
was an
that's
issue.
because she is a corporate employee with a corporate credit
Card,
card, and
yeah.
that's what,
Right.
and so my other conversation with Ginger was, that should never happen again.
Yeah.
We have a credit card with Stephanie, and even that seems to be not a problem with charges, but a problem with maybe tax.
Yeah.
So we
Problem
have to
tax,
figure that out,
Problem
but,
tax. yeah. And she had a lot of charges on it. They all seem legitimate, but that's a tax problem. A couple seemed a little weird, but I mean, I don't mind a couple,
So,
Yeah.
anyways.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I still,
Okay.
the audit is really essential to kind of this go forward, and I agree with Ken that before he tasks.
Okay,
his
fair
committee,
enough.
We need to know where.
Fair
this is.
enough. I had really just wanted to
And we don't have
sensitize
that, and we
him.
don't have that many invoices realistically. We shouldn't
Right.
have that
So-
much. So
Well, and
it
that's,
should be easy.
so I wanted to sensitize Ken to that because I asked Byron what he thought, so I didn't want Ken to feel I was grilling his committee members without him knowing.
Thank you.
So,
I do think we should proceed with the audit, and I think one of the reasons why they're maybe not responding at this point is because we've said we're gonna do an audit.
But that's
So
not, but that's not their
I
choice,
think
Ken.
their feeling is, if we're going to be audited, we're going to get the audit before we do anything else.
Well, they can feel that way, but the contract doesn't give them an opportunity, the contract doesn't give them that right to do that. Contract says they have, if, you know, they've got to provide information and receipts if requested. They've been requested. So whether they like it or not, or they want to think something differently, they can't make that, they can't make that decision unilaterally. And once I have the receipts, I can then give them all to the forensic accountant.
No, that's not your job, to give them to the forensic accountant. Let the forensic accountant do their job. I think from Vestas'
He
standpoint,
can't get them.
you got,
Yeah, right, exactly, yeah.
That's actually why I said in the last meeting,
Mm.
I think you should not do any more because the accountant is gonna have to do it
Well,
directly.
They've got to make the
because-
request.
Well, they can make their own.
Which I think led to Byron's comment about why don't I want you to look at anything else? Which is why I got back to him and said, you don't misinterpret my comment.
Right.
I really have
No experience with
Yeah.
any of this.
And I was clear with him in my email about that. I just have another really silly little question. If Vesta has half their properties as CDDs, why weren't they aware of this from the get-go?
Bigger question.
Yeah, indeed, well, yeah.
This goes back to something that,
they should be.
yeah,
They weren't.
Darn right.
there's a comment that,
Can I,
Please, go
you
ahead.
haven't let me finish.
No, you go.
All right, I lost my train of thought. So, my concern is, from a board standpoint, I think we need to step back and let the process take place, because essentially, whether you say it or not, we're accusing them of fraud and theft. So I think we as a board need to be careful and let the accounting process take place.
Yep. I have to say, I agree with you.
I agree, Ken, and that's basically what I shared with Byron when I responded to him, because I just want to be careful and I don't want any liability
well,
on
yeah,
behalf
well,
of.
I've never used those words, and I just said I just said what was purchased, and
Regardless, I just
Yeah.
think, good, we need to go to audit now. If there's a,
then we need to follow what Belinda and find out what the status of that is.
Well, I know
This is-
she and Vanessa are working on it, you know, after that last meeting, I know her main job was to get the numbers plugged in to the budget in time to get it by the statutory deadline.
Okay.
So, right, Belinda? And I know you got it done on time because you don't miss anything. So if we've done that one to death, I just wanted to share with you, speaking of Belinda, share with you a
She
summary.
said yes.
There's a summary of a conversation I had with Belinda. Yeah, it was Friday. All my days. And Ken, I texted a picture of this to you. It's a one-pager. So Belinda, after having gotten, the Rosetta Consolidated financials, she and Vanessa had a conflab. The Rosetta Consolidated financials show that on the expense line, the river was over on expenditures by $250,000. Now, we all know that algorithm is the wrong word. The pattern that Rosetta uses is divide things by 12, and it's clearly done with actuals by the River Club. But my looking at the numbers, I think it was $119,000 over budget net, if I read the financials correctly, year to date. So regardless of what the number is, the concern that Belinda had is, ultimately a potential cash flow issue. She gave me the balance as of Friday in the First Horizon operating account, which is the day-to-day operating account for the River Club. The Schwab account's at about $750,000, so it's about 5 months worth of cash, because once a month, the River Club gets about $150,000 on the 15th of each month for operating cash. That's calculated based on the budget. So there's a twofold concern here that I discussed with Belinda and Vanessa, which is A, if they are over budget by, pick a number, $100,000, $150,000, we have to restate the budget again. And come up with that money for starters, number one. And then number two, on top of that, she and Vanessa have calculated that we may not have enough cash based on what's here. And again, it's probably including the $250,000 over on expenditures, and I didn't back calculate, but the concern is we may run out of cash between the end of the fiscal year and when we start to get new tax funds in on the 15th of November. So there's, again, to be clear, there's two issues. There's the budget restatement money, and then there's the operating cash money. And we were lucky enough last year that the general fund ran under budget, so Vesta's overage was absorbed by the good cost management on behalf of Rosetta. Thank you, Keith. But I think things are running a little higher, according to what Vanessa says. So we have an issue. I met with Kelso yesterday to talk about opportunities on the budget, but I wanted you to have the 6 or 7 questions below that came, to my mind. And one of the things I have to say that really irked me, and I made it clear today, is, we get this nice financial result with all these glowing things about how they're doing nicely. There was zero mention in there about how they're running over budget. I mentioned it weeks and weeks ago to Dan. I mentioned it weeks and weeks ago to Ginger. And obviously nothing was put into place to try to do projections for the rest of the year and to figure out how we're going to minimize the damage, which is how I see this. So that's Kelso's totally on board, but I just wanted you to see where my thoughts were and my questions. Sorry about that long thing, but I wanted you to.
So Kelso's basically got to forecast the remainder of the year to see where he can recoup for us.
Yes. So
Okay.
for example, can we defer the $20,000 worth of clay work?
Right.
And frankly, the water thing ran over $20,000. Can we hose Vesta for that?
Right.
And things like, labor. I mentioned to him the labor analyses that you've done, Rich. Because obviously labor is a big lever. Cost of goods is probably a small lever because we've only got 3 months left, and it's a few percentage points on a COGS number is probably not going to get us there. But Kelso's going to do everything he can without cutting bone. So there it is.
It's either that or increase some revenue. And I think that's about $60,000. I think, isn't it about $60,000 of uncollected?
Well, it's more than that. I believe last I looked on the balance sheet showed
113.
113?
So that was actually one of the things I did not talk to him about, but I'm going to need to talk to him about his collections, which I mentioned on here, but it's not.
Why is nobody picking up the phone?
Right. Well, I think Becky
Because
is.
they are.
Becky definitely is. I've known neighbors that have gotten phone calls. The issue was that these people still thought stuff was going to their credit card.
Okay, but now that it's not,
Right.
where's the payment?
No, I know.
And
I'm
we
on
need
board
to,
with that,
maybe we need to
yes.
start shutting off RFIDs, but,
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure a lot of these people, are not here.
we'll get people's attention.
Well, I'm sure a lot of these
Okay,
people.
so shut off
Finance
IDs, no
committee
guest
needs
passes
to-
for people who come here in the summer and visit because the family's not here. There's options that we can
Okay.
take.
What were you saying,
Yeah.
Ken?
I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, we've been, in our finance committee meetings, we've been having the same conversation with Melissa
Could the board
about
send
getting an
it?
aging of that, what's being done about it. And I know calls are being made.
Yeah.
And that's some of the reasons she's been getting. But that's no reason for them not to be writing a check and paying them.
Could the board send a letter to the community?
I would
I
rather
wouldn't
say,
send it to the community.
At this
I'd
point,
send it to-
Okay.
I'd send it-
At this
I'd send
point
it to
right now?
the people
I would send it
who
to the
passed
people.
I would send
I
it to the
agree with
people.
that. I mean, I think we need a list of that, where's that 113,000, and then I think a letter from the board should go to them.
And at this point right now,
Actually, I think the phone calls are more important.
for the 3%, I don't care, put it on the credit cards and charge and get the money in.
Oh, that's a good.
And hit them up
I
with,
think
a 3% credit card fee.
If the credit cards are still in the system.
We
Yes.
can?
you
Oh,
can't
because of the
do
fee.
that.
Because of the fee. It's a fee.
Yeah, you can't charge them.
You can't do that.
Okay, then.
Well, it was an
then-
interesting thought.
Then at least
Okay.
charge the credit cards.
So how about,
Ask them for the credit card.
That's for a second. So we have a list of all residents with the aging, and there's, I agree with you, there's no reason a letter can't go out either from Vesta or from the board as a collection notice. So they know who the members are.
So shall I talk to Becky or Melissa? No, I don't necessarily
How many
need the
are
list
there?
myself. Let me get some facts, put something together, and then maybe through Kelso can communicate to you all about what
You
the
know,
steps would be.
113,000, there's quite a few.
There's quite a few.
Yeah.
And
Has to
how
be.
many of those people have actually moved?
Oh, God.
Because there is a flag that says, moved with a balance, like you can pull.
So before we decide anything, maybe by the 14th, could we have a list of all the people
Yes.
who are in arrears, whether or not they still live here?
Yes.
And then maybe we can make a decision about, and whether or not they've been called. I would kind of.
Right, and I would think Becky would know who she called.
Okay, so I'll get that from.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll
and
get
she
that
has
from
the
Becky.
ability to
Okay.
pull who's still here, who's moved with a balance.
Okay, I'll get that
100%.
from her.
Yes.
And I
Okay,
think we can make an educated decision about what we're gonna do with it.
okay, yes.
Okay.
And it might be that we split the list up and make phone calls.
I'm
Works
good
for
with
me.
that.
Because I'm okay with that,
Me
because
too.
I
I'm
think
okay
if
with
they're
that
not
too.
responding, they're not gonna respond to a letter. I would rather just make.
Fair enough, Cheryl. Yeah, I got no problem with
And
it.
if they still live
I
here,
can
then
tell
it's
for them.
if you don't get this paid within the next blah, 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 we're gonna be,
Shut up,
whatever,
Cheryl.
yeah, we can decide that, yes, yes.
Okay. Are you okay with that, Cameron?
The only reason it hadn't come to the board as a list is because once you do that, it becomes public information.
Oh, well,
So-
maybe that'll help.
It's like,
Maybe it will, but
it's like the DWI list in the
Yeah,
paper, right?
exactly.
if I can finish.
No.
Thank you. I was trying to leave it up to Becky and Melissa to finish their collection calls or put out a letter. So I was trying to save embarrassment from members who legitimately just didn't realize they weren't being paid. So I was trying to let the process play out. That's all.
So Ken, do you know how far away they are from completing their collection calls?
I don't know, no.
That's pretty
but-
important for me, because I will tell you,
know
I
she's
will
made-
confess.
She's made a lot of calls. I think you can walk down the hall.
Okay.
You want me to go ask her?
Yeah,
Yeah.
would you go ask
And
her?
here's another question. This is, we did this transfer in January. It's now
June.
It's not June. We did the transfer in January. It's 5 months ago. Vesta let it go for 5 months.
Well, so
without-
here, this is what I was gonna tell you. So we made the transition 5 months ago. I swear I filled out the ACH form. 2 months ago, I don't always open the bills because they've always been right for me. This one I opened and I was like, well, I didn't spend that much money in 1 month. And then I went back and I looked and they didn't have a record of my ACH form. So I went back in, I redid the ACH form, and then they cleared it up, but I never got a call, I never got a separate notice. I never-
That was
That's-
the prior
that's a
person, that was
first
the prior accountant,
Yes.
because I had to go in and I said, hey, I sent this in, did you get it? And he typed it in and he's just like, no, and I'm like, well, all right, let me get you
Now,
the
I can see
information
stuff
then.
happening in January. I can see stuff happening in February. But by March,
Don't you wonder where the
You-
bill
When they didn't get my payment, they should.
They should have called you right away.
by March, Melissa was here, Becky was here. That thing should have been,
Well, this is one of the many
Straightened
things,
out
and I
and
don't
stopped.
wanna beat her up, because
No.
God bless her. You know,
Yes.
She's
No, she-
Here she comes.
she's very good.
fabulous.
I just wanna know where she is with it.
Here
If
she
anybody's
comes, our
answering the
expert,
phone.
our resident
You're
expert.
on TV.
Are you-
You're on TV.
Are you in trouble?
Do you wanna ask her, Cheryl?
Yes, so you're making collection calls for this 113,000
Mhm.
in receivables. How complete are you on that? Have you called everybody? Are you halfway through?
No, I actually, the other day asked Stephanie to kind of help me with that because there is a large
How
amount of
many are
people.
there? Roughly.
I can bring in a report.
Is it like 500, is it 100?
It's hard to say without looking up a report. I printed today because I print it out every Monday and update it. Today it was like 17 pages.
Oh my gosh.
But that does include everything. 30, 60, 90, 120.
Sure.
Well, and
So-
are any of them people who have moved? Would we know based on that list?
No, that's the problem. Stephanie and I worked with her trying to simplify to make sure we could figure out who's here, who's not here, and kind of go from there, you know, but we haven't figured out a feature that helps us separate that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
so it's kind of all combined, because that's our thoughts. We didn't want all that data together.
So you don't get the member status on the AR report is what you're saying?
Correct.
But but you get the member number?
Yes.
So we could divvy up the, well,
No, I'm just thinking, sorry.
Yeah.
If we don't, if we
And like
have
those-
all
Do it, give me the list and I'll find out if they live here.
If
No,
we-
it's not that, there's an automated way to do
If
it
we
if you
had-
have the member number.
If we had
Yeah.
known this was such a big problem like this, when we did the tech wave and gave everybody new cards, we could have said, you're not getting a new card to do anything until you clear up your balance.
Right.
But,
And I wasn't sure what the procedure was for that, because there are a couple of occasions where, there are people that I'm contacting who don't have the funds. Say like I have a gentleman, his name is Chuck. He cannot pay any other way but credit card.
okay, really?
That's it.
he can't write a check?
He doesn't have the funds. So,
Oh, gotcha.
and
Okay.
So-
because the balance was where it was,
So are you making the phone calls based on the outstanding balance or the days in arrears?
I worked from 120, trying to collect the
oldest.
largest, the
Holy
oldest, the
smokes.
largest. That's the way I was collecting
Okay.
it.
So
Yeah.
you're doing it not based on the balance, the AR balance. Would it?
It is it's just oldest. So my strategy was who has been out there the longest
Longest?
with the biggest balance. And
Okay,
those are the people I started going towards. And there are a couple, you know, if I seen their account, then I'll be like, hey, you know, if they come in or they have a conversation, I was getting to the point where I was having them verify their email because there were a lot of bounce backs on the statements. So we cleaned that up big time.
Okay.
So everybody is getting their statements now.
When you reach people, are people paying when you reach them other than this one person or?
For the most part, yeah.
So how can we, because we're all happy to make phone calls, you know, if that'll help.
Yeah.
How can we help you best?
I'm thinking, knowing what we know about sunshine laws and everything else, that one of us needs to really sit with Becky and figure out what the status is and.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
like when I
happy to
say
do that.
17 pages,
You're
that's
happy to
not
do that.
front to back.
Yeah, if you
I'm
don't
happy
mind.
to do that.
Single pages.
And
So
just-
Becky, we can spend some quality time together.
Yeah.
And I
She's
can,
great to spend
I
quality
can
time
help
with.
you, we can figure out what it is, and that way I can come back on the 14th and say,
Oh, great.
here's the
Perfect.
deal.
Great.
This
Yeah.
is what I think we should do.
Thanks.
And- Okay.
Perfect.
We are making headway on it. It's just being able to reach that amount of people
sure.
in a
Yeah.
certain time.
No.
frame.
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I'd rather figure it out offline.
Ken,
No,
when
no,
you
no,
said
that's great.
Ken, when you said the 113 is in arrears, is that really old stuff or is that everything? Or
That's everything on the
That's
balance
everything on the
sheet.
balance sheet.
Yeah.
Okay, so some of it could just be, just hasn't been
That's what I
posted.
meant for that 17 pages. It is a complete list of
Yeah,
30 to 120.
yeah.
Do you have any idea what the 90s and 120s look like or?
I can give you those reports.
I'll go,
Okay,
I'll
okay.
come
I
back.
just
with
thought
that.
I just, okay.
Come back with
so-
an idea.
Yeah, I ran it this morning. Have not had a chance to look at it yet.
No, thank you. We
Okay.
were just wanting to see how we can help you. It's really kind of
Yeah.
what we were dragged you in here for. so,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah. I asked Stephanie the other day, I was like, can you help me make a couple phone calls? I really need to get
Cool.
these people in there. A couple occasions, like, because it is such an old balance, people are not happy about that part of it. And then some people have said, okay, I paid cash.
We don't take.
We don't take
We don't
cash.
We don't take cash. So
Yeah,
those are storms I'm working through with Kelsey
Okay.
on it. So,
okay, all right.
Okay,
Cool.
all right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Becky.
Appreciate it, Becky.
Thanks.
All right, so, that was,
So-
anything else? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Cheryl, if it's gonna help, let me know if I can do any matches on resident ID and
Okay.
figure out who's here, who's not here, you know, who's moved and who hasn't moved, because I can get those reports very easily and do the match.
All right.
Yeah.
Nancy offered help too. So can we move off that? I think the only thing is supervisor remarks, and I just had one thing to just reconfirm. We are meeting on the 14th at the firehouse, and you all know how to get in?
No,
So when you
Yeah.
go, well, of the four of us are gonna be there, three go out Chiltadella. So when you go out Chiltadella, there's like 2 driveways for the firehouse. It's the driveway that's closer to Jacaranda, because the entry to the room is on the Jacaranda side. So you park in the parking lot right there on the side of the building, and you go in. The building will be open for us at 8. It's electronic. It's like a cipher lock that just opens at 8. So I booked it. We have it from 8:30 to 12:30. So we'll just have to, Belinda will be happy. We have to finish at 12:30, I guess, or we turn into pumpkins.
We get locked in.
We get locked in.
When you go in, there should be a sign that says go this way.
It'll be right there, literally.
It'll be
You
right
walk
there.
in, there's, you walk into the, the glass door, there's a room, the entry to the room is on the left. So the windows of the room face the parking lot right where you will
So
have
it's
to
on the
park.
left.
And then if you, you know where I'm
So,
talking
so
about.
it's the second driveway closer to
It's the
Jacaranda.
closest
Farthest
jack-
west.
Right, you'll see, you can park right there.
Okay.
Oh, the room is free as long as you're not charging. They'll book for 4 hours. It's
Wi-Fi?
Yeah, I need to double check, but I'm virtually certain they have Wi-Fi. 'Cause
Okay,
I've used-
good.
I will check Wi-Fi though. So that was all I had.
Okay.
Okay, I have 2 quick things. Painting, we looked at, we got a quote for some additional work, which we were supposed to have a 2:00 conference call. Tim's still stuck up at Sarasota at the doctor's office, and I'm obviously here, so our 2:00 conference call is not happening. Some of the prices or things that he put into the change orders, we kind of pre-negotiated, so we were not happy with the pricing. We need to verify that. The contract also was written for 118 versus the 115, which we negotiated, so we got to come back down. So my question is this, Jill?
Yeah.
You have, so we approved 130.
Yep.
Right now, we have changed, if we get it back down to the 115, that means that's $15,000 left over. The change order we have right now from him is about 16. I think it should come down. Do we need to get that approved, or can we put that through already automatically, part of the?
I would think it would be included. Is Belinda saying yes or no? Is that like the magic 8 ball?
Well, because we approved a contract for 130, but we got a contract for
115.
115.
Well, it should be
so-
115. It was written at 118, but it should be 115, so we have $15,000.
And you're saying this next one's coming in at 16?
16, but I think we should,
It's kind of semantics, but I think we need to blend it away.
but I think it should be coming in around 10. So we have to talk to him.
Is she answering?
No response yet.
Okay.
Okay, all right, well.
And while we're getting a response on that with geothermal, after the conversation we had with geothermal, Gary One, who's a resident here, has a lot of expertise, and I thought he did like large commercial filtration. He goes, yeah, but the key thing is filtration means you have to start with wells. So he's very knowledgeable about wells.
Okay.
He created some questions that we went back to GNL with, that GNL didn't or wouldn't respond to. Because remember I said these guys are a little.
Squirrely, got an answer.
Belinda says, what was the question? Sorry, Vanessa was asking me a question.
Oh, so the question is, we did a not to exceed for the paint job for $130,000, but the contracted amount is 115, and we have a change order that is going to be somewhere between $10,000 and $16,000. Do we need to do this as a new approval by the board, or can that delta be covered under the difference between the 115 and the 130 not to exceed? Did that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Now give her a minute.
It should be submitted as a change order.
But does the board have
Does the
to
board-
approve the change order?
She's typing. And we will let Andy know and clarify. Still typing.
Okay.
Okay.
Waiting to find out the sex of the child. Is it a boy or a girl?
Yes, because the exhibit attached to the contract should match the amount.
Yeah, okay, so
That's
that
what
was
I
your
thought.
point.
That was the,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, so
All right.
then I think what we probably, so what we could
We're
do,
gonna have to
and
wait till the 14th.
well, unless what we do is we do the same thing we do with the pool, which is
Ratify it.
we ratify it on the 14th. Unless the work can wait, but it probably can't wait.
I can't wait.
So Belinda,
Could we? Some of it can, some of it can't. I mean, it's, and it's a change order. It's got multiple things on it. So I didn't want to ask him to start breaking it down, to start playing the semantics to try
Yeah,
to get
so,
it.
sure.
so for Belinda, then,
She said corrected, can be ratified.
okay,
Yay,
perfect, that's the
perfect.
answer.
There
you
Thank
go.
you, Belinda.
Okay, so we will try, when we
Okay,
reconvene a
it's the answer.
conversation with him, we're gonna do our best to get that thing down. It's,
Sure. I know Tim can.
no, because I said to Tim, I said, because some of the work that he talked about for the tower, I said, we kind of pre-negotiated that one as a worst case scenario, just in
Yeah,
advance. And if you add up those numbers, then, and the other conversation we had,
yeah.
it's not adding up to that. So we need to go back and
Okay.
refresh his memory
Oh,
of what he said.
okay.
So we're looking at for.
Sounds like a mom.
So what are we doing with the well?
Okay, so after speaking to Gary and speaking to the lack of answers from GNL,
Yeah.
Dave was able to go out and find another well person. And we're gonna have we're having a conference call today, 2:00, with Kelso and.
2:05 now.
2:30, excuse me.
Mhm.
The painting was at 2:00, to discuss with the new company that he wants to come out, look at the well, look at the pump, decide if the depths are right, decide if the pump is right, decide if the pump can handle the brackish water that's in there. None of the things that GNL.
Okay, so there's a
did.
possibility. Okay, so there's other
So
options.
it's gonna cost $1,000 to have them come out and do those things. I think it's $1,000 extraordinarily well spent.
Well spent,
Because
yeah.
I'd rather spend 61,000 versus 60.
So what
versus-
does Gary think though? Help me understand.
Okay,
If we're running out of water where
well,
we are.
okay, so GNL will not tell us at what depth they're actually setting the well.
Right.
Right.
They're dropping the pipes down. Okay, so now can that pump that level from, if you're going down 400 feet, can the pump at whatever level you're setting it at, pump up 400 feet?
Right.
Probably not. So we have,
Okay.
can that pump handle that brackish
Enough
water?
said. I
Can
get
the,
it.
can the pump handle, the water at 400 feet is brackish? Can the pump handle it, or is it gonna corrode from the salt?
Right.
Well, I'm glad Dave found another company.
Yes, so he's gonna come out and do all of these things and do all of the analysis to let us know before we actually start to even drill. Because it might
Yeah.
cost more,
Yeah.
it might cost less, we might not need to drill it
at
all. We don't, so right now, we don't even know, so I'd rather
Bad
spend
theory.
$1,000 to
Right.
find out what we're
Yeah,
doing
I
at
agree.
this
Yeah.
point.
I agree.
Because it's just,
Agree.
which is what I had the problem, which is the hairs on the back of my neck went up with the tour company the first time around,
Yeah.
and it's continuing.
Well,
It's
we've
a-
had issues with them in the past. I mean, Andy's actually had to write them letters.
Well, I did not know
I
that.
recall.
That I
Unless
was-
if it's the same company, I
Yeah.
think it is, but.
Yeah, so
My
that's
memory's
where we're,
faulty.
we're at with the well, so hopefully we can get that resolved,
Okay.
And then,
today, or at least, and Kelso can authorize $1,000 to have the guy come
Yes.
and get that done, because I think it's
Okay.
Okay.
in our best interest to know what it is that we're actually doing on something so vital and expensive.
Yeah,
So
great.
I will also, I've asked Kelso and he must have forgot. We need to have him send out an email to the community. Because I am getting bombarded, so early on, I was getting the water's too cold. Well, now those people are coming back saying, the water's too hot. Well, so I think we need to have a communication that comes out from the River Club that basically says, here's where we stand, TBD on when it's gonna be fixed.
Yeah,
Do you want to talk to him about?
I'll talk to him about that and get it sent, yes.
Or
Okay.
Stephen tomorrow.
Are we good?
Are we good?
I told him that's my number.
Okay, all right, we done?
Okay, Ken,
Awesome.
do you have anything else?
I'm good.
Yay.
Yeah.
All right, thanks. All right, I guess we're adjourned. Thanks.
Oh, God.
See ya. Ooh, my legs hurt. Okay, bye. Cheers. This is saying Sissy Land.
Oh.
Oh, my God.